Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Jahid Aga Khan. I am from the Baltimore Jamaat. Today I'm going to teach you about humanity first. This is humanity first. Humanity first, serving mankind. And this is a humanity first symbol. And this is a humanity first tree. And these are all the things humanity do, all their jobs they have to do to help people. Disaster relief, food security, gift of sight, global health, knowledge of life, water for life. And if you turn here, this says humanity first. And here it says, why is it important to help others? It's important to help others so Allah Ta'ala is happy and we are all happy. And Global Telethon, September 19th, 2020. Please donate. Also on September 19th, 2020, it's going to be Global Telethon. And on the Global Telethon, please donate. Donate is the most important word here. And I'm going to call my family to give money. Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Iman Ahmed. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I am representing our Nasirat and Young Lejna. 5 years ago, we were inspired by Humanity First's Water for Life efforts after watching a heartbreaking video displaying the deep struggles people go through to access one of life's most important necessities, water. Women are forced to walk miles every day to reach the nearest water supply and then carry the heavy load back to their families. It takes us seconds to reach our sinks, but hours for them to reach the closest well. We couldn't even begin to imagine the pain and suffering they experience on a daily basis. Living in the United States, we are privileged, and for most of us, it is easy to find accessible drinking water. We take it for granted. It was then that we decided to come together and do something about it. We wanted to start in a place that is close to our hearts and adopt a well in Pakistan. We came up with different creative ideas to raise funds for the well. We held bake sales on Eid, held coin drives, and with the support of our Lejna, collected water bottles and soda cans to bring to recycling centers. We worked for many months, collecting donations dollar by dollar and coin by coin. With our fundraisers and support of donors, alhamdulillah, we finally raised the $3,500 needed to construct a well in Sakhar, Pakistan. After seeing what difference it made in people's lives, we are excited to keep going and adopt another well in Africa. So for next year, we would like to pledge $1,500 to adopt a well in Mali, inshallah. The Nasirat and Young Lejna of Portland, Oregon support Humanity First because we know and have seen how it helps make a difference in people's lives who are suffering from poverty. Water for life is very dear to our hearts, and we will continue our mission to bring clean drinking water to where it is needed, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. My name is Rayan. My name is Hassan. We are from South Virginia Jamaat. We support Humanity First because it helps needy people and makes them happy. We are making a Humanity First garden. And all these flowers are Humanity First's projects. As plants need water, that plants can bloom from them. Humanity First has so many projects that need our donation and fundraising because our donation brings fruit to these projects. We are donating all our money from our little saving box to Humanity First.
favorite charitable organization is Humanity First. I like it when they do food security and water for life. It looks so good to see children when they see water and they're so happy. We take water for granted. Turn the tap, water is there. Don't like tap water? Buy bottled water. Getting clean drinking water is assumed as alright. Imagine a different world. A world without water. No taps, no bottled water. Humanity First brings water to these deprived communities. Humanity First drills water wells, boreholes, and installs and repairs hand pumps to provide clean drinking water in remote villages and poor communities in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central and South America. After COVID-19 in our mosque, a Humanity First pantry was set up. I am proud of all the volunteers who help those in need around us. I feel happy I make a small contribution by helping at the back end from my home by helping my parents. Please help me in supporting Humanity First.
Bhai, what are you doing? I am saving money for charity for Humanity First. What is Humanity First? Humanity First is an organization for giving what you have to someone who needs it. It's like helping a person in need and not turning away. That means doing something to help and not just feeling sad. Exactly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Daniel Ahmed and I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. I think helping out each other is a human nature. In society, we often live together and have a mutual relationship with each other. We share our problems and try to solve these problems together. Moreover, Allah Ta'ala says that we should help each other and care for one another as Muslims. I'm inspired by the Humanity First programs and its cause. I had the opportunity by Allah Almighty to attend the inauguration of Nasser Hospital in Guatemala. I was truly fascinated that our community had made a state-of-the-art facility in such a remote area. And this motivates me to work with this team in the future. Jazakumullah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fazan and I'm from Georgia, USA chapter. Now the first question is, why is it important to help others? Well, it's important to help others because it's kind and nice and it makes other people feel better and it sometimes makes you yourself feel better too. And whatever you do good, it comes back to you. So the next one is, why do you support Humanity First? Well, there are people in need and they're really poor, and Humanity First is saving their lives. So if you give money to Humanity First, you're basically a hero. You're saving someone's life. And Humanity First, it represents a good representation for Ahmadiyya Muslims. It shows that they are peaceful and they are generous. The last question is, which Humanity First program has inspired you? Well, Water for Life is a Humanity First program, and it has inspired me a lot because there are people in need and they don't even have water. And so now there are 2 water wells that Humanity First has delivered in Pakistan and Africa, and they have inspired me a lot. And that those changed the world. They made 2 cities from 2 different places, Pakistan and Africa. 2 cities.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mufti Asaf and today I'm going to be making a bird tree. Humanity First Revolution and effort. Colorful birds are represented the people that they are represented to different countries, different religions, different countries. Humanity means helping others at the time when they need. Jazakallah.
I remember one time when I was little, maybe 5 or 6, and I went to just saw the booth for Humanity First, and I was just like amazed at all of the things that they do and stuff.
خدا کے برگزیدوں سے محبت کی تو جانا ہے.
With the disaster relief work, we were able to, I would say, touch over 50,000 refugees in Ukraine and Poland.
تو جانا ہے.
I think, one of any of the projects that we do, that Humanity First does, is approved by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. I would actually like to share an inspirational experience that we had from working in Ukraine and Poland. I mean, at the border of Ukraine, Poland, Medica. This was the first time that Humanity First USA and Humanity First UK worked under the guidance of Humanity First Germany. And that could only happen, that combination and unity of the team to work under one leadership could only be through the inspiration that we get through Khilafat. And the chairman of Humanity First Germany, Atar Zubair Saab, was directly getting guidance of how and what to help with the refugees from Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. And the team kind of worked under that one leadership of Germany, which we hadn't done before. So it was really an inspiration and a blessing of Khilafat.
کرنا ہے غم خلق خدا رکھنا.
میرا آپ سے سوال ہے کہ اگر ایک وقف نو کی فیلڈ نینو ٹیکنالوجی ہو تو وہ اپنی اسٹڈیز کمپلیٹ کرنے کے بعد کس طرح سے جماعت کی خدمت کر سکتی ہے؟
دیکھو جی، نینو ٹیکنالوجی تو ایک علم ہے نا، اور نینو ٹیکنالوجی جو ہے وہ آج کل میڈیسن میں بھی استعمال ہو رہی ہے اور بھی بہت سارے شعبوں میں استعمال ہو رہی ہے، ریسرچ میں اس میں ہو رہا ہے کام. ٹھیک ہے نا. نینو ٹیکنالوجی یہی ہے نا، ایک چھوٹے سے مائنیوٹیسٹ پارٹیکل کے اوپر تم بہت سارے کام لے سکتے ہو، جس طرح تم کمپیوٹر میں چھوٹی سی چیز پہ بہت ساری چیزیں ڈال لیتے ہو. جماعت کا ایک مقصد انسانیت کی خدمت ہے نا
جی.
بس پھر تو جب اس کا فائدہ یہ ہوگا کہ اس سے انسانیت کی خدمت ہوتی ہے. ایک ڈاکٹر بنتا ہے وقف نو ہے، اس کو کہہ دیا جاتا ہے کہ تم ڈاکٹر بن جاؤ اور ابھی جماعت کا اسپتال میں جگہ نہیں تو گورنمنٹ کے اسپتال میں کام کرو. تو اس کو جماعت کو کیا فائدہ ہوتا ہے؟ انسانیت کو فائدہ ہوتا ہے نا. ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کا جو کام ہے وہ جماعت کا ایک آکسیلری قسم کا ہی ادارہ ہے نا، وہ دنیا میں کام کر رہا ہے. اس کو جماعت کو براہ راست تو کوئی فائدہ نہیں ہے نا، انڈائریکٹ فائدہ ہو رہا ہے. جماعت کا تعارف ہوتا ہے، جماعت کا جو خدمت کا اللہ تعالیٰ نے جو کام دیا ہوا ہے انسانیت کی خدمت کا، ایک حقیقی مسلمان کو وہ انسانیت کی خدمت کر رہے ہوتے ہیں. اسی طرح کوئی بھی کام جس سے انسانیت کو فائدہ ہو اس کو یہی سمجھیں کہ وہ اللہ تعالیٰ کا حکم ہے اور جماعت نے وہ کام کرنا ہے، ڈائریکٹ فائدہ ہو یا نہ ہو. صرف اپنی جیب نہیں بھرنی، ہم نے لوگوں کو فائدہ پہنچانا ہے. مخلوق کی خدمت کرنا یہ انسانیت کا کام ہے. ہم نعرہ لگاتے ہیں کہ مسیح علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام آئے، 2 کام تھے ان کے، ایک یہ کہ بندے کو خدا تعالیٰ سے ملانا اور ایک بندے کو بندے کے حق ادا کرنے والا بنانا. اب یہ تو نہیں لکھا ہوا کہ بندہ صرف احمدی مسلمان کا حق ادا کرے گا یا پھر اس کے بعد پھر مسلمان کا حق ادا کرے گا اور ہندو کا نہیں کرے گا اور عیسائی کا نہیں کرے گا اور یہودی کا نہیں کرے گا اور بدھسٹ کا نہیں کرے گا یا لا مذہب کا نہیں کرے گا. ہر ایک انسان کی خدمت کرنا کام ہے اور یہی جماعت کا کام ہے اور یہی جماعت کا فائدہ ہے. اسی سے تعارف ہوتا ہے. پھر لوگ پوچھتے ہیں کہ اچھا بھائی تم کیوں خدمت کر رہے ہو، بتاؤ بھائی ہمارا مذہب یہ کہتا ہے. اور جب انڈائریکٹلی اب مذہب کی بات ہوتی ہے پھر ان کو توجہ پیدا ہوتی ہے مذہب پہ، اور پھر اس طرح انڈائریکٹلی تبلیغ کے راستے کھلتے ہیں. تو جماعت کو فائدہ، الٹیمیٹلی جماعت کو فائدہ ہوتا ہے. لیکن اگر براہ راست نہ بھی فائدہ ہو تو انسانیت کی خدمت کا جو جذبہ ہے وہ اللہ تعالیٰ کا حکم ہے کہ انسانوں کی خدمت کرو वो हमने करना है अल्लाह ताला को राज़ी करने के लिए।
I personally lived in Africa for a number of years, and so I have seen this with my own eyes. At an age when young children should be in school and should be free, they are forced by dire circumstances beyond their control to endure daily routine that are unimaginable to those of us living in the comfort of the West. Here, in the developed world, the daily concerns of people are trivial by comparison. The most we have to worry about is ensuring that our children get to school on time each morning, or other similar minor issues. Such insignificant problems are a distant dream for the people living in deprived parts of the world. Those children would give everything for the opportunities that our children have here. What they would give to be able to go to school each day, rather than having to walk great distance to fetch water for their families' daily domestic use. Thus, in an effort to bring comfort to such people and in order to literally quench their thirst, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is providing access to clean drinking water through the installation of hand or solar-powered water pumps. The Prophet ﷺ said, each day, every person should analyze himself and see to what extent he is concerned for others and to what extent he shows love and compassion to his brothers. Compassion for others is a huge demand and responsibility and weighs heavy on mankind. The Prophet ﷺ went on to narrate a hadith highlighted the importance of serving others. He says, in one hadith, it is narrated that on the day of judgment, Allah will say, I was hungry and you did not feed me. I was thirsty and you did not give me water. I was sick and you did not meet or comfort me. Upon this, those being addressed will ask that, O our Lord, when was it that you were hungry and we did not feed you? When was it that you were thirsty and we did not quench your thirst? And when was it that you were sick and we did not comfort you? In reply, God Almighty will say that a person dear to me was suffering in this way, and you did not show any compassion or kindness to him, to show love to him. To show love to him would actually have been to show love to me. Similarly, to another community, another group of people, Allah the Almighty will say, well done. You showed love and compassion to me. When I was hungry, you fed me. And when I was thirsty, you quenched my thirst. The members of that community will then ask, O our Lord, when did we serve you in this way? We do not know ourselves. In response, Allah the Almighty will say, when you showed love and compassion to a person dear to me, you are actually manifesting your love for me. Thus, to love Allah's creation is something, Prophet ﷺ says, thus, to love Allah's creation is something truly great and deeply appreciated by Allah the Almighty. Hence, as a Jamaat, we have always strived to fulfill our duty of serving others for the sake of Allah the Almighty. The Prophet ﷺ said, each day, every person should analyze himself and see to what extent he is concerned for others and to what extent he shows love and compassion to his brothers. Compassion for others is a huge demand and responsibility and weighs heavy on mankind. The Prophet ﷺ went on to narrate a hadith, highlighted the importance of serving others. He says, in one hadith, it is narrated that on the day of judgment, Allah will say, I was hungry and you did not feed me. I was thirsty and you did not give me water. I was sick and you did not meet or comfort me. Upon this, those being addressed will ask that, O our Lord, when was it that you were hungry and we did not feed you? When was it that you were thirsty and we did not quench your thirst? And when was it that you were sick and we did not comfort you? In reply, God Almighty will say that a person dear to me was suffering in this way, and you did not show any compassion or kindness to him, to show love to him. To show love to him would actually have been to show love to me. Similarly, to another community, another group of people, Allah the Almighty will say, well done. You showed love and compassion to me. When I was hungry, you fed me. And when I was thirsty, you quenched my thirst. The members of that community will then ask, O our Lord, when did we serve you in this way? We do not know ourselves. In response, Allah the Almighty will say, when you showed love and compassion to a person dear to me, you are actually manifesting your love for me. Thus, to love Allah's creation is something, Prophet ﷺ says, thus, to love Allah's creation is something truly great and deeply appreciated by Allah the Almighty. Hence, as a Jamaat, we have always strived to fulfill our duty of serving others for the sake of Allah the Almighty. A true Muslim is one who shoulders the burden of others and feels their pain and sorrow as though it was their own. So it is with this spirit of sympathy for all mankind and an understanding that Allah the Almighty's grace and mercy is universal that we build mosques. Based on the command of Allah the Almighty, we deem it essential to not just worship Him, but to strive to fulfill the rights of all humanity, regardless of a person's caste, creed, or color. Inspired by our faith, apart from building mosques, our community constructs hospitals and medical clinics in some of the most impoverished nations and regions that provide healthcare services to those people who otherwise could not never afford or access it. Similarly, we build and administer schools in some of the poorest regions of the world so that the local children have the opportunity to be educated. It is our prayer and ambition that the children educated in our schools can use their education to escape the shackles of poverty in which their families have been mired for generations, and that they then serve their nations and help their communities grow and develop. We have also established a Water for Life programs to provide clean drinking water in some of the most remote parts of the world. Having the means to pour a glass of clean water is something we take for granted. But for millions of people in the developing world, it is life-changing and revolutionary experience. In a similar way, we are running a multitude of other humanitarian projects through which we seek to serve humanity on a constant basis. Furthermore, we send humanitarian relief teams to those places afflicted by natural disasters who provide humanitarian aid, supplies, and medical treatment to assist those suffering. All such services and help are rendered irrespective of nationality, ethnicity, religion, or belief. We seek no reward, as our only objective and heartfelt desire is to alleviate the suffering of mankind. Serving humanity is our mission and purpose because Islam has taught us that we must not only fulfill the rights of God Almighty, but also the rights of His creation.
So they're checked at a distance of about 20 feet, and this is the vision chart right over here, and this is where we're able to assess what their visual acuity is in each eye. Once we've determined their visual acuity, then we bring the patients over here to the exam chair, and we have what's called a slit lamp, where patients are examined, and they put their head over here, and we use the lamp to evaluate the disease. And this is where we determine which patients might be candidates for surgery. This is topical anesthetic.
सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind.
काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो.
We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
रहो, गम बटाते रहो. चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े,
as floods overwhelm and starvation closes in, and parched mouths question if it will ever end.
तुम पिलाओ उन्हें खोद कर भी कुएं भूख खाली शिकम की मिटाते रहो.
Bring water forth like Zamzam from wells dug from dust. When we fill the empty stomachs, we fulfill our sacred trusts.
बनो हर दुखी के लिए दिल लुभाते रहो गम बटाते रहो. आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले तुम पहुँच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए. आए
Disaster strike from here to there, leaving nowhere for peace. Our honor, our joy, is to restore the lives of all that we can reach.
गिर पड़े टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो तुम सब.
We stand with the fallen until they can stand on their own. Keep restoring these broken houses, like each one is your home.
खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो. तुम हो खुदाम लजना या अंसार हो तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो. तुम
You are Kudam. You are Lajna. You are the helpers called Ansar. You help humanity first and seek the blessings of Allah.
कात हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो हैं खिला.
Blessings of Caliphate radiate and help your good works shine. May Allah's mercy be upon you as you serve all of mankind.
खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो. तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind. We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
खुदा के बरगज़ीदों से मोहब्बत की तो जाना है.
Then, as I told you, due to the coldness, they had severe cooling cold effects on their fingers, on their toes. Some of them were really exhausted, tired, and had vomiting and nausea and pain in the stomach. So of course they had children from 3 to 12 years old. So my task was before they were, before they traveled to Germany and Austria, we had to check them, we had to examine them, and then also treat some of them. So basically the strength of Humanity First was that the youth or the volunteers of Humanity First have the ability to cook food in bulk amounts. So we were cooking 900 meals, hot meals a day, which we were giving to refugees every day. That's one. The second piece was that we put together care packs. Care packs are basic necessities of life. Children, women needs, toothbrush, toothpaste, basic needs, also health bars, that we were giving out to each refugee. And the third piece was that we actually had real doctors, MDs, who were qualified and working with the permission of the Polish government at the border providing medical relief. And biggest challenge was that language was a barrier. Of course, they speak Ukrainian. Some of us speak English, some speak German, some of the doctors. So we had translators, but we also had Google Translate.
Right.
And Google Translate was a wonderful tool. I can tell you that we would take a picture of the medicine and it would translate the medicine and tell me, okay, this patient needs metoprolol. And, that really helped.
Right. So what would you say was the overall response of the people that were receiving this help from you?
I think the response is amazing. I have to share you one story that Atar Zubair Saab, the chairman of Humanity First, shared with me this morning. He told me that Hibbi Iqbal Saab was creating those care packs. So not only were we distributing the care packs to the refugees who had crossed the border, but we were sending boxes and boxes of them to Ukraine, to the most needed cities, the ones that you see here on television and the news. Our care packs reached them. And the one place they reached them, there was a basement. They were in a bunker. There were at least 300 people that were in a bunker that had not had food for 3 days. And when our care pack reached them, that was the first time they got those energy bars. And they said that there's a person who specifically came and crossed the border to tell us to thank Humanity First for those care packs, because they said because of that, it saved their lives. For 3 days, they didn't. Interesting enough, when that guy who came and was thanking us, somebody was overhearing the conversation. And he was just overhearing, and he said this guy was assessing all of the NGOs that were there to see which one he wanted to help in some way, but he wanted to find the right NGO to work with. So he asked Atar Saab, the chairman of Humanity First Germany, what are you doing with these care packs? How do you get supplies? So, there was always a point, we work on donations, there is always a point, it goes up and down in terms of how many funds we have.
Right.
This guy overheard the conversation, said, okay, I want to help in some way. Atar Saab didn't know how he was going to help. He actually had 8,000 euros, and he actually went to the market, got the list from Atar Saab, and purchased supplies for worth 8,000 euros, which is going to help another, 1,000 people with those kind of needs, and brought those supplies to us.
Right.
Hello everyone, I'm standing right next to Miss Willis. We're here in Fort Myers, and her home was very badly damaged by Hurricane Ian. Miss Willis, can you tell us about how your experience was today with the Humanity First workers who are here?
It was the most pleasant experience. I'm blessed that they stopped by to help me, because this is something I could not have done on my own.
We started our morning by providing food to the needy, and then afterwards we turned our attention towards helping out neighbors to see what they need help with their cleanup. So we're here helping out, and you can introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Kathy Anderson.
Yes, can you tell us about your experience so far with Humanity First being here today?
Perfect. It was never better timing. I had all that mess and I couldn't get it out here by myself. So this was such a blessing. You guys just showed up in time. I just was running out of energy. I could not get it all to the road.
What do they help you with today?
They helped me carry all the stuff that I've been throwing out of the front of the house because I couldn't get it to the road by myself.
Thank you.
इमाम वक्त से अहदे वफा को यूं वफा रखना, खुदा से इश्क करना है, गमे खल्के खुदा रखना।
असां ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट तंज़ीम जा शुक्रगुज़ार आहियूं जंहिं हिन मुसीबत जी घड़ीअ में असांखे टेंट हणी असांजे बचनि खे अजो करे।
खुदा रखना, खुदा से इश्क करना है, गमे खल्के खुदा रखना, खुदा से इश्क करना है, गमे खल्के खुदा रखना। خدا کے برگزیدوں سے محبت کی تو جانا ہے.
With the disaster relief work, we were able to, I would say, touch over 50,000 refugees in Ukraine and Poland.
تو جانا ہے.
I think, one of any of the projects that we do, that Humanity First does, is approved by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. I would actually like to share an inspirational experience that we had from working in Ukraine and Poland, at the border of Ukraine, Poland, Medica. This was the first time that Humanity First USA and Humanity First UK worked under the guidance of Humanity First Germany. And that could only happen, that combination and unity of the team to work under one leadership could only be through the inspiration that we get through Khilafat. And the chairman of Humanity First Germany, Atal Zubair Saab, was directly getting guidance of how and what to help with the refugees from Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. And the team kind of worked under that one leadership of Germany, which we hadn't done before. So it was really an inspiration and a blessing of Khilafat.
کرنا ہے غم خلق خدا رکھنا.
Assalamu alaikum and peace be upon everybody that is watching today at our 2022 Humanity First Telethon. My name is Salam Bhatti and I will be your host for today's excellent program. Joining me is my co-host Muhammad Ahmad Chaudhry, who we affectionately call MacBite.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the telethon. I believe this is the 7th annual telethon. We're looking forward to asking you to join us as we raise funds for all the programs of Humanity First. But first, we got a little bit of a program.
We do. We have an excellent program lined up for you, our dear viewers, today, which is centered around the theme of alleviating hunger and extreme suffering through sustainable programs. But as is tradition, we will first begin with a recitation of the Holy Quran, or Tilawat, followed by its English translation by our guest, Tariq Harun Malik.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah for having me. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا فيضاعفه له أضعافا كثيرة والله يقبض ويبسط وإليه ترجعون الذين ينفقون أموالهم بالليل والنهار سرا وعلانية فلهم أجرهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون لن تنالوا البر حتى تنفقوا مما تحبون وما تنفقوا من شيء فإن الله به عليم إن المصدقين والمصدقات وأقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا يضاعف لهم ولهم أجر كريم وأنفقوا مما رزقناكم من قبل أن يأتي أحدكم الموت فيقول ربي لولا أخرتني إلى أجل قريب فأصدق وأكن من الصالحين. The translation of the verses recited before you is as follows. I seek refuge with Allah from Satan, the accursed. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful. Who is it that will lend Allah a goodly loan, that He may multiply it for him manifold? And Allah receives and enlarges, and to Him shall you be made to return. Chapter 2, 246. Those who spend their wealth by night and day, secretly and openly, have their reward with their Lord. On them shall come no fear, nor shall they grieve. Chapter 2, verse 275. Never shall you attain righteousness unless you spend out of that which you love. And whatever you spend, Allah surely knows it well. Chapter 3, verse 93. As to the men that give alms, and the women that give alms, and those who lend to Allah a goodly loan, it will be increased manifold for them, and theirs will also be an honorable reward. Chapter 57, verse 19. And spend out of that with which we have provided you before death comes upon you, before death comes upon one of you, and he says, My Lord, if only thou wouldest grant me respite for a little while, then I would give alms and be among the righteous. Chapter 63, verse 11. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, and thank you very kindly, Tariq Sahib, for some verses that really help set the tone for what we are trying to do today at the HF Telethon 2022, which happens to also be the hashtag. Yeah. So if you are using social media while you're watching the telethon, please utilize the hashtag HF Telethon 22 to share your sentiments, your thoughts. Why are you watching? What programs are you donating towards? And what programs do you really enjoy that Humanity First does? And of course, you can always call in and give us your pledges and donation amounts as well. Call in at 877-994-3872. Again, that number is 877-994-3872. And operators are standing by. Well, actually, they're sitting, but they're waiting for your call, and I can't wait to converse with you. And of course, Makwe, our donation goal this year is $1.25 million. So we have a few hours to, inshallah, get to that goal, and we will do it with every single dollar that you will generously provide today. Now, to provide some more context about what we are talking about today and the verses we just heard, we have missionary Azam Akram Sahib, who is a missionary with the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
And what are your thoughts as we open up today's telethon?
Well, I'm very honored, number one, to be among esteemed company. I don't think the folks may realize at home this amazing transformation that this place has taken, because everybody's working towards this one goal, which is for us as Muslims. And I think the reason you brought me on is to speak on that principle of hukukul ibad. You know, the Quran reminds us over and over again, and if you can sum up the entire...
What does hukukul ibad mean?
I'm getting to that. Yeah. So, as human beings, we have certain responsibilities. Rather than asking for our rights as Muslims, first we uphold our responsibilities. And these responsibilities are broken down into two sections. One is the responsibilities that we owe to Allah. You know, we pray, we offer our fasts, and we do all the other forms of worship. But a greater component of our existence is serving mankind, hukukul ibad. The responsibilities that are, and obligations that we have upon us to serve God's creation.
tell us a little bit, the founding of Humanity First was in the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Where did it start? How do we connect our serving mankind to the Ahmadiyya Muslim community as well?
You see, it's a very interesting understanding of how the Ahmadiyya Muslim community has gone on to understand this aspect of Hukukul Ibad. The Holy Prophet Muhammad was sent as mercy for all of mankind, Rahmatul lil Alameen, categorically stated. But then, even during the time after the Prophet there was a decline. And when you see the aspect of the founding of the promised Messiah ﷺ of this community, it was with that goal of serving mankind, to reinstitute this example, the living example, not only of the Prophet ﷺ, but his companions. And so, by us involving ourselves with this tradition, we're upholding that standard, And there's a pillar of Islam called zakat. The promised Messiah ﷺ said, look, at this rate that we're going, it's not going to be enough to serve the needs of the mankind. So he instituted certain aspects of contributing to certain funds, and the culmination of which could be said a branch of it is Humanity First, which was established by his Khalifa. So, in essence, it's the reinstitution of that service aspect of Islam. One of the branches is through this organization.
And we know that the theme for this year is responding to the climate crisis, alleviating hunger and extreme suffering through sustainable programs. And Tariq read some verses from the Quran talking about a reward with your Lord and goodly loans. So what's the intersection of those verses with today's theme?
Well, you see, putting those verses into practical context, one of the aspects of our beloved Prophet was he allowed us a space to understand what is expected after we pass away. He gave us that peek as to what would happen after this laib that the Holy Quran calls this world, which is a sport and a pastime, and it should be played as such, well, and according to Islam.
Not on the bench.
Not on the bench. You should be a participant in this experience of life in the most beneficial of ways, which the Quran calls hasana. The promised Messiah ﷺ says in Malfuzat, which is a collection of his sayings, that in our prayer we pray, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana. We ask for the dunya first. Right? Because our dunya correlates with the hasana. Now we're talking about hunger. The verses recited were amazing. Couple this with a hadith Qudsi, which is a very high level of hadith, which is directly revealed to the Holy Prophet ﷺ. That is not part of the Quran, but a statement from God. God says, or narrated by one of the companions, Abu Huraira radhiyallahu anhu, God says on the day of resurrection, I'm talking about that peek into the afterlife, God will say to mankind, or man, or woman, that I was hungry, and you did not feed me. Makba, you will say, what?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh Allah, how are you hungry? Allah would say, do you not remember that one and so came to you and asked for food, and you did not feed? Another one is, he was thirsty. So these aspects of fundamentally providing for is a responsibility for everybody who's been blessed with something. Right.
And how should we think about, we shared our goals, 1.25 million, and it sounds financial, it sounds like numbers and big donors and all that, but you're turning it around to, we should be happy to give, it almost feels like.
It is an excellent opportunity to participate in something that is meaningful. And I'll tell you, being born in Ghana myself, and seeing all
You look Ghanaian.
I look Ghanaian, right?
Yeah.
But just the aspect of having a well to pump water in, it is a life source for a community. And so, working with Humanity First, there's a lot of things that are done here behind the scenes. 1.25 million is pittance, to what the work that this community does.
All right, so you heard it from Missionary Azam Akram, where we should be able to hit 1.25 million in the first few hours of our telethon, and so let's try to double that by the end. So our theme again is responding to the climate crisis, alleviating hunger and extreme suffering through sustainable programs. Now, Maxim, what do we have coming up to help introduce Humanity First to our viewers?
So where we're going to go now is to talk about, we all know about Humanity First. If you're a member of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, which most of you are, you've given before, you've been engaged, perhaps you volunteered locally, internationally. We've worked in 187 disasters. Perhaps you've actually been in one or at one. What we're going to do now is show you a short video that's going to highlight some of the achievements of Humanity First. So we're going to roll the video now.
सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind.
काम करते रहो काम आते रहो तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए दिल लुभाते रहो गम बटाते रहो तुम.
We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
रहो गम बटाते रहो. चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े कोई खाना न हो ना ही पानी मिले. चाहे
As floods overwhelm and starvation closes in, and parched mouths question if it will ever end.
तुम पिलाओ उन्हें खोद कर भी कुएं भूख खाली शिकम की मिटाते रहो.
Bring water forth like Zamzam from wells dug from dust. When we fill the empty stomachs, we fulfill our sacred trusts.
बनो हर दुखी के लिए दिल लुभाते रहो गम बटाते रहो. आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले तुम पहुँच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए. आए
Disasters strike from here to there, leaving nowhere for peace. Our honor, our joy, is to restore the lives of all that we can reach.
गिर पड़े टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो तुम सब.
We stand with the fallen until they can stand on their own. Keep restoring these broken houses, like each one is your home.
मते खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो. तुम हो खुदाम लजना या अंसार हो तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो. तुम
You are Kudam. You are Lajna. You are the helpers called Ansar. You help humanity first and seek the blessings of Allah.
कात हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो हैं खिला.
The blessings of Caliphate radiate and help your good works shine. May Allah's mercy be upon you as you serve all of mankind.
खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind. We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to Humanity First Global Telethon 2022. My name is Sahibzada Waleed Ahmed and I serve as Vice President of Human Development Programs with Humanity First USA. We had a good start with prayers and some inspirational talk between the Imam Saab and our MCs. So I will give you some progress report of Humanity First USA, all the good work that we've been able to do in this year because of your help. So Humanity First, United Nations has set some goals for the world. They're called UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. All the countries, they came together and they agreed that they will address the problems that the world is facing nowadays, and they've set some standards. Humanity First USA, or Humanity First basically globally, all of our programs address either one or more of those problems. So in this chart you can see I've described which of our programs, for example community care or disaster relief, which goals they correspond with. So this is very interesting. Whenever you guys get a chance, we have our annual report on our website. You can download that and get more information about these goals. But I just wanted to share this information with you so all of our viewers know that Humanity First work with international organizations and we collaborate and we address the issues that are on hand together. So I will go into some of the programs. I won't go into a lot of details. I just want to show you some highlights of our programs, because we have, throughout the day, we have for disaster relief, for example, we have Dr. Mahmood Qureshi, who will come on air. In that segment, we'll have a couple of other guests as well, and they'll talk about the disaster relief activities in detail. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of the major disasters that Humanity First responded to. For example, in Ukraine, we shared those updates with all of our viewers. We know about the Ukraine and Russia crisis. At that time, Humanity First responded. It was one of the first organizations which actually was on the ground and serving the people who were leaving Ukraine and were crossing border into Poland and neighboring countries. Humanity First was there. They supported those people not only with meals, but with medical aid, with other kind of assistance, translation, providing them medical care, taking them to bigger facilities where they needed more help. You can see some of the pictures of our volunteers. They did an amazing job, and we have some videos, we have reports on our website and our YouTube channel. I'll encourage all of you to go and check our website for all these updates. And there was a team which was on the ground. There were a couple of teams on the ground from USA as well. And I know many of you know Naman Saab or Hibi or Salik. They all were on the ground helping out over there. Our Director of Disaster Relief, Vice President of Disaster Relief, Mahmood Qureshi Saab was there. Then in Pakistan, in the recent floods, Humanity First is responding. It is a global effort. We are working together with Humanity First in Pakistan, and our volunteers are serving the local populations. On this slide, I just wanted to share some of the projects that we are operating. As you can see, we have food programs everywhere, but in some areas, in some countries, we have specific food pantries. So in the US, we have, for example, 10 food pantries which are active, and there are even more, but these 10 are the ones which work on a monthly basis. Then we are operating 23 schools. We have one school under construction, and quite a few are planned for 2022 and 2023. Then we have two sewing centers, language centers. We have one vocational college in Liberia. Then Nasser Hospital, Guatemala. Most of our supporters know about the Nasser Hospital. Then we do medical camps and medical missions. You can see all the details. In Gift of Sight, we have done 12 medical missions for Gift of Sight. Then 138 hand pumps have been refurbished in this year alone. So in total, we have the breakdown of all the beneficiaries, how many people are being served by each program. But in total, the big number is 256,000 people have been served through Humanity First efforts just in the first 6 to 8 months. And we still have a couple of more months left, and we still have to get some more updates on the activities of the last 2 months. So this year, by the grace of Allah, with your support, we have helped a lot of people compared to the last few years. In food security, we have, as I mentioned, we have food pantries. Internationally, in Guyana, we have 6 active locations where we distribute food monthly. Then Qurbani Service is another program, and in Qurbani we've served 95,000 people just this year in 2022. You can see some of the pictures over here. In Knowledge for Life, as I mentioned, we have 23 schools, and each year, just from those 23 schools, we are educating more than 3,200 children. And with your support, we want to increase the number of schools that we are operating each year. These are some of the pictures. As you can see, these are the schools, vocational centers. And I just wanted to show you in the recent couple of weeks and months, you may have heard about community schools. So these are low-cost schools. Each school costs about $15,000, and we have started building them in Liberia. And we are expanding them in other countries as well. And the point of these schools is that these are areas where there was no education before this. So we just wanted to start somewhere. And as we go in the next few years, we will add more classrooms and restructure the buildings as well. So this is a normal construction that we do in these countries. And we have some upcoming interesting projects. We will share these details with you, all of our donors in the future. But these are some families who are actually supporting these projects. And it's a mashallah, a beautiful, these 2 facilities, one in Mali, one in Burkina Faso. And hopefully in the next few months, we are actually going to start working on these projects. And these are 2 families, 2 bigger families who came together, and they are supporting these projects. In Global Health, I mentioned earlier, we have medical camps, we have Gift of Sight. In Gift of Sight, we have done 305 cataract surgeries this year, and that includes treating about 1,500 patients in total. Some of the mission, this is a Gift of Health mission that our students took to Guatemala. Gift of Sight, as I mentioned, we have in several countries, we have these cataract surgeries and medical missions for Gift of Sight going on. This is a Ghana and Liberia surgical training mission where our doctors go and they train the local doctors. Water for Life is another of one of our favorite from donors' perspective. Our donors love to provide clean drinking water to people who don't have access to it. We have this program active in 4 countries right now. It's Burkina Faso, Liberia, Mali, and Tanzania. And we are trying to expand it into South and Central America as well. For example, Guatemala, we are looking into that. So in total, we have served more than 112,000 people just in the first 6-7 months of this year. You can see some of the projects. We refurbish hand pumps, we install solar water systems, which provide water to not only just schools, but it provides water to the whole, to a whole village or a whole community. The education project is one of our U.S. initiative. We have a very energetic and exciting team coming up later in the evening, in the afternoon, and they will share more details about this project. But this project is run by a youth. They're all students, or majority of them are students, and they are providing free education to children who need help within the U.S. Then student organizations is another of our project. We have student associations in different universities. I believe we have right now more than 20, and you'll hear more about it from those students and how they support their communities and how you can be part of this initiative. So just to summarize, all of this great work has been done with your support. We continue to need your support. And this year, we came together earlier in May that the work of Humanity First is expanding rapidly. And we wanted to sit together and strategize for the next 2-3 years that how can we work with our supporters, our donors, our volunteers, our international teams, and achieve the targets that we've set for ourselves. So in May, we came together in Houston. We had a beautiful conference, a lot of motivation, and I'm sure a lot of you were part of that, or you've heard about it. So just pray for us, and we will continue to give you the results that you are expecting. So just at the end, I just want to share a quote from our beloved Hazur, which he shared at the Humanity First International Conference. Hazur says, "Thus to love Allah's creation is something truly great and deeply appreciated by Allah the Almighty. Hence it is up to the members of Humanity First to strive earnestly, seeking the betterment and well-being of mankind. Never rest easy or feel satisfied with what has gone in the past. Rather, look at the future and see how and where you can increase the scope of your service for humanity. It should always be your objective to provide the maximum possible service whilst utilizing the minimum possible resources." So this message is not just for people like us who call themselves Humanity First volunteers. This message is for the Humanity First family, which includes volunteers, which include donors, all of our supporters, all the families who are watching this program, and they support Humanity First day in, day out, all year round. So please pray for us. Let's have a good day. We are expecting your calls, we are expecting your donations, we are expecting your pledges. If you have donated already and just want to talk to us, you have the studio number on the website. Please give us a call and share your thoughts with us. So with that, I will go back to the studio. Jazakallah, thank you so much. God bless.
Humanity first. No color, creed, religion will stop us from serving mankind. That is who we are. With global warfare, famine, and increasing disparity of wealth around the world, Humanity First was officially founded in 1995 as a disaster relief organization and later evolved into a human development organization serving 60 nations. Since its conception, 11 million people have been helped under the mission to serve disaster-stricken and the socially disadvantaged in the poor communities of the world. The journey of Humanity First USA began in 2004, and since, more than 4 million people have been impacted by the disaster relief and human development efforts. Since 2004, 244,944 patients have been seen under the Humanity First USA Global Health Program. HFUSA has led the way by setting up free health clinics, and building hospitals in various countries around the world. Nasser Hospital in Guatemala has been the biggest project launched and delivered by HFUSA. Opened in 2018 with the inauguration of His Holiness Mirza Masroor Ahmad, this hospital now has served more than 37,000 patients and performed more than 770 surgeries. Gift of Sight is a program targeted to help with cataract surgeries in unprivileged communities. Many people lose their sight in old age, and this simple surgery is a must to help see again and become productive members in society. Over 4,473 surgeries have been performed since 2004, with teams visiting various villages in South and Central America and African countries. Our Water for Life program has progressed very well and is one of the most popular programs of Humanity First USA. HFUSA has served 2.34 million people through 1,396 projects since 2004. Humanity First is building water wells and hand pumps to provide clean drinking water in villages of 3 African countries. With a vision to make America hunger-free, with Humanity First USA Food Security Program seeks to reduce hunger and food wastage, provide food to our communities, and raise awareness. Humanity First in America has worked diligently in setting up food pantries and food distribution centers across America. When COVID-19 hit in 2020, food security became a critical need in every part of the country. Lockdown gave way to unprecedented rise in unemployment, and people at all levels of society struggled with basic needs. Humanity First USA expanded on its already existing 14 food pantry and soup kitchen locations to 25, and partnered with 45 local organizations, including food banks and local government agencies. Humanity First USA in 2018 launched its Qurbani service during the month before Eid al-Adha to help facilitate sacrifice and provide meat to the needy in 7 countries assigned to Humanity First USA. Fast to Feed is another food security campaign in the month of Ramadan to help create awareness of hunger in America and how so many go to sleep hungry. By skipping one meal and donating that amount to Humanity First to help support our food pantries. Humanity First USA is a leading disaster relief organization. Since 2004, we have been on the ground for 62 major disasters that have taken place in the United States and supporting countries. We have partnered with MKA, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Organization, and helped with California wildfires, Hurricane Katrina, Sandy, and Ike, and recently Ida. 630,884 people have been served. But the biggest disaster relief has been fighting the constant impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. This disaster has required us to partner with 50 nonprofits and government agencies and collaborate with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community Auxiliaries to serve 30,000 families in 33 cities and 21 states. Recently, we have been a part of the international effort to help refugees from the Ukraine war. A team from HFUSA went to Ukraine through Poland to assist the German Humanity First team on the ground since the war broke out. The team assisted in providing warm meals, basic hygiene kits, and triage services. Knowledge for Life is a universal program that believes Every person deserves an education to succeed in society. Humanity First USA has been leading the way in building schools and adult vocational centers in Central and South America, Africa, and Asia. Since 2004, 51,836 students have been educated and 11,493 youth trained. Currently, Humanity First USA, in collaboration with local African and South and Central American Humanity First teams, is operating 23 schools in 9 countries. In 2020, the Humanity First Student Division, a student-led auxiliary under Humanity First USA, launched the Education Project to help provide free tutoring to kids K-12. This program was targeted for underserved areas. Humanity First USA continues to establish itself and grow to serve mankind. Our volunteers, ambassadors, and donors have been the foundation of all the programs and campaigns we run. Thank you for your service and continuous support.
At the end, I also wish to offer my heartfelt congratulations and thanks to the volunteers and team members of Humanity First, because during its first quarter century, they have served in an exemplary way with great sincerity and loyalty to the cause of serving humanity. The passion of its volunteers has enabled Humanity First to live up to its name and to become a well-established and renowned charity and disaster relief agency. Alhamdulillah, each year the scope of work of Humanity First has continued to expand, and I pray that this always remains the case. May its members and volunteers be those who stand ever ready to wipe away the tears of those who are in distress or hurting in any way. May you always be ready to help those blameless souls who are the victims of their circumstances to overcome their grief, desperation, and heartache. May you always stand up for the rights of the weak, deprived, and vulnerable. May Allah enable all of you to play your role in serving the cause of humanity and helping those tormented by abject poverty and deprivation to stand upon their own 2 feet. May Allah the Almighty bless the efforts of Humanity First, and may it never take a backward step. Rather, I pray it always marches forward in its efforts to humanity. Ameen. Jazakallah.
Hello everybody, this is Harun Lugmani. I'm here with you with the situation update. Let's get started with this auspicious occasion of the telethon. We have set a goal of $1.25 million, and with the work that Humanity First is doing, this is just a small amount that we can all collect together. If we all pitch in, drop by drop, we can form a river and an ocean that can really create a force of change in this world. So far, we have collected $174,000 in donations and $185,000 in pledges. Let's go down to the states individually to get a deeper glance at this. So here, the total raise is $359,000. The top states that are donating today have been Texas. They have $38,000 in donations and $27,000 already in pledges. New York is following, followed by New Jersey, Virginia, and Maryland. Let's get down to each state in the map. So you can see here, Texas is doing a great job. I mean, they're leading the way. Let's see which states can step up the game tonight and really prove their service to humanity. Texas has donated $36,000 and $28,000 almost in pledges. It's a great amount. Let's take a look at New York. New York has donated $18,000 almost with $500 in pledges. Virginia is also coming to step up the game as well. Let's take a look at Virginia. There's $10,000 of donations there. You got $10,000 of donations there and $54,000 of pledges. So let's take a look at Washington. In the Northwest, they've also had really good fundraising even before the start of the telethon. The ambassadors there have raised over $8,700 with $8,000 in pledges. And I think tonight is just such an amazing day for all of those who are inspired with service to humanity. I mean, you can even see the impact that even $120 can give somebody sight. I mean, it's just amazing how even the smallest amounts can really change somebody's life. So I urge every single one of you to really step up the game and really come out today to really show your service to humanity and make these sacrifices that can become such a strong force. Sitting here, we really can't comprehend the amount of suffering around the world, and we really can't comprehend how much our dollars can go far. So let's take a look even at Georgia. Georgia's also coming in. So Georgia is coming in as well. Got over $8,800 in donations with $1,374 in pledges. So they're also starting to, collect some funds. Let's look at the great state of Ohio. No bias here. So we got $9,200 in pledges and $2,600 already donated. I mean, I'm no bias, but like Ohio's like, the Buckeye State. It's doing pretty good. Let's see Arizona. Arizona has donated $1,470. Pledged is $150. I think right now we're at $300,000. Let's go back to the total. Yeah, we've raised $359,000. We've just started. We really are urging all of you to make your donations, make your sacrifices, and really help promote this noble cause and for you to get the blessings that you really can from this effort. We really urge all of you to call in. We have a bunch of dedicated volunteers sitting here just waiting, and all the people around the world and all the continents are just waiting for you, waiting for your pledges and donations. So let's take it back to the map. Yeah, so right now you can even see the power of our initiative from around the country. Throughout the whole nation, people are coming together for this cause. And if we all can donate just a little bit of our incomes and what we have earned, we can really, make milestones together with our Knowledge for Life program, with our Water for Life program, creating pumps and providing water to thousands of beneficiaries. You can also help to our Global Health program. We send global medical mission trips many times a year to Guatemala, and we have over many hospitals like Nasser Hospital that's being funded by your donations, institutes in Africa as well. There's so much that your funds are going towards. Yeah, so we're going to now be heading towards the studio for more information.
Welcome back to the studio. You heard a great update, and what a great job he did with the maps, with everything going on. He looked like the CNN person or the MSNBC person in terms of sharing all the data state by state. There's a lot of competition going on, and we'll continue to provide those updates to you. Now we want to roll over to our chairman of Humanity First USA, Munam Naeem Saab. Just as a historical reference, Munam Saab was the Sadr of Majlis Khudam al-Ahmadiyya USA for many years, served in many capacities in the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community USA, has been the executive director or the lead person in charge of all day-to-day operations of Humanity First USA since its inception around 2004, I believe, and in his day job served in the aviation industry from United to Continental to many other places. So you have a lifetime of service, and we are so happy to have you leading us in achieving, and the money we're raising is towards a goal, and the goal is based on a vision provided by Hazur. Can you share a little bit about the vision of Humanity First, as you can summarize it, and we can all listen to Hazur's entire video ourselves, and you heard a little bit of that earlier today as well.
Right. I think this was, I will use the reference for the last international conference that I attended, and Hazur was the keynote speaker. At the very end, he addressed, and his address was so profound. It was not only the guidance for us from the Humanity First team, it was guidance to the whole community. Actually, it was the guidance to the whole world. And the bottom line, where he mentioned that we all need to serve humanity, people suffering in need, with passion, and it should be our moral and religious organization. So that was number one thing. Second thing I think he basically mentioned there was that obviously we'll serve without any discrimination of color, race, religion, any political, any agenda, right? So that is most important thing. And the next...
The money goes, Hazur's vision is the money, we may raise money from Ahmadis and non-Ahmadis, but the service goes irrespective of race, creed, color, religion, anything.
Absolutely. And the third thing was that this year he asked us to focus on collaboration. We can have much bigger impact if we start to collaborate with other like-minded NGOs, or the governments we can work together, or other organizations, corporations that we can bring into the fold so we can get bigger because the need is there, absolutely. So that was another thing. And the last thing I would mention from that address was the sustainability. That is something, that is what is our driving the vision 2020 to 2025, the 5-year vision that we laid down, that was on the sustainability, that how we continue to grow, yet how do we continue to fund, with obviously the donation, and then we should do certain programs, and we can talk about all of
that. Yeah, that's great, and that clearly articulates why we're here. We have thousands of choices of where to give. We can give to other organizations. We can give to there's many worthy nonprofits that are doing good work. Why choose Humanity First? And Hazur has laid it out so well, and the volunteer workforce that's behind this vision as well. From what I understand, and I'm fortunate enough to serve under you on the Humanity First board as well, and as we articulate where we're going, it seems like there's 3 categories of how. The why we understand, but how we're going to provide the work. There's the direct service programs like disaster relief, like feeding the hungry, like the water wells. And then there's 2 other categories of service, back to the partnerships and collaboration that Hazur talked about. The second one is really around innovation, on how do we innovate in our service. It's one thing to just take money and give it away, but how do we do it better than anybody else, and how do we double, triple, 10x our impact with the same dollar? And I know Humanity First USA has been on the forefront of that around the world. And thirdly is really through advocacy in partnerships, as with Hazur's vision around working with USAID, large government entities, and how do we leverage not only their dollars, their expertise, but how do we bring our expertise to that and collaborate, so to create the classic word in terms of synergies for that. Having said those 3 categories of direct service, innovation, as well as advocacy, can you share some of the goals for our audience? If you consider them investors and donors and everyone who's here, what are the goals for Humanity First going forward in terms of achieving this vision?
Right. So I think it's a perfect segue. So obviously, all the work we do, it is in line with United Nations Sustainable Goals. So we are making sure that we tie together. But we laid out 7 goals for next 3 years that we wanted to achieve. And each goal is set the way you were just describing there. And we are talking about what is our target, what is actual, the direct service goal for that particular goal that I will talk about, and what is the self-sustenance plan with that, and also R&D, best practice,
innovation,
innovation and technology, and each goal. So, first is eradicate hunger, for instance, right? Let me read these 7 goals that we have, and then we can come and talk about it, right? So one is eradicate hunger. That is our first prime project. Second one is the education and skill learning. Third one is our safe, clean, drinkable water. And the fourth one is the global health. And the fifth one is disaster response. And the sixth one is advocacy and fundraising. obviously blended in a whole thing. And then seventh is the governance and compliance. We just want to make sure we do that. So let's talk about number one goal, right?
So eradicating hunger, that's a big goal. What are we doing this year about that?
Right, so I think, the vision moving forward is that we do such program that we just don't go out and distribute food. What do we do that is innovative? So we are looking for end-to-end program, meaning that let's say we grow food, we pack food, and we also bring it to the market, and then not only bring it to the market, but if we can make some money from that, we can, obviously employ.
And this is within the USA.
This is outside. In the USA, we have our food pantry programs, right? Those are running. The 26 food pantries that we had, now they are about 10 to 12 running. But this is in all of underdeveloped nations.
I see.
Wherever we do eradicate hunger program, that we put a self-sustaining goal. So if we do a cassava program or we do a wheat program, we start from growing it and then packing it, bringing it to market.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. And then how about the education and skills learning?
Education and skill learning, obviously we have a goal this year, next 3 years, that we will build 50 more schools. Right now we are operating 67 schools. Humanity First USA has built almost 27 and operating 27. But now we are focused.
67 schools around the world. That's fascinating.
It definitely is, and I think this is really, education is so critical, to combat poverty, right? So now we have 25 schools to build. Now, as you grow your portfolio, you will continue to need funds to continue to fund. So you have to have some innovative program with that. How do we continue to self-fund some of that? So there are some inner city schools where we can provide high top quality education.
In the USA?
In USA, as well as, overseas. Overseas, there are, cities where people can afford to pay. So that's where we will just open those schools, are high quality schools where we can get some.
So the earned income model, which is really important.
And then still continue to build other schools that are in below poverty areas and all that. So that is second.
And one of the things we were talking about earlier with Imam Azam Akram Saab was, the classic, I was thirsty and you didn't give me water. Can you tell us about the Clean Drinking Water Initiative? Okay. I know these wells are fascinating.
Fascinating, and if you look at our report, 4,000 water wells or hand pumps, and if we look at in Pakistan alone, I think there are close to 1,000 big wells. But what we're looking for, a new innovation and technology there also. We have a team that is researching that bring the cost down by putting solar power and take the mechanical portion out and start developing the kits ourselves. So as we have a goal to dig, let's say 500 water wells or hand pumps there, we will start to kit together. We start to manufacture those with a new technology and bring the water.
That's innovative. That's really taking out cotton. We could probably distribute those to other NGOs to help grow the number as well at a better cost basis.
Absolutely. And
that's great.
You have employment, yet you serve your people as well, and then you have such self-sustenance.
I know Humanity First has a lot of donors who are also volunteers in the global health space. Well, what are we doing in that area?
I think we are, within USA, we're about to start a program where, uninsured folks, that we're taking all of the volunteer doctors from every state, every city, that give us some appointment on their schedule, that we can use that. So there is that program. Then we have a hospital, as you know, the Nasser Hospital, Guatemala. We have Next in Queue.
That's an incredible hospital. That's doing great work.
Tanzania, Majid Saab will be coming up. Yeah. We have Tanzania Hospital coming up very soon. Right behind that is Indonesia. Right behind is Liberia. So, and then we have missions, global health. The capacity building missions, as well as other. Students that get involved and go out on the mission.
A lot of doctors actually go do service in this area, right?
Yes.
So let's talk about 187 disasters have been responded to by Humanity First. Tell us about the disaster response program and how we are leaps and bounds ahead we were 5, 10, 20 years ago.
Absolutely, and as we have the global footprint, and literally we have volunteers available in 200 countries, although we are registered in 60 countries, this is our prime program, the disaster response. So we are now establishing regional center within U.S., also across the globe, so we can be always the first responder. And we have responded to 67 disasters so far. The major disaster, we've always been first responder, and then we stay behind and continue to build. And
then the last area, of course, is why we're here in terms of fundraising and the funding of all this work and connecting those dots. How are you thinking about internal from the Ahmadi Muslim community fundraising and external to everyone being able to participate? I've seen a lot of work in that area.
It sure does, and so definitely the community is supporting that. But Mac, as you know, that as a board member, you have come on board to lay out the strategy. We have brought in another board member to go to the corporate America, to go to other foundations and organizations and work together. So we are laying out the plan to raise these funds from these foundations and organizations, because I think we have a very strong portfolio to share.
And I know we'll have you back throughout the day as chairman to kind of keep guiding us on the why we're doing it, how we're doing it, and the results that we're getting. Right now, we're going to transition over, and we'll have you back in a few minutes. But any closing thoughts on it?
I want to say thank you to the team here, which has really worked very hard to get this telethon going.
Seems like it takes a lot of work and a lot of people, and we're in Silver Spring, Maryland.
Absolutely, and thank you to the viewers, to support us, and we look forward to meet our goals today.
That's great. Now we're going to transition to a video where Hazur is going to speak on the power of giving to schools and building schools. So we'll transition over to that, and then we'll be back with some calls.
I personally lived in Africa for a number of years, and so I have seen this with my own eyes. At an age when young children should be in school and should be free, they are forced by dire circumstances beyond their control to endure daily routine that are unimaginable to those of us living in the comfort of the West. Here, in the developed world, the daily concerns of people are trivial by comparison. The most we have to worry about is ensuring that our children get to school on time each morning, or other similar minor issues. Such insignificant problems are a distant dream for the people living in deprived parts of the world. Those children would give everything for the opportunities that our children have here. What they would give to be able to go to school each day, rather than having to walk great distance to fetch water for their families' daily domestic use. Thus, in an effort to bring comfort to such people, and in order to literally quench their thirst, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is providing access to clean drinking water through the installation of hand or solar-powered water pumps.
We are going to take our first donor call, and this is a really exciting one of a company and an individual that a lot of us have known for a long time. Fahad Sohail's on the line, and his good friend Salam Bhatti is going to ask him some fun questions.
Hey, assalamu alaikum, Fahad. Peace be upon you. How are you, brother?
Wa alaikum salam. Hi, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We are doing much better now that you're talking with us. So we understand that you're working for an organization and you helped bring them into Humanity First as well. Can you talk about that and who your organization is?
Yeah, sure. I work with a company, or I'm a founder of a company called Metascore Health. We're a health data analytics company that focuses on improving the quality of care of chronically ill patients. And our company was actually founded by 4 MDs, Dr. Rushdie, Dr. Nasser, and Arhama Rushdie. Since the conception of our company, I think one of the things we decided was that we wanted to pay back to the community and to the world that made us a success. So with every contract we've received, a portion of our revenues are donated to Humanity First.
That's great. And what's the name of the company, Fahad?
Yeah, Metascore Health.
Metascore Health.
And I want to point out that you called out the doctors, but you didn't say that Arhama is an attorney.
Arhama, okay, so my apologies. Arhama is an attorney, and she's the reason our company runs.
Excellent. Well done, well done. So what is Metascore doing today with the sponsorship?
Yeah, so we decided that we, of course, as always, would like to donate to Humanity First, but we also wanted to inspire others to donate. So what we're going to be doing today is matching the donors who call in the next hour up to $10,000 in donations. So I hope, there's a lot of people listening and people are willing to call and contribute, because you're literally donating double by doing so. So all you got to do is call or donate.
This is fascinating. Metascore is fascinating. He's really matching up to $10,000.
So $1 for $1. So listeners, viewers, people on social media, readers, this is the time to donate if you haven't donated or pledged yet. So dollar for dollar match up to $10,000 over the next 60 minutes. So mark it. It is 11:32.
Got it.
By 12:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will have that $20,000 overall from our donors and from Metascore Corporation.
And we're encouraging live. If you're sitting at home, you want to give us a call, give us a call. We've shared the numbers before. If you want to join us in giving, every little bit helps. And this is connecting back to a corporation that's doing great things with a lawyer, might I add.
Yes, right.
I assume that's what makes it happen, right?
Especially the lawyer.
Yeah.
It's the magic sauce.
And Fahad, tell us a little bit about what inspired you to do this and how you've been engaged with Humanity First.
Yeah, so I've been fortunate enough to be working with Humanity First, I feel like, for almost 20 years. I think the main inspiration for us to donate was that we realized that we were very fortunate to come from a third world country and get access to amazing education, which opened up a lot of doors and opportunities for us to succeed. And we decided we kind of wanted to pay that forward. And we thought the best way to do that would be through Humanity First and donate towards schools. The couple things that we've done in the past, for our last year, we were able to actually sponsor the building of 2 classrooms with 100 students total, and our donations covered the cost of the teacher salaries, the school fees, and all the supplies they needed. So, I feel like we're definitely making that impact, and I think that's kind of what drives us. And I kind of think about if we were in their situation, like, where would we be if we hadn't gotten the lucky breaks we did by coming to this country? So we're just trying to give them the same breaks that we
Fahad, this is a great example of corporate social responsibility. This is a great example of DE&I. This is all the buzzwords that future corporations that aspire towards. They're living it, and they're making humanity first and service to humanity a part of it. Really impressed. Thank you for your time. And I know that our donors won't let you down. They'll join you in making sure you separate with your $10,000 by matching that gift. Salam, we've got another caller on the line now as well. A Chaudhry, might I add.
Oh, okay.
So Adnan Chaudhry is joining us. Why don't you bring him on board?
All right, Mr. Adnan Chaudhry, welcome aboard to HF Telethon 22. I am speaking in hashtags right now, so assalamu alaikum and peace be upon you. Welcome.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
And thank you so much for calling in. What inspires you to be an HF donor?
Yeah, it's part of our faith to serve humanity and, make financial sacrifices. So why not help a company you can trust? Because it's hard to find a charity that is going to, use all of your money for the good cause. So I know with Humanity First, being, knowing a lot of the members that work there, that I can trust them, and I know all the money is going into good places. So it's a no-brainer.
And which of the Humanity First incredible programs is your go-to or favorite program?
Well, I used to love the Water for Life, but I heard this new program you guys have about community schools in Africa and maybe other places. So that one is pretty exciting. Some of our friends, we're trying to get together and have a school made, constructed by money that we put together. So it has got us excited.
This is great. And Anand, as you heard from Fahad and Metascore, they are doing dollar for dollar match for the next hour. So make sure you let your friends know and have them take Metascore's money to the next level here at the HF Telethon. Jazakallah, and thank you so much.
Great, Adnan, thank you, and I'm glad Chaudhrys are getting involved. I hope more Chaudhrys join the call as well, and perhaps some Bhattis and Naeems as well. Khans, we need some more Khans as well.
And pros and cons.
Pros and cons,
Yeah.
pros and cons. We have Fatima on the line now. Fatima, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. We have a pro here, not a Khan, who's going to ask you a few questions.
Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to HF Telethon 22. I'm still speaking in.
I love it. I love it.
In the second hour, I'll speak in memes. What inspires you to be an HF donor?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, my personal motivation's been just the knowledge that you're helping others is hugely empowering, and can turn, anything you make, it makes you feel happy and more fulfilled. So just giving to charity, strengthens your personal values and principles, and having the power to improve the lives of others is a privilege and comes with its own sense of obligation. So acting on these sorry, go ahead.
And Fatima, we just want, our chairman just shared the values and where we're going, and just wanted to make sure that's resonating, that you're connecting with that. I mean, our macro areas of giving, the vision that Azur has provided. Why have you chosen Humanity First versus all the other opportunities that you have to give?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, donating to Humanity First there's just so many causes. I believe just, helping the children is very near and dear to my heart. Just sharing the experience of donating to charity with their loved ones, and especially with children, shows them, at a very young age that they can make a positive change to the world, helping other children that are in the same age group as them. Children have this natural love to help others. So nurturing that innate generosity is it's likely for them to grow up with a greater appreciation of, what they have, and caring and supporting others. So I believe.
And Fatima, where are you joining us from? From Virginia?
Houston, Texas.
Oh, Houston. Munib Saab, this is your old hood. This is great.
Thank you, Fatima.
Thank you, Fatima, for joining us. Now we have a really nice treat, Salam. We have.
Is it coffee?
It could be kulfi. Oh. It's someone from nearby, so maybe he'll bring us some kulfi. Okay. But it's a young man, and his name just happens to be Muhammad as well. Muhammad, are you on the line?
Yes.
Welcome. And don't be intimidated by Salam Bhatti Saab. He's a really nice guy. Salam Bhai, go ahead.
All right, Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum. How are you today?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm doing fine. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, man. We are doing great, especially now that you're calling and bringing in some youthful energy. Now, what do you like about Humanity First?
What I like about Humanity First is that it helps thousands of people. And it can even save people's lives, and it educates people too.
MashaAllah. And how long have you been donating to Humanity First?
Like 4 years.
4 years.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
You're Munib Saab, you've got a 6-year-old. Can the chairman please, I think he's grown to 8, but since I asked him, but isn't this incredible?
Yeah, I wish I started it when I was 4.
Half his life has been donating to Humanity First. That's fantastic. I know some math.
I'm 60% of the time, I'm right all the time. So Muhammad Jahid, you live in Baltimore. Tell us how you raise the money to give to Humanity First.
So sometimes, at my mosque, they have like fundraisers, and then there's their cookie fundraisers, and their cupcakes and brownies.
Oh, I want to come to that mosque.
So then when you pay the money, it goes to Humanity First to help out people, and in return you get like the brownies and the cupcakes and other things.
You know, that's a great idea. I'm a big fan of Joppa Town over there too. I'd love to buy some cookies from you. I'm sure you can rate the chocolate chip cookies as well.
Yes.
Now we're going to thank you for your time, Mohammed Jahid from Baltimore, Maryland. Now we're going to roll over to our next session. Excuse me? Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. So now we're going to roll over to our next session. Now, you know, we had a nice conversation with the chairman of Humanity First USA. Now we're going to roll over where our chairman of USA is going to talk to Ahmed Yahya Saab from all the way across the world in a mystic place, who is the chairman of Humanity First International. With that, we'll hand it off to Munam Naeem Saab, who's going to have this conversation and learn of what we're doing internationally as well.
Thank you, Mac. Ahmed Saab, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Munam Saab.
Jazakallah.
What a lively program going on, and you're getting a lot of donors. Very valuable time, and I don't want to lose your time here.
No, thank you so much for coming on board. But before you start, Ahmed Saab, I just want to make sure that our viewers know that Sayyid Ahmed Yahya Saab has been serving Humanity First from the day one, from the inception, over 27 years now. And we've been working under his leadership as well, from being the chairman of International. So Ahmed Saab, first question for you today is that what's going on in the world today from the telethon perspective? Just share with us.
In terms of the telethon, we have over 38 countries are live streaming their programs and activities in different languages on YouTube, Zoom, and other platforms. And these programs can be watched anywhere in the world.
Any
so
specific?
This is the activity.
Right. Any specific goal that you have established for what you're expecting from HF across the globe?
We want to raise over $3.5 to $4 million, inshallah, today. That's our target. But as you know, we have recently gone through an active fundraising for Pakistan disaster relief as well. So we are looking. We were hoping to have much more, but now we are targeting to have around $3.5 to $4 million US dollars.
That's wonderful, and I think we obviously have a portion of that, and I think throughout the day we are hoping, we're praying that our donors will call in and we meet our goal. So, Ahmed Saab, you mentioned Pakistan flood, obviously, and there's a lot going on the radar of Humanity First International, and of course, from USA perspective. Anything you can share with the viewers that, from work perspective, any major items that you like to highlight?
I think first I must acknowledge the efforts made by Humanity First USA with regards to the fundraising for Pakistan, because this fundraising was a very active fundraising where we saw Humanity First USA increase their donor base as well, and it is continuing to build a trustful relationship with its donors. This is very encouraging and this is very positive. And I think one of the purpose and objective of these telethons, where we share so much of information about our projects, is to bring everyone on board in terms of informing all our donors with respect to what we are doing around the world. So if I may take just a few moments to give you a very high-level overview. As you know, Humanity First is now in 62 countries, operating in 62 countries, and continues to expand, alhamdulillah. But as you know, it's always that when the growth brings more responsibilities and challenges, but always our Humanity First dedicated volunteers make our organization special, as I here so many of volunteers and workers, dedicated workers, are running the show today in USA. So we have now over 5,000 workers participating in Humanity First relief efforts around the world. We have we operate 69 schools, 47 training centers. Over 245,000 students have been helped through our institutions. And in disaster relief, we have assisted over 2.5 million people during last 27 years. And for Water for Life, we have managed over 4,200 installations, providing drinking water to over 4.6 million people. And we operate an orphanage in Benin with over 50 children. And thousands of orphans are supported in their education. Just to give you one example of how the donors' contributions and their participation in these relief efforts and telethon help, that I received a message from a very successful doctor in West Africa yesterday, who recently passed his professional exam to become a specialist surgeon. And he was basically informing me, and he wrote that I very much appreciate the support of Humanity First, provided me for my education to complete primary medical education. And these are the references not from storybooks, but real examples that how your efforts make a difference in someone's and also in a community's life. So also I would make a mention here, because Humanity First USA also is very actively contributing, where Humanity First globally have 9 hospitals where we have over 600K patients have been treated. And here I make a special mention of Nasser Hospital, Guatemala, which has made tremendous progress and achieved great results, even beyond our expectations. And some of the most complex surgeries being conducted, and also very, very encouraging to see that it is building very strong and trustful relationship within the whole country. And my special thanks to Majid Khan Saab and the whole hospital team and Humanity First USA team, because we are learning from this hospital experience, and Majid Khan Saab is leading to build a new hospital in Ivory Coast these days, which is inshallah going to be ready by early 2024. The gray structure has almost about to finish by the year end this year. So these are just very key highlights. But in overall 27 years, we have managed to provide assistance to over 12 million people.
Jazakallah. I think this is excellent update. One more question before I let you go, Ahmed. HF International is becoming stronger and stronger. Obviously, the HF entities across the globe, like USA, Canada, we are kind of independent registered entities, but there is a huge benefit of HF International. Can you just share some of the work that International is doing in terms of collaboration and other subject matter expertise that you're bringing in HF International?
Yeah, as I said earlier, that as the organization grows, the challenges grow, and responsibilities comes more, in terms of the governance, where we have to pay special attention, because as we grow, we have to take, governance very seriously. So this is where Humanity First International is helping all its affiliates in terms of sharing the best practices and guidelines and providing our expertise on subject matter experts to share the knowledge so we can enhance the quality of our relief work. This goes on, in terms of either we are building our, long-term 5 to 10 years strategy in how we will develop our programs, or it is our financial, regulations, how we need to be, in terms of in the eyes of the regulator, in the eyes of donors, and we have to fulfill all these obligations, and that's where Humanity First International is providing, the common standards to all its affiliates.
Amazab, thank you. I think this is, I just wanted to make sure that our viewer hear that we have a very good structure in place for the governance perspective. And I think earlier, before your program, we talked about the sustainability models that we are creating, the vision that Azur had provided us, how we are working on that. So I would really like to thank you for coming and joining us today. And anything else that you'd like to add before we move on and start doing some more fundraising?
My congratulations to whole Humanity First team for organizing this event, and wish you all the best, because last couple of years Humanity First USA has managed to pull good numbers, and there was very successful events. So that obviously puts this like a major milestone for HF USA. So I request all the donors to support our task of achieving these the target today. And I think it's important, Monim Saab, that you will remember that the last event of our Jubilee conference, where Hazrat Khalifatul Masih provided us some feedback and also future roadmap as well. So I will just take one liner from that, where Hazur said to all of us as volunteers, that Hazur said, may you always be ready to help those blameless souls who are the victims of their circumstances to overcome their grief, desperation, and heartache. May you always stand up for the rights of the weak, deprived, and vulnerable. And Hazur said, never let any opportunity to serve those who are mired in poverty or subjected to hardship slip through your fingers. So these are the golden words of our beloved Imam, and whenever we are, thinking and planning our work, we should be keeping these golden words, always in front of us. So wish you all the best, and we have a huge task because challenges are huge and demands are growing. So wish you all the best with the event today.
Thank you, Amazab. Thank you so much, and we'll turn it back to the studio now and keep working. Thank you.
We'll be rolling over to a nazam on disaster relief on a video. So we'll be rolling over to that, and please enjoy it.
खुदा के बरगज़ीदों से मोहब्बत की तो जाना है.
Then, as I told you, due to the coolness, they had severe cooling cold effects on the fingers, on their toes. Some of them were really exhausted, tired, and had vomiting and nausea and pain in the stomach. So of course they are children from 3 to 12 years old. So my task was, before they were, before they traveled to Germany and Austria, we had to check them, we had to examine them, and then also treat some of them.
So absolutely. So basically, the strength of Humanity First was that the youth or the volunteers of Humanity First have the ability to cook food in bulk amounts. So we were cooking 900 meals, hot meals a day, which we were giving to refugees every day. That's one. The second piece was that we put together care packs. Care packs are basic necessities of life. Children, women needs, toothbrush, toothpaste, basic needs. Also health bars, that we were giving out to each refugee. And the third piece was that we actually had real doctors, MDs, who were qualified and working with the permission of the Polish government at the border providing medical relief. And, biggest challenge was that language was a barrier. Of course, they speak Ukrainian. Some of us speak English, some speak German, some of the doctors. So we had translators, but we also had Google Translate.
Right.
And Google Translate was a wonderful tool. I can tell you that we would take a picture of the medicine and it would translate the medicine and tell me, okay, this patient needs metoprolol. And, that really helped.
Right. So what would you say was the overall response of the people that were receiving this help from you?
I think the response is amazing. I have to share you one story that Atar Zubair Saab, the chairman of Humanity First, shared with me this morning. He told me that Hibbi Iqbal Saab was creating those care packs. So not only were we distributing the care packs to the refugees who had crossed the border, but we were sending boxes and boxes of them to Ukraine, to the most needed cities, the ones that you see here on television and the news. Our care packs reached them. And the one place they reached them, there was a basement. They were in a bunker. There were at least 300 people that were in a bunker that had not had food for 3 days. And when our care pack reached them, that was the first time they got those energy bars. And they said that there's a person who specifically came and crossed the border to tell us to thank Humanity First for those care packs, because they said because of that, it saved their lives. For 3 days they didn't. Interestingly enough, when that guy who came and was thanking us, somebody was overhearing the conversation. And he was just overhearing, and he said this guy was assessing all of the NGOs that were there to see which one he wanted to help in some way, but he wanted to find the right NGO to work with. So he asked Atar Saab, the chairman of Humanity First Germany, what are you doing with these care packs? How do you get supplies? So, there was always a point, we work on donations, there is always a point, it goes up and down in terms of how many funds we have.
Right.
This guy overheard the conversation and said, okay, I want to help in some way. Atar Saab didn't know how he was going to help. He actually had 8,000 euros, and he actually went to the market, got the list from Atar Saab, and purchased supplies for worth 8,000 euros, which is going to help another 1,000 people with those kind of needs, and brought those supplies to us.
Right.
Hello everyone, I'm standing right next to Miss Willis. We're here in Fort Myers, and her home was very badly damaged by Hurricane Ian. Miss Willis, can you tell us about how your experience was today with the Humanity First workers who are here?
It was the most pleasant experience. I'm blessed that they stopped by to help me, because this is something I could not have done on my own.
We started our morning by providing food to the needy, and then afterwards we turned our attention towards helping out neighbors to see what they need help with the cleanup. So we're here helping out, and you can introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Kathy Anderson.
Yes, can you tell us about your experience so far with Humanity First being here today?
Perfect. It was never better timing. I had all that mess and I couldn't get it out here by myself. So this is such a blessing. You guys just showed up in time. I just was running out of energy. I could not get it all to the road.
What do they help you with today?
They helped me carry all the stuff that I've been throwing out of the front of the house because I couldn't get it to the road by myself.
Thank you.
इमाम वक्त से अहदे वफा को यूं वफा रखना खुदा से इश्क करना है गमे खल्के खुदा रखना
असां ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट तंज़ीम जा शुक्रगुज़ार आहियूं जंहिं हिन मुसीबत जी घड़ीअ में असांखे टेंट हणी असांजे बचनि खे अजो करे
खुदा रखना खुदा से इश्क करना है गमे खल्के खुदा रखना खुदा से इश्क करना है गमे खल्के खुदा रखना
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, viewers around the world. Before I start with my segment, there was an announcement earlier. Fahad Suhail Sahib, he has pledged to double the donation within an hour. So I understand that Maqbool Babar Sahib is on the call. He would like to make a donation. So Maqbool Sahib, how much donation are you going to be making today?
5,000, please.
5,000, Jazakallah, may Allah bless you and appreciate, and I assure you this money will be spent on alleviating hunger and extreme suffering. And anything you would like to add here?
No, thank you. I think it's a great opportunity to take advantage from dollar to dollar match, and it really goes too far, and so I just want to take advantage of that. Jazakallah for giving me that opportunity.
Ameen. Thank you, Ji. Assalamu alaikum. Well, in this segment, we will be talking about corporate social responsibility. And one must ask, what is corporate social responsibility? Corporate social responsibility is a self-regulating business model that helps companies to regulate as well as be more accountable for itself, its competitors, as well as the public. By practicing corporate social responsibility, companies become more aware of the kind of impact that they are making on the society, including environmental, social, as well as economic. Corporate social responsibility is a broad-based concept which can be broken down into 4 different categories: environmental, philanthropic, ethical, as well as economic responsibility. As far as the environmental initiative focus preservation of the various resources, natural resources. Philanthropic focuses on donating to the worthy causes such as Humanity First to alleviate hunger and extreme suffering, and as well as the philanthropic aspect is help to various donation, and ethical aspect focuses on ensuring that there is an honest and fair business practices, while economic responsibility helps to promote and fund the various projects or initiatives related to environmental, philanthropic, as well as ethical. Companies that adopt corporate social responsibility program generally grown their business to the point where they can give back to the community. Although corporate social responsibility programs have internal huge benefits, larger organizations are generally implement these by implementing within the organization. After all, the most visible organization and the successful it is, the more responsibility it has to set a higher standard of ethical behavior for its competitors, for its peers, and the industry. Although corporate social responsibility generally been most common among larger organizations, smaller organizations participate in corporate social responsibility by donating to other charities of their choice. You might ask, what are the benefits of corporate social responsibility? Corporate social responsibility initiative strive to have a positive impact on in the world by directly benefiting the society, the nature, and the community in which they do a business. A company also experiences internal benefits through initiatives for example, if an employee sees their company is making a positive impact in the society, their overall level of satisfaction increases, and the employees become happier and the productivity increases as well. Therefore, many, and also besides that, a lot of consumers buy the products and services of those companies who are corporate social responsible and making a positive impact in the society. Therefore, many companies view corporate social responsibility an integral part of their brand image. But I must mention that there are a lot of small businesses are engaged in corporate social responsibility due to their conviction that it is the right thing to do. We have countless such donors, and including over a dozen corporate sponsors, including Microagility, Accelerated Rehab and Pain Management, Smart IS International, JV Family, Emmerich Dental, Lehigh Valley Oral Surgery and Implant Center, Agility Cube, 7 Formation, Genesis Zone, American Forklift Training Center, Shaheen, and iAgility Calm. We are grateful for this generosity and continued support to our initiative to alleviate hunger and extreme suffering. I understand that we have joined Khurram Saab, one of our corporate sponsors, and Khurram Fad has joined us, and as well as Dr. Irfan Aladdin Saab on the call. Let me, first of all, Khurram and Dr. Aladdin, welcome to the call.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. So, Khurram, let me start off by asking you, first of all, tell us about your company. What do you do?
Smart IS International, it's a small consulting organization. We do primarily IT consulting. Our focus is worldwide. We have customers pretty much everywhere around the globe. Being small allows us to manage our, you can say, expenses and people in a better way. So hence the talk you had about corporate social responsibility. It allows us that agility to manage how we spend philanthropically.
All right, thank you. And how important is corporate social responsibility for your company?
I believe from an organization standpoint, it is important to be a good community member. And that goes from individual standpoint and then corporate-wise, because that is a citizen of the community also. So from that standpoint, it is essential that the corporate does its part in giving back to the society. There are many programs that a good corporate can take part in. Philanthropy is the easiest in terms of making sure, especially for smaller organizations, because you're not that big to make any other impact on the other three initiatives that you talked about. But philanthropy is the easiest one to manage in either by direct donations, by corporate matching, to encourage your employees also to donate, and in that way make an impact to the society.
All right, Jazakallah, very well. And you've been long supporter of Humanity First, and we appreciate you very much. Dr. Irfan, if I may ask you, what can you tell us about your organization? Yeah, so while we're waiting for Dr. Irfan, say, Khurram Saab, what one thing that you like the most about Oshkosh?
It's a small town, allows us to, granting weather is not that friendly, especially when November starts rolling. We look forward to getting good sun till almost May. But regardless, the small town, everybody knows each other. We don't have to, being stuck at light for more than 30 seconds is a traffic jam. So, so you enjoy those benefits.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, certainly. I mean, small town has its own privilege and charm as well. So I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for your continued support, and wish you and your company all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jazakallah. With that, in closing, beyond doubt, small businesses can make the world a lot better place, not just by selling a great products or offering awesome services, but by actively collaborating with organizations such as Humanity First to alleviate hunger and extreme suffering. At the end of the day, all the lives touched, the life changed, and the life saves matter the most. So my fellow business owners, donate generously so you too can touch, change, and save lives of those who are suffering the most. And at this time, there are corporate donors as well on the screen, and once again, we appreciate all of the sponsors and for their continued support. Thank you.
And only with Humanity First, young people like me and my fellow colleagues at the Education Project were able to create an innovative platform that can really better serve underserved communities and uplift them educationally in a way that you can't do in other organizations. And that's such a blessing that we have at Humanity First.
Humanity First has given me so many fond memories and powerful experiences in serving with the organization. When we started the Humanity First student organization at the University of Texas at Austin, this was a particularly transformative experience because of the fact that we got to see just how compelling and how powerful the message of Humanity First and its mission was for folks who had never even heard of the organization until that time. And what stood out to these folks and for us as officers and serving members was the fact that we were not just a local organization serving some local needs. We were in fact part of a larger international community and even more a family that was working to serve humanity together. And this was something that distinguished us, and this is something I feel that distinguishes Humanity First as a whole anywhere around the world.
Hello, my name is Erin, and I enjoyed organizing Afternoon of Art events to help raise money for the gift of health. Congratulations to Humanity First on their 25th anniversary.
In the Education Project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
And my favorite memory with HFSO was our 2019 Gift of Health Guatemala trip. We served underprivileged areas and worked in hospitals directly with doctors, and I think it has prepared me for my future in the healthcare.
Hello, my name is Bashir, and I'm the HFSO president at Foothill High School. One of my favorite HFSO memories is advertising our club every year at our school's club fair. It's always really exciting to see new members and new students interested in joining this amazing team. Over the summer, we wanted to make sure that we were still helping Humanity First efforts even though we were in quarantine. So we created a fundraising page for HF's We Care campaign for COVID-19 relief, and all of our members created social media posts and actively encouraged their friends and families to donate, and we were able to raise over $1,000. To get our entire school involved with our projects, we created a women's shelter clothing drive. We set up a donation bin in our school's main office, and a lot of students donated items. And we all got together and packed up those items and delivered them to a women's shelter. We managed to collect over 200 items. Being an HFSO is an incredible way to not only help the people of your own community, but also help on a more global scale. All of our group members find it to be a really rewarding experience that allows them to help people and create a better world. We're hoping we can continue to do just as many amazing projects in the future.
And my favorite memory during my time at HFSO UCF was being able to participate in the Gift of Health program and travel to Guatemala, being able to learn about a new culture, learn about a different culture and help those in need, while also being able to travel with my best friend and just be able to learn about valuable experiences in life and being able to transfer all that into my professional degree.
First at OSU. My favorite part of HF is our annual basketball tournament fundraiser.
And my favorite memory of HF was our Bob Ross fundraiser.
Our mission is to focus on disaster relief
and local food testing.
Hi, my name is Sam Rosenberg, and I'm president of HF at UMD. Some of my favorite memories working with my HFSO here have been mostly our fundraisers that we are having for a Gift of Health trip in which we plan on going to Guatemala in June to help out at one of the pop-up medical clinics. as well as being able to get to know those who I'm working with. It's truly a beautiful thing to be able to get to meet new people, but what's even better is being able to bring them all together to help out others for great causes.
Hi, my name is Emma Willow. I am the president of HFSO at the University of Pikeville, and one of my favorite things about our chapter is that we've still had the opportunity to go to the soup kitchen and make hot meals for people in our community, even through COVID. So at the beginning of the semester, a lot of our clubs at the university weren't able to go out and actually directly help some of the people in the community. So for us, we've been able to get back to the soup kitchen, which is one of our most popular events that we had, and we are able to make those meals, and we usually make about 160 meals each Saturday for people in the community, and I know it means a lot to them. So thank you guys so much for this great opportunity and organization that we have. Thank you.
I joined Humanity First because I really liked what their mission statement stood for, and I wanted an opportunity to give back to the community in Philadelphia.
I wanted to join HFSO because I wanted to be a part of the community outreach and join and help the community around and do service activities with them and get to know our community a little better.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I am a part of UCF HFSO. One of my favorite experiences with HFSO has been the summit we went to this past summer. It genuinely was so eye-opening, and we got to see Washington, D.C. We had fun. I got to meet so many new people, and also just the take-home that I brought with me about HFSO in general, about what the club stands for, our morals, values. It's just the passion that I could relate to all the other presidents and all of the other board members of HFSO, and I could bring that back to UCF.
Hi, my name is Ramin Khan, and I'm the president of Humanity First Student Organization Temple University Chapter. Last spring, I asked the student division how our club can help the Gift of Sight program. Immediately, I was put into contact with the director of Gift of Sight, Dr. Asim Khan, and he expressed a need for used eyeglasses. So we set up donation boxes in eye clinics in Philadelphia, and we've already collected over 150 eyeglasses that will be provided to underserved communities in Guatemala, Guyana, and more. Also, an additional 7 schools have started collecting eyeglasses. Starting an HFSO at your school is super easy and a great way to develop a passion for serving humanity. So if you're interested in starting one, please visit humanityrststudents.org/get-involved to get started.
Hello everybody, we have an amazing update to give you guys. First of all, we had a generous donor who was willing to match up to $10,000, and by the grace of God, we've surpassed that number, and now from $391,000, we've gone up to $421,000 and $421,000, and it's an amazing achievement we've made. I feel like you guys are all soldiers for humanity on the ground, willing to, sacrifice all that you can for this cause. And we're really seeing that benefit, that you've even surpassed our expectations. So we really want you guys to keep on going and keep on pushing forward. And I think we could really conquer the hearts of this world with all of you soldiers on the ground. Let's head down to the States. Yeah, so let's take a look at Washington. They have donations of $9,000 and pledges of $8,000. So they're making a little bit more. In California, we have around $5,000 in pledges and collections. In Texas, we have a lot more made, actually. They made around $74,000 in donations and pledges, a lot more than was done before. Let's take a look at New York. They've collected around 18,000 or so, which is a really good improvement from before. And we can finish it off by looking at Georgia. They've seemed to make a lot of progress. Total of 23,774. Really good updates. I mean, it's amazing. Let's turn it over to the studio now.
Competition that's going on between states. I just spoke to Dow Chaudhry and a few others in California. They're coming in strong. California versus Texas. It feels like the races that are coming up on November 8th. Texas, for now. for now. And we'll have a friendly competition here in order to see how do we get New York in the game as well, and some of these other states that are slightly behind, but I think they're making progress. I'm seeing Florida and Georgia for some reason are doing well as well, but I don't know where Detroit is when they did so well in Trika Jadid. I mean, I'm looking for some of these other states as well to come in, and Seattle seems like it's carrying Washington, the state of Washington, as well. And, you know, proud of Maryland for all their achievements in Trika Jadid. But today we're going to talk about some donations that are being made, and we're proud to have our chairman of Humanity First, Munam Naeem Saab, with us, as well as a representative, Naveed Malik Saab, from Majlis Ansarullah. And, you know, Majlis Ansarullah is the auxiliary body within the Ahmadiyya Muslim community for those that are over the age of 40. Some of us here may be over the age of 40. Others may still be younger. We'll let people guess by the color of the hair. But can you share a little bit about what are the goals of Majlis Ansarullah, and what are you achieving in community service?
Jazakallah, Makbari. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So Majlis Ansarullah, as we all know, we are proud to be associated with Nahnu Ansarullah, Helpers of Allah. And one of the main
Say that again, Nahnu
Ansarullah.
Okay.
And it translates as Helpers of Allah.
Okay.
And how can you help Allah, really? So that is basically by focusing on Hukukul Ibad, rights of people, focusing on wherever there is a need for community service. So all those goals are there, but Alhamdulillah, when we talked about this particular cause, which is Humanity First, it's an organization that is very dear to us, and as you mentioned, there are many volunteers from Ansarullah who are participating all around the globe, pretty much, for the activities needed and volunteer services needed. But when we heard about the devastating stats that came out of Pakistan, close to 33 million people affected, which is, if I'm not wrong, if my math serves me better, it's like 15% of the population.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. So that was devastating, and as National Amla, we immediately started thinking about what can we do, how can we contribute. So we had that discussion, and then we wrote to Hazur Anwar for his guidance. And based on Hazur's guidance, we decided that we will be pitching in our humble contribution for Humanity First.
And this is not from members of Ansarullah who love musical chairs and other sports at the Ijtima, but this is from the organization, Majlis Ansarullah. And how would you like to contribute to Humanity First?
So basically, this is what our prime objective, prime goal is. We have $50,000 check, which we are going to present to Munam Naeem Saab on behalf of Majlis Ansarullah.
We're going to play a little bit of musical chairs. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Jazakallah. I think this will go a long ways. You know the devastation that we have talked about. Right?
Let's show this beautiful thing. Let's have both of you hold it. We'll take a picture of it. We'll get. We're very proud and grateful to Majlis Ansarullah for all their hard work and joining Humanity First in contributing to all the great works in the area.
Timing could not have been better, right? We know that the help is needed, so this will go a long ways. Thank you.
Great. That's brilliant. So very grateful. And by the way, all kidding aside, I think both of us are proud members of Majlis Ansarullah as well. But we haven't participated in the musical chair competition yet. So I think we would win. So we've been training for this. So at next Ijtima, can we get good seats for that?
Sure, right after the barbecue. Yep.
The barbecue is definitely the most attractive feature. So Jazakallah for all you do, and I know you're the local in leadership positions as well. So Jazakallah for all your help.
And convey our thanks to your Amla and your Sadr Sahib as well.
And your Amla, your Sadr, please share your Sadr's name.
So Imran Hay Saab is currently serving as Sadr Ansarullah, and he asked me to represent Majlis Ansarullah. That's why I'm here today, honored and happy to help, and looking forward to many more opportunities to pitch in wherever we can, inshallah.
We'll look you up. We know where you live. Jazakallah. And now, you know, Munam Saab, earlier we were talking about direct service, innovation and advocacy. I think we have one of the best advocates. And to get away from the doctor theme a little bit, we have Amjad Mahmood Khan Saab on the line. Amjad Bhai, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Well, walaikum salam. Thank you for joining us. And we were just talking earlier, Munam Saab was talking about advocacy and all the great work that's been done. I know, Amjad Khan Saab, you're a member of the board of Humanity First USA. You were involved in from bylaws to all the fun stuff to now, but also you've been engaged in Humanity First, and actually your whole family has been engaged with Humanity First. Tell us about your journey with Humanity First and how you got engaged in the various ways.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been a great event to see, and I hope people donate generously throughout the day. To be very perfectly honest, this is just, I don't view it as anything but an obligation, a duty that each of us has to give back generously and to serve humanity. We're guided by Hazur Anwar Izzat Talib Aziz, who, as Ahmad Yahya Saab mentioned in his opening, has given us clear guidance on how to effectively use Humanity First and to donate to causes and to help those who are really suffering. And for me, I think my own humble arena is in the legal services arena. And when you view the world in the past year, a lot of people may not know this, but there are over 100 million displaced people in the past year now, 100 million. This is based on wars that are raging all over the world, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Yemen. And particularly with Afghanistan, we've seen over 1 million people flee the country in a year. This is something that Humanity First has been tracking, and same in Ukraine as well. And so for lawyers around the world, like myself and others, we feel there's unmet legal needs. People are really suffering when they try to flee from war ravaged areas to try to seek freedom. And we've been, in our own humble way, working in that space for a number of decades just to help with those who need to maneuver through the legal maze.
It seems like this is
for a refugee.
It seems like this is a lawyer. You know, we tease lawyers a lot and have lots of lawyer jokes, but this is lawyers doing good works around the world.
I must say, Amjad, thank you so much. Amjad has been not only personally been, from I think as long as I know, has been working with Humanity First and even good old days, but his whole association, Amila. Amjad, your support to Humanity First, all of the pro bono services that come from the volunteers, that is also, we go to Amjad for that help also. So he plays a key role in our board. Based on our friendly little competition, Amjad also happens to be from California, and Amjad Bhai, we need some help. We have this competition between Texas, and you and I both know how we will never be beat by Texas. California is a little behind in the fundraising. Amjad will win because if he starts to put dollars behind all the work that he does for us,
yes,
in kind, pro bono, in kind, he will win.
I'm looking at the map right now, Amjad Bhai, and we need your help. California is behind Texas. If you can encourage our friends in California, the Khans, the Chaudhrys, the Maliks, to come in, I think, and many others, I think we can get there. Could you can you tell us why you give to Humanity First and contribute to Humanity First versus other organizations?
Well, yes, definitely. I'll say if we have an in-kind battle, lawyers will always win because our billable rates are so high. So I'll take that wager any day. But in all seriousness, we give because there are just so many unmet needs, and we know that this amazing organization uses the funds so wisely. I've been on the board for a number of years. I see the leadership here in front of you, Munim Naeem Saab, Muhammad Ahmed Chaudhry Saab, all of the people working as stewards of these funds and very carefully appraising where the funds go. And we spend hours and hours poring over what are we going to do with these funds in the right way. And we have programs, and there's a lot of trust. And I feel that trust is so high now, alhamdulillah, mashallah, that people can rest assured when they give $1 towards Humanity First, it's going to be used in the right way. And I've heard this from my colleagues and friends in the legal arena who are not Ahmadi, who are people who donate to Humanity First, who have donated generously, who have served Humanity First, and they tell me that Humanity First is run very smoothly and there's a high level of trust. So what I would say is I encourage everyone, whether it's California, where I'm from, and I hope people step up today and give, but wherever you are, realize that this money is being used so wisely and inshallah will serve the people most acutely in need.
Jazakallah.
That's all you can ask for an organization.
Yeah. Absolutely. Jazakallah for your time, Amjad Bhai. And by the way, you're a member of Majlis Ansarullah as well. You saw Ansarullah give a generous gift as well. So I'm sure you saw that and appreciate that as a board member. We thank you for your time. Now, Manab Saab, I think next we have, going from lawyers to doctors, we have Dr. Aga Shahid on the line, who's done tremendous work. I mean, if you hear some of his stories as a surgeon, as a in the field, in the disaster zones, they're fascinating. I know we only have a couple minutes.
I know, and I think he's traveling. Dr. Saab, Assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Hey. I'm fine, thank you. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I don't know where you are, what part of the world. But wherever you are.
I was, I am in Ghana right now. I am sitting on top of the with Mac and other people came and visited me in the hospital that I'm building. And alhamdulillah, we are pretty close to finishing it, and I'll be back home in the U.S. in following Saturday. All I can say is, well, I've been involved with Humanity First since 2005 when I first brought the delegate, Humanity First delegate to Africa. And I've been in Africa since 2000, and but joining Humanity First and doing serving in various ways. It's very interesting that you can join Humanity First and you can serve in any different form. Everybody and anybody can do that. You can.
Yeah, Dr. Saab, one thing I will ask, obviously you have done a tremendous job in terms of all the medical arena services that you do yourselves, and you help Humanity First Guide to do a lot more with all those missions and all that. But recently you and I spoke, and I think you were inspired to do a small school for us. What was your inspiration behind making that commitment to help us build a school? Obviously, we have a goal of 25 to be built by 25.
When the school name came up, and this is a primary school, which means or elementary school, as we say in the U.S., and not a large school, but only costs $15,000 to run it for 5 years or for a year. What details I may not remember, but the thing is, if you, this is the age where you have to pamper and prepare the little humans they are today to the full-grown humans. In the future, and if you take care of them at this point, then you'll be working towards betterment of the humanity in general. So, and I feel very proud and lucky that I was able to do that. And
thank you, Aga Saab. I think one thing, Mac, what I was going to say is that, not only from medical perspective, but he's also ambassador as well as now the school program.
It's fascinating how far your dollar goes. You think about Sadaqah Jariyah, there's many examples of, in education, 15,000, you can change the trajectory of generations based on that. And I'm glad that even our doctors, he gives of his time, talent, and treasure. So Dr. Aga Shahid Saab is an embodiment of that. I believe he's a Khan as well?
Yes.
So we got Khans covered as well. We're getting them all in here. Speaking of the next one, let's think about the Khwajas. And we have Latif Ahmed Khwaja Saab on the line. He is a doctor, or so he says. He works in a clean room, whatever that means. Latif, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Madam Saab, how can the Khawajas help us?
Oh, I think they're helping us already. I think so. Latif Saab is from Phoenix, right?
Yes,
Arizona,
absolutely.
Right? So that's not your neck of the wood, but
he used to be in my neck of the woods. He used to be my first guide way back when you were Sadr Khudam al-Ahmadiyya.
Yeah. So Latif Saab, how are you motivating or your community over there to help us today to meet our goal?
Sorry, yes, so we already have been working. We have different members of the community already contacting other people to donate towards this cause, including very young members as well.
Latif, are you having your members call Jamaat members and beyond within Phoenix and beyond?
Yeah, Phoenix Jamaat is pretty large. It goes from the southern border of Utah and Nevada.
Yeah. We see donors from Arizona. I'm looking at the map right now. So Arizona is coming in.
He donated himself right
Great.
now. So just as much. Thank you, Latif, for your kind donation as well.
And can you just quickly share how long you've been engaged with Humanity First?
I've been involved for many years, but we got really more involved in 2017, early 2017.
That's great. You know, I know your kids pulled you in. That's great, Latif. I thank you for your time, and we're watching Arizona to become a dark blue state according to our map, and our map measures it differently than political. Next, we have Nadeem Ahmed Saib from South Virginia. Nadeem Saab, are you there? I'm sorry, Sarmad Ahmed Saab. And our youth members. Are you guys there, Sarmad and Nadeem? Hazim?
Yes, Assalamualaikum.
How old are you? Hazim?
I'm 10 years old and Nadeem is 9 years old.
That is great. Are you guys brothers?
Yes.
That's great. Well, you know, you're so lucky that you've done so much. We have the chairman of Humanity First with us. And you know, you can tell him why and how you fundraise for Humanity First directly. And we'd love for you to inspire others who are maybe even 12, 13, or 30, really old, on how to do this as well.
For the last 5 years, the Humanity First Telethon has been a special event for me and my brother every year. This year as well, me and my brother have set up a page and are trying to fundraise money to build a hand pump in Africa.
That is amazing.
That's so beautiful. Jazakallah to both of you, and I think other people will be inspired.
And then you shared earlier about the hand pumps. There's some innovation going on there, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Great. Thanks, guys, and keep up the great work. We're going to go next to Fateh Sahi, who's 11 years old. Now we're getting much older. Fateh, are you there? Can you share your Humanity First experience with our chairman and our representative, Majlis Ansarullah, who very graciously gave $50,000, by the way?
So Humanity First, I really like it because it's like when you go through the website, there's like so many choices to choose from, like which thing you want to donate to, and it's just like I'm really happy that we created this because like I really like school and I'm a really good student, and I wish to donate to those who like school but like really cannot like get the real education that we have.
Very nice.
And so I'm going.
Go ahead, Fateh.
And so I will donate $25 to Humanity First.
That is amazing. Thank you, Fateh, and we really appreciate your inspiration, your commitment to your education, and many other things.
No, thank you, Fateh. Really appreciate it. I know he's giving his pocket money away to us, so it'll go a long ways. We'll be helping the people who need it.
He'll be a great member of Ansarullah soon, don't worry. And with that, we're going to talk, we have some great callers, older and younger, lawyers and doctors. Now we're going to transition to another great video of Hazur, where he's going to share some quotes to continue to inspire us as we move our way through this telethon. Join us, if you haven't already, online. Join us on social media. You know the hashtag, you know where the website, you know the phone number. Call us. Tell us what you think. Now we'll transition to this great video.
Or capabilities. And so it is their duty to use those God-given gifts to help others, and particularly those in need. In terms of financial sacrifice, I am pleased to say that with the grace of Allah, the Almighty, there are many Ahmadis who spend in the way of Allah for the benefit of mankind, and who also sacrifice their time and effort in this cause. This is the case with both office bearers and volunteers. Non-Ahmadis are often left astounded when they hear that Ahmadi professionals have gone to the most deprived parts of the world only out of a desire to gain the prayer and love of God Almighty. They are even more astonished when they hear that Ahmadis do not allow for a single penny to be wasted, and so even some of them pay for their own travel and consider it an honor to offer their services, time and skills, completely free of charge. This is all due to the spirit which has been inculcated into the Jamaat by the Prophet ﷺ.
And greetings of peace from MTS Studios here in Silver Spring, Maryland. Myself and Wasim, the team of HF Healthcare, will be taking you to the live segment of this organization for the next 30 minutes or so. HF Healthcare was born in 2017, and Humanity First incorporated this new child and named it HF Healthcare to build and manage hospitals for them. How far they have been successful, we are going to see in the next, we are going to try this 5-year journey and squeeze it in about 5 minutes. The business model of HF Healthcare differs from Humanity First a little. The first is that we are creating the infrastructure in the underprivileged communities. We are focusing on long-term sustainable health, and then we are replacing the traditional donation model with more revenue streams.
When you talk about like underprivileged communities, what is your focus? Which communities are you focusing?
So HF Healthcare model works like this. We need a perfect mix of population where we can have patients with choices and also patients who are not privileged. So this mix gives us the support of our business model. That means that we can earn revenue from those who can afford it and spend it on those who cannot.
So where does the charity comes in?
The charity comes in that we are replacing the traditional donation model from a revenue generation, because this is so necessary for any sustainable project in the future.
Because the key here in the second bullet is sustainable.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's what it means.
So basically what you're saying is like you will generate revenue and spend as a charity on the others.
Exactly, that's what I meant.
That's a very unique model. I mean, we haven't seen it in any of the organizations so far.
This is what we are trying to do, and that is why we're creating a template which can go any further. And let's go on because we are short of time. Our structure is framed almost like Humanity First, but we have, because we are, our vision and our mission is to build and manage hospitals, so we have included some extra or some added departments like medical equipment and construction, etc.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So Humanity First is one big organization. So what is this HF Healthcare?
Well, as I said, HF Healthcare was incorporated by Humanity First to build and manage hospitals for them. It's a separate entity.
But it's not like a parent and child.
Well, it is a parent and child.
Okay.
And the baby is trying to outgrow the,
the parent.
Yes.
Okay, makes sense.
So Nasser Hospital was the first project of HF Healthcare. And you can see what Nasser Hospital has been able to do in the last 4 years. We have seen 42,000 patients, and these surgeries are now almost touching 900. And this is what, when you asked me about the revenue generation, this $7 million were generated to help these people.
7,600.
7,600. Because unless you generate revenue, you are not able to serve the underprivileged.
So what is your ratio of generating revenue and the donations?
It is, well, we serve about so far we have served 18% of what the total number of patients. And it goes 50-50 so far. The challenge and the focus is that we must be able to cover all of our help through the revenue generation.
So it means like we are still looking for donations. It's not like we're self-sustaining. We're still looking for donations. hfhealthcare.org.
Yes.
Please donate, because we need those donations in order to run this model, because this model is going to be sustainable eventually. But right now, we do require every single penny that we can collect from all of you, from all of your earned dollars, so that it can be a sadqa jariyah for the rest of your lives.
There's one thing before we go to the next slide. It is Nasser Hospital, through the sheer hard work of the doctors and the staff, is now in customer service #1 hospital in the country.
Excellent.
So when Humanity First was planning Nasser Hospital, they had no idea that this hospital is going to have an impact so wide, far and wide. You can see the blue map on the right. Every province we are getting the patients from. On the other side, it is actually spilling over across the border, and we are getting the patients from elsewhere also.
So do you have any statistics about underprivileged, where they are coming from, or is all the mix?
No, this is all mix.
All mix,
yes,
okay.
Yes. All right. So we have reached that level when in 2019 we signed a project management contract with our sister organization Ansar Allah UK, and we helped them build this beautiful facility, which is going to be inaugurated very soon.
And this is eye hospital in Guatemala?
No, this is in Burkina Faso.
In Burkina Faso.
Yes. So this is another project HF Healthcare is working on. The ownership is not Humanity First USA, but HF Healthcare, being a global organization, it is helping different organizations help and build the hospitals for them.
So how many projects do you have under HF Healthcare?
For now, we have 3, and we are lined up for more, and we are going to talk about it in the next couple of minutes.
Okay.
All right. So that was what we have been through, or we have been able to achieve in the first 5 years of our efforts. Now, after achieving this, after the hospital has been so successful, alhamdulillah, and we have been able to do that level of help to the people of Guatemala that now it has almost become a template. What we are trying to do is that we are having a next 5-year plan, and that is the Sustainable Healthcare Initiative, and that Wasim, is something which we really want to talk about today.
So the footprint or the roadmap for next 5 years, that is what
Exactly. And it is also creating that template which will help other countries follow the same and do what we have been able to achieve to translate into their success.
So we just need to replicate this model in like other countries and just just keep on multiplying that with all the others.
Unless you multiply, your efforts are, and that is where sustainability comes in.
Absolutely. And now for those which you're going to take to all these other different countries, the first thing is obviously we need donations from all the viewers, from all the membership and whoever is watching. hfhealthcare.org, please come and donate, because we have a roadmap to take this model, which is a successful model, to all these other underprivileged countries as well.
So the next 5 years, what we are trying to do, first thing is that we are going to increase the inpatient capacity. This is no-brainer. When you've reached a stage when your inpatient capacity reaches a point where unless you increase it, it is not going to be, yes, your business is going to be choked. So this is what we are planning to do, and we are going to, this is the #1 priority, and we are going to start work on it within months. The next thing is that we are planning a state-of-the-art diagnostic center.
In Nasser Hospital.
At Nasser Hospital, but this is going to be sort of an independent in operation. It will have a CT scan, MRI, fluoroscopy, mammography, etc.
So because of all this state-of-the-art equipment, are we getting a lot of other patients also from the neighboring countries?
That's what the idea is. That is the base of our 5-year plan, that this is a multi-million-dollar project. Unless we have this, we will not be able to extend it
to the other.
Exactly. So with this, the byproduct of diagnostic center is a data and research center. Unless you have the correct data, you are never able to plan the strategical plan for the next, and or for even for the organizations and the countries. So it is so much important to have a data and research center which can help HF Healthcare plan their next project.
So are you going to use that data in maybe towards the artificial intelligence and machine learning and getting in that direction, robotics?
Absolutely. And in the next segment, we are going to have some very eminent physicians coming in, and they will be talking about, actually Dr. Boshard is going to be here, and he is going to be talking about artificial intelligence and
all the initiatives.
Yes, and the other initiatives. One other thing which is very important, that we must have mobile health clinics. And why is it important? Because the underprivileged population cannot reach you. You have to go to them. And this is by far the cheapest way of providing quality health care at their doorstep. Now this, of course, needs continuous support.
Correct.
This initiative cannot be without support. This initiative will be a feeder to the diagnostic center.
Okay.
It will be a feeder to the data and research itself, and providing help to the underprivileged right at their doorstep.
So once you're there with this mobile unit and you find something, so it's basic healthcare. This is basic healthcare.
Yes.
Anything above and beyond, what are your plans to pick up those underprivileged and bring them to the Nasser Hospital?
Yes. So that's why you need a bigger base. That is why you need a diagnostic center, so that once they are screened in the field, on the site, then you can bring them out. Okay. Right. So the last one is very important. It is important because you know that in USA, there's a large number of people who are either underinsured or not insured at all.
Big segment.
Big segment. And this is also the topmost reason for personal bankruptcy.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So if it is the topmost, so this needs your attention straight. This should be on the top. But we have tried to convert this into an opportunity as well. So, you know, there is 62% of those filing for bankruptcies are due to healthcare.
Wow, really?
62%. And people who think that most of these people will be not insured. No, most of them have some sort of insurance,
but they cannot afford the whole thing.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Exactly.
Makes
So,
sense.
so this is what it is happening. We are providing a platform for them. We are creating different satellites, and then after once we create a different satellite offices in USA, we are going to take them to Guatemala and elsewhere.
So it's kind of a medical excursion.
Yes.
Medical excursion.
Right.
So take the people from here and over.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are going to have, this is what we plan to do, and this will create the necessary revenue for this.
Excellent.
So that is how the sustainability comes in.
It's a no-brainer, actually.
Yes.
If you look at it, it's a no-brainer. And again, we would request everyone, hfhealthcare.org, please go there and donate so that we can mobilize all these units and provide healthcare to all those people who cannot get it otherwise. I mean, it's hard for them to travel and hard for them to come to the national hospital. So we will take healthcare to them.
Yes.
And it's a great service.
Okay. All right. So this will, that's what we will, from here, we will go to the next segment.
Sure.
And before we go to the next segment, and we'll be joined in by as I said, very eminent physicians, we will take a break and see a video, and then after that we will join in the panel discussion with the other physicians.
मेरा आपसे सवाल है कि अगर एक वक्फे की फील्ड नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी हो तो वो अपनी स्टडीज कंप्लीट करने के बाद किस तरह से जमात की खिदमत कर सकती है?
देखो जी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी तो एक इल्म है ना, और नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो आजकल मेडिसिन में भी इस्तेमाल हो रही है और भी बहुत सारे शोबों में इस्तेमाल हो रही है, रिसर्च में इसमें हो रहा है काम, ठीक है ना। नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी यही है ना, एक छोटे से माइन्यूट टेस्ट पार्टिकल के ऊपर तुम बहुत सारे काम ले सकते हो, जिस तरह तुम कंप्यूटर में छोटी सी चीज़ पे बहुत सारी चीज़ें डाल लेते हो। जमात का एक मकसद इंसानियत की खिदमत है ना
जी।
बस फिर तो जब इसका फ़ायदा ये होगा कि इससे इंसानियत की खिदमत होती है। एक डॉक्टर बनता है वक्फे नवा है, उसको कह दिया जाता है कि तुम डॉक्टर बन जाओ और अभी जमात का अस्पताल में लगा नहीं, तुम गवर्नमेंट के अस्पताल में काम करो, तो उसका जमात को क्या फ़ायदा होता है? इंसानियत को फ़ायदा होता है ना। ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का जो काम है वो जमात का एक ऑक्सिलरी किस्म का ही इदारा है ना, वो दुनिया में काम कर रहा है, उसको जमात को बराह रास्त तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है ना, इनडायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो रहा है। जमात का तारुफ होता है, जमात का जो खिदमत का अल्लाह ताला ने जो काम दिया हुआ है इंसानियत की खिदमत का, एक हकीकी मुसलमान को वो इंसानियत की खिदमत कर रहे होते हैं। इसी तरह कोई भी काम जिससे इंसानियत को फ़ायदा हो उसको यही समझें कि वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है और जमात ने वो काम करना है, डायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो या ना हो। सिर्फ अपनी जेब नहीं भरनी, हमने लोगों को फ़ायदा पहुंचाना है, मखलूक की खिदमत करना, ये इंसानियत का काम है। हम नारा लगाते हैं कि मसीह अलैहिस्सलाम आए, दो काम थे उनके, एक ये कि बंदे को खुदा ताला से मिलाना और एक बंदे को बंदे के हक अदा करने वाला बनाना। अब ये तो नहीं लिखा हुआ कि बंदा सिर्फ अहमदी मुसलमान का हक अदा करेगा या फिर उसके बाद फिर मुसलमान का हक अदा करेगा और हिंदू का नहीं करेगा और ईसाई का नहीं करेगा और यहूदी का नहीं करेगा और बुद्धिस्ट का नहीं करेगा या ला मज़हब का नहीं करेगा। हर एक इंसान की खिदमत करना काम है और यही जमात का काम है और यही जमात का फ़ायदा है। इसी से तारुफ होता है। फिर लोग पूछते हैं कि अच्छा भाई तुम क्यों खिदमत कर रहे हो, बताओ भाई हमारा मज़हब ये कहता है। और जब इनडायरेक्टली अब मज़हब की बात होती है फिर उनको तवज्जो पैदा होती है मज़हब पे, और फिर इस तरह इनडायरेक्टली तबलीग के रास्ते खुलते हैं। तो जमात को फ़ायदा, अल्टीमेटली जमात को फ़ायदा होता है, लेकिन अगर बराह रास्त ना भी फ़ायदा हो तो इंसानियत की खिदमत का जो जज्बा है वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है कि इंसानों की खिदमत करो, वो हमने करना है अल्लाह ताला को राज़ी करने के लिए।
Dr. Boshard, are you there? Dr. Boshard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, excellent.
Right.
I'm so sorry we kept you waiting. How are you?
Good, very good.
Excellent. So I love your T-shirt.
Yeah, I know. You were told. Nice to see Lloyd here, too.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for giving some time to us. How's your grandson?
Very good. Coming on, I'm going to see him in about 20 minutes.
Okay, good. Excellent. All right. So, Dr. Bouchard, you have been working with Humanity First for I don't know how many years. Can you tell our viewers your experience and since when you have been working with Humanity First?
I've been in Guatemala since 2008, and Aslan Khan, who heads the Gift of Sight program, graduated from Loyola. I'm at Loyola University in Chicago, and he graduated in 2004, and then started the Gift of Sight in 2011, and I joined in 2012. So it's been about 10 years. Our last trips to Nasir Hospital were in 2018 and 2019, and of course COVID has made us take a break, but we're ready to go perhaps next spring.
Yeah.
So
yes, and Dr. Bouchard has been one of the pioneers with Dr. Aslan Khan, of course. Gift of Sight. You met Wasim, right, during the during the Humanity First conference, and Ty Ramiz as well, correct?
Right, and Mac, yes.
How are you doing, sir?
Very good.
So we are heading to Guatemala. I think in 10 days. We'd like to have you with us.
Oh no, he's already there.
He's already there.
Oh yeah, he's one of the keynote speakers.
So are you going to receive us there?
Yes, I will see you in a month, 3 weeks.
So whatever you're planning for us, we're really looking forward to it. And make sure you pinpoint nice golf courses so that we can just have some golf.
Sounds great.
So, Dr. Bouchard, you mentioned bringing in a team, or you're working with a team for artificial intelligence. And how can we know more about it? How can you tell more to the viewers that how will it help HF Healthcare and, more importantly, the people of Guatemala?
This is a very interesting program, and Lloyd Williams and I attended a global health meeting in Utah this past summer. I have a medical student and a first-year resident that are very interested in artificial intelligence in screening for diabetic retinopathy. And there's a program, an artificial intelligence program, that we can upload photographs of the back of the eye without dilation. Just take a camera of the back of the eye and upload it to an artificial intelligence program that will then, within minutes, let us know the presence and severity of diabetic retinopathy in these patients. Of course, we'd like to make this as part of your mobile healthcare program, because really going out and partnering with the primary care physicians outside of Nasir will be very important. And in addition to that, we need to plan for the referral to the retinologist, the retina specialist, for treatment. So it's a two-step process. One is to identify patients with disease. We'll start out with diabetic retinopathy, then there'll be glaucoma, and I think managing and developing a system to go out into the community and do the screening there, and then set up referral processes in conjunction with that will be very important. We plan in ophthalmology at Nasir to really cover all 5 of your strategic goals. I think we need to develop a diagnostic imaging center. I think we have to develop a database center. I think we have to have this mobile unit, and I think we have to increase our volume. We had a conference 2 or 3 nights ago with Dr. Reyes and Dr. Mota, looking at what their current status is and how we can strategize to increase our volume there as well.
All right, that's great, Dr. Bouchard. I mean, we are very much looking forward to your next visit to Guatemala, when we are going to unveil locally our plan, this 5-year plan, and of course, you will have the opportunity, and people will have the opportunity to listen to you and listen to what this artificial intelligence can bring on the table for the people of Guatemala, and of course, linking this with our 5-year plan. So we are very excited and hope to see you.
I would also say that this CyberSite AI, and Lloyd is familiar with that, is a free service. So in undeveloped countries, this organization provides it all over the world. We can't get it free in the United States. You have to pay. But if you're in Guatemala, you get this service free. So there's a big advantage of being there.
Okay. All right. So we will see you on 20th, God willing. And yes, and then, of course, we would love to hear what you have to say. And there will be so many other people waiting for you there. Thank you very much for coming over, Dr. Bouchard. It's been a pleasure and honor to have you with us.
Great. Glad to participate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So you see, this when Dr. Bouchard has been helping with Gift of Sight for
quite some time.
Yes, for quite some time, and is the natural next step is that he got involved with HF Healthcare, and he's, by the way, he's also the board member, of course, along with you, of HF Healthcare.
Right.
So,
but another thing is like whatever data they are collecting and using all the AI, and I'm sure like it's somewhere they're storing into a cloud, that data can be shared with some of the hospitals here as well for the cross-referencing.
Of course, that's what the whole idea is, and that's what we are trying to work on. So, do we have our next caller online, Dr. Lloyd Williams? Is he there?
I'm here.
Hello, Dr. Williams. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting for such a long time.
It's no problem. No problem at all.
So, how was Jamaica? You just returned from there, right?
Yeah, it was beautiful. Although I didn't get to see a lot, we did a lot of surgery and work. But I think we might have done the first Descemet's membrane endothelial keratoplasty in Jamaica together with Dr. Maynard McIntosh, who is excellent, a really great partner to work with.
Okay, excellent. So, by the way, I wanted to introduce Dr. Lloyd Williams. He's the director of the Global Ophthalmology Duke University. So, this is we are very fortunate to have him with us. So, what other work you have been doing, Dr. Williams?
So I've been working on creating residency training programs and teaching programs around the world. So one of the things that we've done is realize that a lot of programs don't have enough teachers for some of the more complicated or unusual parts of ophthalmology and eye surgery. Mm-hmm. So we've been creating online lecture series and online teaching opportunities for people in places like Zambia or Sierra Leone, mm-hmm. or even in Guatemala and Jamaica to get training in things like neuro-ophthalmology and oculoplastics and things that they might not have local people who are skilled at, who could give lectures for them.
Right, and I think, what I think is that transferring or giving the skill set to another person probably is the best form of charity.
Yeah, certainly. Dr. Bouchard and I could, quit our jobs and move to Africa and do surgery every day for the rest of our lives, and it wouldn't make as much impact as if we trained 100 ophthalmologists.
Exactly. That's what I meant. I mean, you are doing a great service. So you came to Guatemala a couple of weeks back, and to explore the possibilities of working with HF Healthcare. Do you see any opportunity?
Yeah, I thought I was incredibly impressed. I thought in Guatemala we found an amazing partner with HF Healthcare and Nasir Hospital. The achievement that has been made at HF in terms of financial self-sustainability is really admirable, and it's been quite difficult for organizations to accomplish this in the past. I was super impressed with the staff. The presentations that they gave me about what they're doing and how they're organized were fantastic. The quality of the facilities was really top-notch. Absolutely beautiful care. And that really synchronizes with my philosophy that we should be giving our best to the poor, not just our leftovers.
Absolutely.
And so I was really pleased to see that attitude throughout the whole HF healthcare system. The level of care was excellent, and it extended all the way up to even doing kidney transplants, which is really quite a complex procedure. And I thought also that the partners there, the ophthalmologist that you're already working with, seemed like she would be a fantastic partner for treating blindness in Guatemala and around Central America, where blindness is really quite a big problem.
Right. So, yes, and, we, of course, when we talked about you coming over again for this 21st event, along with Dr. Boshard, and you and your family, unfortunately, you had a mishap, and it's now become sort of not possible for you to come over. But we would be certainly looking forward for you to come to Guatemala and explore more possibilities. We would love to work with people like you who have the same approach towards giving the best to whosoever comes and whosoever comes and approaches us. So thank you very much, Dr. Williams. It has been a great talking to you, and we hope that you and your organization and your friends, we can all join us together and help in this 5-year sustainable initiative of what we are planning. Thank you so much.
I'm very excited to be working with HF. I think it's a fantastic organization, and working with you, Majid, has been really great. And so I'm definitely planning on supporting this project in Guatemala and looking forward to seeing how the mobile centers and everything are able to expand the healthcare that we can provide out throughout the whole region. I think we're going to really change eye care across Central America with this project, and it's super exciting.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Williams.
You're welcome.
Hope to see you soon and talk to you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
So that's excellent. So here is my thing. So one thing is, like, we have a 5-year plan. We are moving forward in so many different avenues. I think one of the initiatives should have been, we should have more of these kind of volunteers who are, contributing not with their money, but with their time and their skills.
Yes. So actually transferring the skill set is probably the best charity. As he was saying, and he was very right. When you give charity, you transfer your skills, the level of charity is you are helping thousands of other patients, which you alone would not be able to do.
Absolutely, and we run something in our industry also, like train the trainer. So what we do,
absolutely
get a specialist and then just train all the rest and make them specialists.
Yes. So while we are waiting for the next caller, why don't you remind the viewers what?
Absolutely. All right, guys, again, can't emphasize enough, hfhealthcare.org. Please donate as much as you can. We have a long way to go. We have a long road, but with your help and with your cooperation, with your donations, with your time, with your skills, everything is possible, and we will make it happen. We'll make it happen.
Yes, and this initiative is a multi-million-dollar initiative. We are looking for corporate partnerships and corporate sponsorships, because unless you have, and this is a new way of approaching and resolving your funding.
For any organization, if you do not have you have individual donors, unless you have a corporate backing, it is not sustainable.
Right. At the same time, I would say like this, that we would not like to take the opportunity away from the donors, because it is not a sacrifice. It is an opportunity to put your part in something which is a humanitarian effort for the times to come.
Absolutely. And again, no donation is a smaller donation or a bigger donation.
Absolutely.
Whether it's $5, $10, 1 cent, 10 cents, whatever it is.
Yes, absolutely.
Every penny matters.
Okay. So do we have our caller?
So while we are waiting for him, so tell me what is happening on Monday, the 20th. What is happening in HF?
Exactly. So there is something very important which we have planned. Actually, it is on 21st.
21st.
Yes. So so on 21st, we are planning the launch event of this 5-year sustainable initiative.
Okay.
And the perfect place for that launch is Nasser Hospital, where we have been successful.
So are you going to put your vision out there, or you have a whole roadmap in order to how you're going to execute it?
I think we have the caller online. Okay. Let's talk about it later. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, Fawad.
Ji, alaikum.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, ji.
MashaAllah. So, you know...
Khurram Fawad should have been here. Why are you not here?
Nobody invited me.
Oh, really?
He's coming to Guatemala.
I would have gotten on the plane, yeah.
I think we need to snatch you from Humanity First and bring you to the child.
No. Actually, he is planning to come to Guatemala.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Yes,
Please bring your golf clubs.
Yes. Okay. So, Khurram, we talked about this mobile health clinics and a couple of days back, and you wanted to talk more about it and call in during our segment.
Ji, that idea is very intriguing to me. I think just like a mosque is Sadqa Jari, I think this mobile health unit is a great idea and blessing that I think can continue to help people for a long time. Just the idea that you can get to remote areas as a complete unit is just, very much welcoming to how I'm looking at it. And at this stage, I am with myself and trying to motivate those around me so we can sponsor at least one mobile unit, inshallah.
MashaAllah. So actually, one mobile health unit, it starts from 100,000 and goes to millions of dollars because it depends what you're putting in. Actually, they even put in a CT scan. So, Khurram, that is, mashallah, God bless you. This is so heartening. It costs about $100,000 and it is payable, and this is for the rest for the other views as well. It is payable in 2 years' time. So you think that you will be able to fundraise $100,000 in the next 2 years?
I mean, I cannot guarantee anything, but I am hoping to motivate enough donors in this regard. So pray for me and pray for others that they see it the same way I do, and hopefully, you get enough like-minded people with the proper jazba to get this going, inshallah.
There's no guarantee even for a day for anyone, right?
That's okay. So again, why don't Dataways give you the first mobile unit? How's that?
Wow. So before Khurram, you come in, we have another Wasim Saab with, he's the CEO of Dataways. So he would like to take, either are you going to take the first one or is he going to take the first one?
No,
this is a competition, buddy.
This is how, we let others lead and then we'll follow.
Okay, so we have, so this is how it stands.
A bird in hand is always better than two in the bush.
Right.
But we wanted to have two birds in the hand.
Right, but Khurram, you are the one who motivated Wasim in a way. I mean, you see, so here is what it is. We have pledges for $100,000 each from Dataways, payable in 2 years, and also $100,000 from Khurram Fawad, payable in the 2 years. So that is something which is, alhamdulillah, when you are surrounded by people like
So is it Khurram or Smart IS?
Well, it is up to him.
Smart IS? Smart IS.
Okay.
I'm hoping, my goal again is that I'm hoping that it can be Oshkosh.
Oh, yes. Okay. As long as Khurram Fawad take up the lead, and Smart IS and Oshkosh and the family gets together.
Absolutely. And again, this is something which is going to go a long way. And
absolutely.
Imagine the impact that we're going to have with this mobile unit into the community there.
Okay. All right. So, alhamdulillah, that's how, the work of God is, that while sitting here, we got 2 mobile units, one each from Dataways and the other one from and Khurram Fawad. Jazakallah Khurram, thank you very much for your time. Bless you, Ajay. Thank you very much. MashaAllah. Assalamu alaikum. So there you are.
There we are.
So,
see, the thing is like it needs to be contagious.
Yes.
The charity and this spirit needs to be contagious. And I think Humanity First or Humanity First HF Healthcare brings that spirit into the whole game.
Right, absolutely. So with that, we will come to the end of HF Healthcare segment, and from my team and myself, I'll say Assalamu alaikum. God bless you. Keep calling in, keep dialing in, and be part of this great story and great opportunity. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Welcome back. It's Haroon again. We've made tremendous gains over the past hour. Right now it's 1:20, and we've raised around 80,000 more from 421. Now we're at 505,000. We're almost halfway towards our goal of 1.25 million. We just need you guys to hang in there and sacrifice as much as you can. And come on, we can do this. Let's see the top states. I've seen Pennsylvania's grown a lot too, actually. Let's just take a look at that. Pennsylvania has $42,000 in pledges and $5,000 in donations, much more than before. So great job, Pennsylvania, for picking it up. Let's look at Texas. I mean, Texas has always been on top. I mean, they're always, on top of the game. They're ready to, take the dub. So they got $41,000 in donation and almost 40,000 in pledges, almost a total of 80,000. It's almost amazing how much Texas is going. So, you got to keep putting on that effort, and, you might, stay on top at the end. We can go to Georgia now. Georgia, we have donations of 10,000 and a pledge of 1,300. So yeah, they still have the same number. So I would encourage people from Georgia, step up the game. Let's start improving a little bit. Now let's see New York. They seem like they've got a lot of donations. New York has donations of 18,000, around 18,500. So they're doing great. Lastly, let's look at Virginia. Virginia has donations of $14,000 almost, with $77,000 of pledges. Can you imagine? That's great. Great job, Virginia. You're doing an amazing job. And I urge all of you, take that soldier spirit, take that sacrifice spirit, and move forward for the sake of humanity. A lot of people are depending on your donation. So thank you. On that, I'll turn it back.
Since 2004 in the United States that we have not been involved with. My name is Dr. Mohammed Qureshi. I'm a physician, and my interest is always to try to help people who are in need. I do volunteer work for Humanity First USA. I've traveled to different parts of the world or the United States to help with disaster relief. Humanity First USA is a disaster relief and human development NGO. After the initial disaster, there's always going to be need for human development, and we provide food security, water for life, we help build schools, support education of children, and many different projects. Pakistan has had the worst floods ever. About 35 million people have lost their homes, and their homes got flooded, they lost their livelihood, and along with that there is an increase in infections. So I had a chance on behalf of Humanity First USA to go down to Pakistan. In 2010, they also had a big flood, and we as Humanity First USA helped with reconstruction of homes. So when I went there to these villages, I saw those homes that we built in 2010, and guess what? They were not damaged by the flood. they were still standing. So I feel that we made a difference. We are volunteering our time and efforts, and we're not being paid for it. So that money that you give us will be given to the people who need help. The money is spent wisely. Hurricanes have been happening more and more. There has been terrible floods in Nigeria, Pakistan, Florida. The devastation is so big that you have to start somewhere, so we help folks one at a time, and hopefully it will make a difference. The work never stops. The help can never stop.
Welcome back. You know, you've seen a lot going on in our sessions today. You learned about HF Healthcare, you learned about Nasser Hospital, you learned about a lot of the pieces that are coming together so nicely to make Humanity First what it is today. Going through all the programs, now we're going to talk about our core program, that is disaster relief. Humanity First International has participated in supporting over 187 disasters. Whether you were introduced to Humanity First in the earthquakes in Pakistan, to the tsunami in Indonesia, to the hurricanes and disasters within USA, many other places, Humanity First was there. Our doctors, our nurses, our superheroes have given of their time, their talent, and their treasure in supporting these. And as the years have gone by, remember Humanity First started in a war zone, in a disaster as well, from the UK. So now we're going to talk to a couple of folks to understand the disaster relief programs and how Humanity First is working and how it's evolved. First, we have Dr. Muhammad Mahmood Qureshi, to be clear, who is the Vice President of Disaster Relief in the USA, but also on the Board of Disaster Relief work in Humanity First International. Mahmood bhai, are you present?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. A lot more than I thought, so sorry about that. Mahmood bhai, tell us about the journey of Humanity First in disaster relief. I know you've been involved since the beginning in a basement in Baltimore in cooking up how we do disaster relief. And look how far we've come, mashallah. Congratulations for all the work you've done. But give us a quick run through of the journey.
So thank you, Mac. It's wonderful to talk to you again. Humanity First began in United Kingdom during the Balkan, Serbian, Yugoslavian war, and at that time, basically, relief was sent from United Kingdom to Croatia, to different parts of the Yugoslavia to help with the refugees, non-denominational, without distinction between Bosnian, Croats, or Serbs, and all of them were helped. So that's how it started. In United States, Humanity First was established in 2004, and it was again around a disaster. I think it was the Indonesian tsunami that had happened at that time, and that is where we really quickly evolved into a disaster relief organization. And then ever since, we have been active and involved with any disaster that's happened in the U.S., which is significant, as well as global.
So Mahmood, tell us what it takes to support a disaster. I mean, we hear you go over there, and naturally there's a disaster, there's no infrastructure. What happens? Help our viewers understand what gets done and what are we good at and what are the type of things we do.
So I think any disaster, when you have it, there is immediate damage and destruction, and it leads to loss of water, food, shelter, and basically the support that you will provide will be around that. The nature of support will vary from country to country or place to place, but the basic premise is that, if I use the example of Pakistan and let's say Nigeria now, and let's say if Dominican Republic, $36 you can provide a care pack with basic essential food supplies, non-perishable, that can be providing them for 3 to 4 weeks of rations through somebody, a family of 6. So that's the basic building block.
Help me understand, though, in terms of, when we see a disaster, we emotionally want to give that day one, and we give. But Humanity First is around much, much beyond that first 30, 60, 90 days, right? So, and how does the needs evolve during that time as well?
So the concept that the conference that we're doing today is on sustainable health. And basically, you do a phase one, which is the immediate help. And because we have volunteers in different parts of the world, we could quickly get to them. And then the second piece of it, we make a quick assessment. And then the third piece is the phase three, which is then we support them with medical clinics, which are going to be more sustainable, schools, and providing back livelihood. For example, in Pakistan, we try to give them back the ability to buy crops and buy seeds to have their crops back again, or buy an animal that supports them. So basically, all aspects of life cycle, right from the very beginning, day one, all the way down to 6 months to a year to 5 years. I remember tsunami, we helped for 5 years in Indonesia.
Yeah. So real quick, Mahmood Bhai, before we go, I wanted to hear about your personal experience in Ukraine. I know you personally visited, and you recently went to Pakistan as well. I mean, thank you for all the time you take to do this. I know you've been recognized by many government and other organizations. But tell us what it's like to be there, where people who are living on $1 a day and they even lose that. What are the emotions that you saw?
So it's really very challenging. You see firsthand the misery, and it actually motivates you to do more to help them. Again, you can only touch so many people, as in previous discussion. If you're not a mobile unit, then you can only provide whatever you can provide directly. But there is medical needs immediately for injuries and infections, but then also chronic diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, to try to help people through that as well. And we can, as medical providers, can provide that immediate help.
That's very impressive. I know we can't cover everything, Mahmood Bhai, but from the bottom of our hearts, and everyone here, and I know around the country who gives generously, at least they can join you by giving financially. But I know you're on the ground all over the world, giving of your time, your talent, your treasure, in order to alleviate the pain of so many millions of people around the world. Jazakallah for all that you do.
Yeah, Mac, I just wanted to recognize two groups of people today. Just as we are having this telethon, there are two groups which are actively doing disaster relief work. One is in South Florida, where a team of volunteers from New York are doing cleanup and helping people. And then second group is Nigeria. Nigeria, in the rivers region of Nigeria, there is major flooding, and we are distributing care packs to about 2,000 people today.
Jazakallah for sharing that. And those of you, if you can give towards Humanity First, it will go towards all these efforts. So please give generously. Jazakallah Mahmood Bhai. Next, we'll transition to Qasim Rashid. Qasim, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. It's good to see you.
Qasim, how do I say your first name? What does it rhyme with?
It rhymes with awesome. It's very easy to remember. Awesome, Qasim. That's all you got to remember, and I'm here.
That's very helpful. You did something pretty incredible for Humanity First, and we're grateful because I think you helped bring attention to a topic that perhaps wasn't getting enough attention. You helped mobilize thousands of people to give through Humanity First for the disaster in Pakistan and your personal journey through that. I'd love to hear a little bit about your background and why were you so motivated to support through Humanity First the work in Pakistan.
I've been fortunate to work with Humanity First. I think the very first project I worked on was Hurricane Katrina, nearly 20 years ago now. It sounds remarkable to even say that. I've had the privilege of visiting Humanity First projects in India, in Pakistan, in Mali, in Africa, and I've seen the on-the-ground impact. And so when this devastating flood, this historic once-in-a-thousand-year flood hit Pakistan, I wanted to do my level best to elevate the work Humanity First has been doing, really in a unique manner. And I think we were able to garner more than 5,000 unique donations to Humanity First dedicated solely to providing support to the devastation that's happening in Pakistan.
That's pretty incredible. But we'll come back to Pakistan. But I understand that during Katrina, you drove overnight 20 hours and you showed up and started working.
Yeah. Myself, my brother Tayyib Rashid, I think Sabah Shams was with us, Junaid Latif. It was an amazing team of people. I'm forgetting some names, so I apologize. But yeah, we drove all the way down to Baton Rouge, and then another team went to Houston.
That's great.
Hurricane Rita hit shortly thereafter as well. And that's what I mean. That this is work being done on the ground, and that's what's most exciting.
And thank you for your Qurbani in Mali as well. Some would argue that's a Mali Qurbani.
It's the most pure type of Mali Qurbani imaginable, absolutely.
So coming back to the floods in Pakistan, these 5,000 donors that you're talking about, a lot of them were not Pakistani. A lot of them were not members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Why do people give? Why do you think they gave to Humanity First versus the other organizations? And how did you articulate the message? And the reason I'm asking this is there's hundreds of people who give to Humanity First, but they have a hard time communicating that to their friends and network outside. And perhaps you can help inform. I know you have some social media platforms, but just the messaging itself.
Yeah, I think there's three things that I want people to focus on in this scenario. One, just the name Humanity First, right? There's no asterisk next to the name of humanity. We will support all people suffering regardless of faith, color, creed, or any other differentiating factor. So it truly is an inclusive message. Two, we have a track record. Humanity First isn't just some new organization that popped up yesterday. We've been around for nearly 30 years now, have supported people across the world suffering from genocide and from refugees and asylees suffering from wildfires and hurricanes and earthquakes and every imaginable natural disaster. We have expertise and we have a proven model. And then three, it's time to impact. We can deploy almost immediately, if not within a couple of days. And that's really critical because when a lot of these organizations ask for money, they're trying to get the money and then find a way to spend it. We already have people on the ground. We're in over 50 countries around the world already. And so when people see a disaster happen, they want to donate to an organization that has an A rating, that, with Humanity First, more than 90% of the money donated goes to the end user. They want to know they're making a difference. And so it was just that messaging that I made very public, very clear, that by investing in Humanity First, you're donating to an organization that has been doing this work for decades. They have a very high reputation. More than 90% goes to the end user. And by the way, we are on the ground. So the money you donate today, by tomorrow, will be helping people save lives.
Yeah, that's a great messaging. I hope people can watch your videos as well. And we're grateful to your family, whether it's your brother Tayyib Rashid, who served in the military as well and helps Humanity First, to your wife, who's done great work through her for-profit venture that raises money for Humanity First as well. I think your whole family has embraced Humanity First as their vehicle of choice in serving humanity. So we're very grateful to all of you and to Hana and Hassan and Hashim as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now let's transition to the Youth Auxiliary of Majlis Qudamul Ahmadiyya, United States of America, or what we lovingly call MKA USA. Some of us old folks, reminisce on our days in MKA where we stayed up all night during Ijtima and competed in the Tilawat competition or more speech competition. I don't think any of us did Nazm much, but there were some good Nazm competitions as well. We have Abdul Nasir by representing Majlis Qudamul Ahmadiyya. Nasir Bhai, are you here?
Assalamu alaikum, Mac Bhai ji. I'm here.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all the work that MK USA does. You are very fond of Sadr Qudamul Ahmadiyya, Madil Abdullah Saab, and many other members of Qudamul Ahmadiyya in embracing Humanity First. Can you share the major project MK USA took on for Humanity First?
So yeah, most recently, last year, we by the grace of Allah, we were able to raise above $200,000 to help construction of a hospital in Tanzania.
That's great. You know, now that's a significant amount. I know. My son is giving through MK and Atfal, and there's a big drive. How do you motivate youth when they have, they're early in their careers or don't have a career yet? They're members of Majlis Atfal Ahmadiyya, Ukhdam Ahmadiyya. What inclines them to move towards giving of what little they have? Earlier we had a 9-year-old who gave $25. For a 9-year-old, that's all the money he has. How do you motivate your youth to have a spirit of giving?
Right, so I think one of the beauty of the partnership between Majlis Khuddam al-Ahmadiyya and Humanity First is that it's a great training opportunity for our youth, because when they go out and serve in areas that are hit by disaster, so such as most recently in Fort Myers after Hurricane Ian, we had a good group of youth who went there to volunteer. So that gives them a practical experience that, compared to what they have, if you have lost your home, if you have lost your means of livelihood after a disaster, what are the challenges that you go through? You see that, and then you also see the teaching in the Quran and from Islam that we have to try our best to serve humanity. So you put those together, that becomes a great means of training the youth.
That's great, and we're very proud of this, the Sarai Khidmat that you have near Beit Rahman as well, and all the great work that the youth did during Hazur's recent tour. Jazakallah for partnering with Humanity First and calling it a great partnership, because it enables us to do so much more together, and building a hospital is just one of the many ways that our youth auxiliaries is participating with Humanity First. Jazakallah for your time.
Jazakallah.
So now we're going to try, you heard about disaster relief, you heard about building a hospital, you heard about disasters in Pakistan from Qasim Rashid. Now we're going to transition to learn through a video, learn a little bit more about our Water for Life program. Our chairman, Munam Naeem Saab, shared all the innovation that's going on there. But this is the most basic fundamental need that humans all over the world have, whether it's Africa or other third world and developing countries. Please watch this video and learn a little bit more.
Clean drinking water is one of the most fundamental human rights. Yet access to clean water is at crisis levels. According to the World Health Organization, over 2 billion people worldwide only have access to contaminated water, which is estimated to cause 485,000 deaths each year.
इस ज़माने में जहाँ जमात अहमदिया रूहानी मायदार पानी दुनिया को मुहैया कर रही है और उनकी रूहानी सेहरी का सामान कर रही है, वहाँ माती पानी मुहैया करती है। अफ्रीका में लोग तालाबों का पानी पीते हैं या फिर ऐसे कुओं का पानी, कुएं तो हम सीजन में ही मुहैया होते हैं, अमूमन तालाबों का पानी होता है जहाँ बारिशों का पानी इकट्ठा हो जाता है, जो इस कदर गंदा होता है कि सिवाय इंसान प्यास से मर रहा हो और वरना कोई उस पानी को पीने का यहाँ बैठे होंगे से कोई तस्वीर भी नहीं कर सकता। उस जगह से इंसान पानी ले रहे होते हैं और उस जगह में जानवर भी पानी पी रहे होते हैं, बल्कि जानवरों का गंद वगैरह भी उसमें शामिल होता है। वहाँ उन इलाकों में जब हम कुएं खोद कर देते हैं और नलके लगाते हैं तो लोगों की खुशी देखने वाली होती है। यहाँ शायद आपको हज़ारों पाउंड मिलने पर भी खुशी ना हो, जो नलके में से पहली दफ़ा साफ पानी देखकर उन लोगों को हो रही होती है। हमारे नौजवान वॉलंटियर जो वहाँ इस काम के लिए यहाँ से भी जाते हैं, इसका तजुर्बा उन्हें होता है। वो बयान करते हैं कि किस तरह के तजुर्बात से उनको गुजरना पड़ा और तस्वीरें भी दिखाते हैं कि किस तरह पर बड़े भी, बच्चे भी, औरतें भी खुशी से उछल रहे होते हैं कि उन्हें साफ पानी मुहैया हो गया। गोया वो दिन उनके लिए ईद का दिन होता है।
Humanity First USA aims to help the poor and underserved communities get access to clean drinking water. We believe that safe and clean drinking water is a fundamental human right. Our Water for Life program delivers sustainable solutions to combat water scarcity in impoverished communities in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Asia. Humanity First USA not only ensures the efficient delivery of projects, but also invests in building capacity by training local engineers and technicians with modern tools and technologies. Our expertise include drilling new hand pumps, refurbishing and rehabilitating existing hand pumps, digging water wells, and installing industrial-grade water filtration plants in cities. More recently, Humanity First USA partnered with the International Association of Ahmadi Architects and Engineers, who have adopted the latest green and sustainable technology solutions, which utilize renewable energy to provide clean drinking water to villagers at their doorsteps. Humanity First USA and the International Association of Ahmadi Architects and Engineers offer a range of solutions depending upon the local geography, availability of materials, and cultural acceptability. Through the Water for Life program, Humanity First USA has been able to serve over 210,000 people. Please donate now. You can make a difference.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that great video. We're going to transition into talking about, continue to talk about water. But before we do that, since Salam Bhatti has been gone for a few minutes, I've been neglecting to share how you can participate and join us in fundraising. One way is to use your social media, hashtag HF Telethon 22. Use that. Please tag me, tag others, tag Qasim Rashid, get him to tweet, get some of these other folks to tweet about us. That would be great. The phone number to call to make a pledge is 1-877-994-3872. There's some folks sitting right behind me. They're waiting for your call. Join us. Perhaps we'll bring you on air and talk to you about that as well to keep the conversation going. With that, I want to transition to talking about Water for Life. This is such an incredible project. I know we're going to talk about innovation in a second, but the base numbers, I know you've been to many countries in Africa. Walid Khan Saab, Khan, by the way, Munam Saab was making sure the Khans and the Chaudhrys get along, and we'll try. But how many countries have you been to, and how many of these wells have you personally seen? I mean, it seems like it changes the trajectory of an entire village.
Yes, it's basically, like every hand pump has a story.
Really?
Like when our team when we go on the ground in, for example, our projects are in Mali, Burkina Faso, Liberia, Tanzania. We've done water wells in Guatemala in the past. Every hand pump, every water well has a story. Somebody met someone and they found out about Humanity First, and then they came across someone and they asked for help, and Humanity First.
What kind of villages are these? What's the population? Who needs these?
So these villages, they are anywhere from 500 to 1,300 people.
Okay,
living
very
in
tiny.
the village.
Okay.
Yeah, small villages, and normally there's one hand pump in each village, and when that breaks down, the next hand pump could be 4 miles, 5 miles, 8 miles away. So they either have to walk there
go on their donkey carts or...
And these 500, 1,200 people, they all live off their water supply from that single hand pump.
Single hand pump, and if that's broken down, then they go to ponds, they go to these different, like unsafe sources of drinking
That's
water.
very dangerous.
Yeah.
And what has Humanity First in its entirety done? How many, nearly 4,300 water wells around the world?
Yeah, we have done thousands of projects around the world. We have different types of projects. Masoor Sajid will be talking about some of those details, but these include hand pumps, water wells, solar systems. So now we were a smaller organization working on hand pumps. Now we are into renewable energy, and we are.
That's great. Masoor Sajid Sahab, are you on the line?
Yeah.
Yeah, great having you on board as well. I know you're the water expert. I am as well. I try to drink at least 60 ounces a day. So tell me how this works. What's the evolution of the water pump? Munib Naeem Saab talked about the innovation in Humanity First. As Walid Bhai saying, we started with a simple water pump. Where are we going with this?
Yeah, that's a good point you raised. I'd like to, if you give me an opportunity, I'd like to explain what our program is, what we are doing, considering historically what we have done so far, and what is our vision. As you know, the Humanity First organization, our vision, mission, and activities start with the vision of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. So Hazur, when I got an opportunity last year, Hazur mentioned that what you guys are doing with this crisis going on, the supply chain, how you are planning to continue your operations. And I was stunned by this.
Masoor Bhai, just in the interest of time, I believe we are going into the business of developing the technology to build our own pumps?
Yes, that's exactly our vision is, that we want to go into that, our own sustainable operation, because considering the sustainable development goals, how Humanity First is aligning with. So that's the vision of the organization.
And what's the innovation? I know this is guided by Hazur, but what's the innovation here? I think we're thinking about solar, we're thinking about renewable energy. What are all these things in water?
Two things as part of it. The first is we have to have our own manufacturing facility. We should not be dependent on other people's manufacturing and just take it and install it. That's the first thing.
Okay.
We to our own manufacturing facility wherever we are.
And does that save money, and is it better technology?
Two, both of these.
Okay.
Number one, we will be saving a lot of money in terms of spending and paying, for example, profit, because these organizations are not charitable organizations, for profit. That's one. Second is we are dependent on the supply chain issues. Considering recently, a container we used to buy, now the cost is double. The shipping cost is even more than that. So we are dependent on them. That's the one thing. We are
local sourcing as well, then. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one part.
Okay.
The second thing is we are going solar. Go solar, like the big term these days. So we have partnered because with the leading organization called Lawrence, Germany-based organization. They have U.S. operations as well. We have signed an agreement with them. We're going to sign an agreement very soon, based on a strategic relationship that we are establishing, that they will be training our resources, our engineers, to learn how to do things in terms of solar-based structure. And then, based on that vision, we will be having our own solar-based even pumps as well in the future. So yes, that's our 2025 vision, I would say, that we would be not only manufacturing our own pumps, but moving to the solar.
And help me understand there's a lot of innovation here. Masoor Bhai described it so well. Help me understand, will this allow us to deploy double in our growth? What's the need? Have we already scratched the surface on the need? Where are we going with this?
No, we have not scratched the surface. If I like using some of the numbers that are shared by United Nations and these organizations, at any given time there are at least 65 to 70% of the hand pumps, for example, in Africa, are broken down. So if we can just fix those overnight, we'll solve the water problem. So the way all the organizations, they are investing in these projects, but there's still a lot of need. So the reason we are getting into manufacturing and innovating, and that's where we had a conversation with Mujib Ijaz also about.
He's pretty talented.
Yes. So they want to see our model. They want to see how things work in the field, and they may come up with a better design. So not only lowering the cost, but expanding the reach.
So tell me, for our donors and people who are logged in, I believe it cost about, all in, about $2,000 a pump. And help me understand this, Masurbai, as well. If I was able to give $2,000 today, I would be able to have a functional, innovative, not just a hand pump, but with some bells and whistles of innovation in a town that could give access to about 1,200 individuals, mothers, kids, parents, grandparents, access to safe and clean drinking water just for $2,000. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Magpie, in addition to these human beings we are training, but think of those people, the livestock is a very critical component. The kitchen garden is another component of it. It's not just human being. You are actually taking care of if you think the whole lifestyle come into it. So that's another component of it.
So the sustainability of a community starts with water.
Yeah, you're right. The other thing is, what we need to consider is, $2,000 is rehabilitation. Walid Saab just mentioned that 60 to 65%, they're broken. What we are doing is the humanity first value added component is that we are not only going into the refurbishment program, prioritizing it. In need, of course, there are a need for the new pumps as well, but we are doing the refurbishment, which is cost effective. As long as you're able to give them the running water, that's pretty much it, right? We don't care if it is a new or refurbishment. The humanity first value is that we have our own teams on ground. We are not just getting project money, do one time, get it done, and move on. But our people are on ground.
So we're locally available. Our producer is teasing me that I look mean and sad, so I'm trying to smile more. But this seems like this is an incredible opportunity to actually solve real problem with having boots on the ground all over the world. How many new hand pumps and refurbishments do you plan on doing by the end of this year?
So by the end of, as I shared earlier, we have done a lot already, but we are planning to reach at least 100 hand pumps. We've done mid-60s in Burkina Faso, Guatemala.
So for $200,000, if we raise $200,000, 100 people give $2,000, that's a multiple of 100 pumps, which will help 120,000 humans have access to water and sustainability. That's incredible. I know we're out of time. Masroor Sajid Bhai, Walid Bhai, really appreciate it. I think this is an incredible program. It resonates well with all our audiences, and we hope that you join them in making this a successful program. 100 new pumps, $2,000 a pump, helping over 100,000 people. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bhai. Thank you, Walid Bhai. Next, we will transition to a nice little video, just to liven things up a little bit while I try to figure out how to smile.
Humanity first. No color, creed, religion will stop us from serving mankind. That is who we are. With global warfare, famine, and increasing disparity of wealth around the world, Humanity First was officially founded in 1995 as a disaster relief organization and later evolved into a human development organization serving 60 nations. Since its conception, 11 million people have been helped under the mission to serve disaster-stricken and the socially disadvantaged in the poor communities of the world. The journey of Humanity First USA began in 2004, and since, more than 4 million people have been impacted by the disaster relief and human development efforts. Since 2004, 244,944 patients have been seen under the Humanity First USA Global Health Program. HFUSA has led the way by setting up free health clinics and building hospitals in various countries around the world. Nasser Hospital in Guatemala has been the biggest project launched and delivered by HFUSA. Opened in 2018 with the inauguration of His Holiness Mirza Masroor Ahmad, this hospital now has served more than 37,000 patients and performed more than 770 surgeries. Gift of Sight is a program targeted to help with cataract surgeries in unprivileged communities. Many people lose their sight in old age, and this simple surgery is a must to help see again and become productive members in society. Over 4,473 surgeries have been performed since 2004, with teams visiting various villages in South and Central America and African countries. Our Water for Life program has progressed very well and is one of the most popular programs of Humanity First USA. HFUSA has served 2.34 million people through 1,396 projects since 2004. Humanity First is building water wells and hand pumps to provide clean drinking water in villages of 3 African countries. With a vision to make America hunger-free, with Humanity First USA Food Security Program seeks to reduce hunger and food wastage, provide food to our communities, and raise awareness. Humanity First in America has worked diligently in setting up food pantries and food distribution centers across America. When COVID-19 hit in 2020, food security became a critical need in every part of the country. Lockdown gave way to unprecedented rise in unemployment, and people at all levels of society struggled with basic needs. Humanity First USA expanded on its already existing 14 food pantry and soup kitchen locations to 25, and partnered with 45 local organizations, including food banks and local government agencies. Humanity First USA in 2018 launched its Qurbani service during the month before Eid al-Adha to help facilitate sacrifice and provide meat to the needy in 7 countries assigned to Humanity First USA. Fast to Feed is another food security campaign in the month of Ramadan to help create awareness of hunger in America and how so many go to sleep hungry. By skipping one meal and donating that amount to Humanity First to help support our food pantries. Humanity First USA is a leading disaster relief organization. Since 2004, we have been on the ground for 62 major disasters that have taken place in the United States and supporting countries. We have partnered with MKA, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Organization, and helped with California wildfires, Hurricane Katrina, Sandy, and Ike, and recently Ida. 630,884 people have been served. But the biggest disaster relief has been fighting the constant impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. This disaster has required us to partner with 50 nonprofits and government agencies and collaborate with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community Auxiliaries to serve 30,000 families in 33 cities and 21 states. Recently, we have been a part of the international effort to help refugees from the Ukraine war. A team from HFUSA went to Ukraine through Poland to assist the German Humanity First team on the ground since the war broke out. The team assisted in providing warm meals, basic hygiene kits, and triage services. Knowledge for Life is a universal program that believes every person deserves an education to succeed in society. Humanity First USA has been leading the way in building schools and adult vocational centers in Central and South America, Africa, and Asia. Since 2004, 51,836 students have been educated and 11,493 youth trained. Currently, Humanity First USA, in collaboration with local African and South and Central American Humanity First teams, is operating 23 schools in 9 countries. In 2020, the Humanity First Student Division, a student-led auxiliary under Humanity First USA, launched the Education Project to help provide free tutoring to kids K-12. This program was targeted for underserved areas. Humanity First USA continues to establish itself and grow to serve mankind. Our volunteers, ambassadors, and donors have been the foundation of all the programs and campaigns we run. Thank you for your service and continuous support.
At the end, I also wish to offer my heartfelt congratulations and thanks to the volunteers and team members of Humanity First, because during its first quarter century, they have served in an exemplary way with great sincerity and loyalty to the cause of serving humanity. The passion of its volunteers has enabled Humanity First to live up to its name and to become a well-established and renowned charity and disaster relief agency. Alhamdulillah, each year the scope of work of Humanity First has continued to expand, and I pray that this always remains the case. May its members and volunteers be those who stand ever ready to wipe away the tears of those who are in distress or hurting in any way. May you always be ready to help those blameless souls who are the victims of their circumstances to overcome their grief, desperation, and heartache. May you always stand up for the rights of the weak, deprived, and vulnerable. May Allah enable all of you to play your role in serving the cause of humanity and helping those tormented by abject poverty and deprivation to stand upon their own 2 feet. May Allah the Almighty bless the efforts of Humanity First, and may it never take a backward step. Rather, I pray it always marches forward in its efforts to humanity. Ameen. Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Welcome back to the studio. We are very honored, I'm very honored that we are joined by Flaudin Shemasa. He is our Naib Amir, National Vice President of Ahmadi Muslim Community, and also he is representing our respected Amir Saab, the National President of Ahmadi Muslim Community. So with that, I would like to welcome Flaudin Shemasa. Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah for your time, for coming today and representing Amir Saab. Just from the telethon perspective, mashallah, we have now crossed the 50% goal. The goal was given to us. The goal was given to us for 1.2 million, right? So I think we are about. We will get more update. Right, but I think from your personal perspective, I know you've been involved with Humanity First, but first, obviously, you are representing Amir Saab. So I'd like to hear any comments that you like to give to the donors, to the viewers, and then we can talk about your past experience as well.
Okay, inshallah. With Humanity First, I like to have all the members to know, and all the audience who's listening to these things, that Humanity First has done a great job all over the world. And specifically for the Humanity First USA, they have done remarkable things within the country and also in other places such as Guatemala, where the hospital was built a few years ago, that we all went there, and Hazur inaugurated that. And now I think there is a program to expand that hospital. So mashallah, that's a good step. Within a few years that we will be inshallah expanding it, and it's good for the people in that area. But Humanity First is involved in so many things, in helping people when there's not only with disaster situations, but as an ongoing basis. For example, at the food pantries that they have established, so many schools have been established in Africa, and also the program for the water supply in African countries. So mashallah, Humanity First is actually an organization now that is well respected in so many countries because of their work. And it's so essential that we understand that there are only two obligations that any member has. Right. That is worship of Allah, right, and then serving the mankind. Absolutely. And that is where Humanity First comes in. And this provides them the vehicle, an opportunity for everyone to participate in it. And as a general policy, for example, we do not accept any money for our Jamaat needs. Right. We only take it from our members. Right. But Humanity First is an exception, because we spend most of this Humanity First money on the outside people, right, and to help the human beings. So it is okay to accept the money from outside of the membership. So I believe that our members should inform their friends, their co-workers, yes, that this is an organization like any other organization. But what I emphasize when I introduce Humanity First to my friends or other people is that this is an organization that is run by volunteers. Right. So our administration cost is the lowest as compared to any other organization. So most of the money that's collected is spent for the particular purpose and becomes useful as a percentage of the total collections. Right. So I think it's a wonderful...
I think, Flasab, you really brought up a very good point that members are supporting, right? This 1.2 million that we will inshallah raise, a bulk of that will come from the members. But the point you made, that members should make effort to bring other noble souls. That was Khalifatul Masih Rabi, right? He mentioned that, that we need to bring people, and I think that is the sole purpose of creating this separate entity to work on and to raise money. Flasab, you have, obviously worked quite a bit of charitable projects. Yeah. I know that in Marshall Islands, you are doing. Yes. Tell us something about Marshall Islands.
In Marshall Islands, actually, we have already done about 700 homes where we have provided solar electricity free to them. And that has been done through Humanity First.
What is the benefit, what is the benefit of doing these solar panels? What do people get out of it?
There are so many people who either do not have electricity or their electricity has been cut off because they could not afford. Right. Now, the situation was so bad that Marshall Islands government now has prepaid meters. So because they were losing so much money for people not paying their bills.
Right, right.
So the bottom line became that the wages are so low that they could not afford to pay the bills. So now if they don't have the money, they cannot get electricity. Right. So you deposit the money. If let's say you deposit $10 and you get $10 worth of electricity, when the $10 worth is gone, it's gone. Gone, right. The electricity is off. So we are working with the local mayors, right, and preparing a list ahead of time. Like, for example, if we are getting 200 units to come in,
right,
we, with the cooperation of the mayor's office, we prepare a list. We give precedence to the senior people,
right,
people who were affected by the bomb testing in the 1950s,
right,
and then other needy people that we know with children who do not have electricity. And so, see, you have to imagine this, that you are in the house and you are having dinner and your children are doing the homework and it's dark.
Right.
And
right.
either you have candle lights or some other source.
Right.
So we started that program to provide them electricity. Now, the units that we decided on provides the basic needs for a family. It
Right.
provides electricity for 2 rooms.
Right.
It gives them a fan. They can charge their computers or their, their phones and those
Right,
kind of
right, right.
gadgets. So, and if there's cloudy and the sun is not producing electricity,
Right.
then the unit will go on for 3 days, even if there's
Without even sun coming.
without any sun, which does not take place.
How
over there.
many homes did we do there?
We have already done 700 homes.
700.
Mashallah, yes.
So average family size is what,
You're talking about 5 to 7 people.
5-7 people.
In each family, yes.
So almost 3,500 people
Oh, yes.
helped there,
yes.
right?
And then the mayor of Majuro called me, and then they said that they need street lights
Right.
in downtown Majuro. And because their local electricity keeps it goes off
Right, right.
because of load shedding and all kind of repairs and stuff like that.
Right.
So I've already provided we have provided 1 mile of street lights in the downtown Chicago, with downtown Majuro, which already has been installed actually early part of this year. Now we have another shipment coming within a week or so, which will be another 1 mile of street lights. So, mashallah, it's been working, and the total funding for this has been coming from outside sources, from New Zealand government.
Right.
I
I think I want to just capitalize on that point you just made. This is a trust that you have built,
right,
in your organization, meaning the Humanity First, and you're getting grants from some government entities
Yes.
to do the work for them. So that's
we begin from Department of Interior,
Right.
but I always make sure that the local municipality,
Right.
the mayor,
Right.
they share from their budget something.
Sure.
Either 50%, 25%, whatever,
Right.
because I do not believe in giving the stuff away. Because
Right.
when you're giving it free, then it has not much value. But when they have their own money involved in it, then they take interest in it. And it's been working wonderfully, actually. They have all cooperated. Actually, in 2020, they had a shortage of rice.
Right.
Because of the COVID situation. The shipments were not coming. So we provided 2, few months apart, but we provided 2 container loads of rice for the people for free distribution. So, they know that people know Humanity First. Actually, if you ask the mayors or other people the only 2 organizations that they know are the Red Cross and Humanity First.
Humanity First. So, Flas, I think, this is beautiful because not only you came and represented Amir Saab and you kind of gave the message to the community to help, but you also share your own experience.
Yes.
We request your kind prayers for us that we are able to meet our goal.
Yeah.
I know that you have to leave as well, but we really want to say thank you. You all came all the way.
No, I'm very happy to be here, and it's an opportunity that I would like to, say to all the people who are listening to this that the money that you give for an organization like Humanity First, you are fulfilling the one fundamental responsibility and obligation that you have in our faith.
Absolutely.
So and money is, as I said before, and this is how I explained it to the president of Marshall Island or any of the mayors. I said, look, you will not get the value for the money that we provide because we are all volunteers.
Right.
I'm a volunteer, and all the people that are working with me are volunteers.
Absolutely.
So look at other people, other organizations that come to you. They're spending so much money in administration, travel, this and this, and then by the time, less than 50% of the money is being used.
Exactly. So I think Falasab really, shared quite a bit of good points there. His own experience, how efficient, effective Humanity First is, and the trust is being built up. And he brought a beautiful message from Amir Saab for the community to continue to donate. We'll close this session with again thank you to Jazakallah to Falasab again. And we'll go to our Studio 2 and see what are the updates from our fundraising perspective. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have really exciting updates going on. Within the past hour, when I was talking to you guys an hour ago, we were at 521,000. Now we've really ramped up the donations with a total of 667,000, crossing the halfway mark. Congratulations. Amazing job, everybody. Keep on pitching in. And I just want to highlight some of the key states that are really, going inside and really donating a lot. If we look at Virginia, I mean, how far have they come? I mean, if you look at let's look at Virginia. They've donated over $132,000 in pledges, with $14,000 already donated. So they're well above the top. I mean, that's leadership from, the ambassador side, from Tahir Qamar Saab, too. I mean, that's amazing. And then let's go to Texas. They're always on top. I mean, they're always, racing for the #1 spot. I mean, they got $41,602 in donations and $40,000 in pledges, so $80,000 in. But, we really, you got to have that competitive spirit in you, Texas. You're almost to the level of Virginia. Just, keep on putting the donations in so you can get on top. Let's look at New York. When we're going to New York, we have $18,234 in donations. So, they started off really strong, but, you got to push a little bit more so they can make it to the top. Let's see Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is $42,000 in pledges and $5,000 in donations. So they're still at the same stage, moving a little bit forward. But I'd really urge all of you guys, you've been hearing about all the innovation that's been going on, all the stuff with the water pumps, thousands of beneficiaries per well. I mean, knowledge for like 23 schools, so much is going on, and we really need your help. So I'm going to cue this towards a video right now. Back to the studio.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Maya Sonori. I am 16 years old, and we're here at the Willingboro Mosque where we conduct our monthly Humanity First food pantry. 2 days before the pantry, we receive pellets of canned food from the Food Bank of South Jersey, where we store them in our storage building. The day of, our volunteers go to the food bank to receive dairy products and fresh vegetables that are also stored in the storage room. Starting from 10 a.m., our volunteers arrive to help package the goods. Our goods contain 2 different bags that include fresh goods and dry goods that can feed up to 4 members of a family. These bags include bread, cheese, fresh meat, lentils, milk, and kids' meals. Beginning from 11 a.m., we start our distribution process where we ask the community member how many members are in their family. And depending on that, without contact, we bring the goods and put them in their car.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Munawar Saqib from Willingboro Humanity First Food Pantry. We have been serving since 2010. Usually it's less than 100 families that come to our pantry every month, but when pandemic started last year, the demand went up a lot. So last year we actually got to serve 234,000 pounds of food to roughly 3,500 families.
Hi, my name is Allison. I'm one of the part-time employees at the Food Bank of South Jersey. I'm part of the Summer Meals Program. So basically what we do is throughout the summer we deliver boxes and milk to different locations to give out for families for their kids. So each box that we give out has 5 meals, 5 breakfasts and 5 lunches. So they're frozen and they just have to be taken apart and microwave some of it, and some of it's already ready to go. And then we give out milk. So today I'm at the mosque here and I'm working with Humanity First. This is my first time at this location. So we kind of work together to, they give out the stuff that they have, and then I give out the children's stuff that we bring.
So this year we have been doing 2 pantries a month, serving up to 100 families each time. Volunteers, we get many Khuddam, Ansar, Lajna, Nasrat, Atfal, they're all involved. Because of pandemic, we had modified our distribution procedure. Previously, people used to come into the masjid and select whatever they needed. But nowadays, because of the social distancing requirements, we don't let the drivers come out of the car and we just load the stuff in the trunk. We plan to continue as long as we can, inshallah.
Welcome back, Slamba. You're back. How's it going?
Oh, man, I am just overjoyed by the donations, pledges, and stories that are coming in of people who are donating and why they are donating. It's been such a wonderful it's been so wonderful to be a part of this day, and we're over 40% of the way to our goal already.
That's great. That's great. What are we doing?
So now we are going to get back on the horn, as they would say, or back on the phones with some of our amazing callers. And first up is Dr. Fahim Yunus Qureshi, who's calling in, and we're going to learn some great things from Dr. Qureshi. Dr. Qureshi, can you hear us?
Very good. Assalamu alaikum salam. Yes, I can hear you.
Wa alaikum salam. It is such a pleasure to have you on the show because a lot of people don't know this, Dr. Qureshi, but the origins of Humanity First USA started in a very humble basement. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I think it's better if people don't know about it.
We don't want to know about the basement.
So I could tell you, we were with Fahim in his older house, not on Sunni Court, in his older house in the basement, talking about launching Humanity First USA, and it's come so far that now in Baltimore they have Zoom as well as calling, and maybe he'll call from Zoom from Joppa one day as well. But Fahim, tell us a little bit about the journey of Humanity First and how you've been a part of it.
Sure, I think it's an honor for all of us. But in my mind, the journey really started in the early 1990s during the Balkan War, and it starts with leadership of the fourth Khalifa of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Mirza Tahir Ahmad. And let me give you a short story. What happened is, during the Bosnian War, a lot of refugees were being displaced, and there was a large contingent of refugees sitting in the office of the fourth Khalifa. And this was winter time, and most of them were wearing summer clothing. And during that meeting, it is narrated that Huzur, as we call him, Mirza Tahir Ahmad, the Khalifa, left the meeting all of a sudden, with these dozens of people just completely flocked in that large hall or office. And within a few minutes, he comes back because he went up to his own apartment and brought all the winter clothing that were in his wardrobe. His coats, his echkans, his whatever warm clothing he could bring. And he simply put it up in front of all of them, and he said, just wear it right now. You're not properly dressed for this winter. And as he saw the joy on the faces of these people, because they were not only wearing winter clothing, they were wearing the clothing of the Khalifa. And you and I can understand what that means. And as Hazur sees the joy on their faces, he leaves again. And this time he goes into every nook and cranny of his apartment and finds whatever else he could and gives it away and sees the joy on these people. Those were, to me, the real beginnings of Humanity First, because then in 1995, within a couple of years, Humanity First was registered in UK. And it was around 2002 in USA when myself, Muhammad Chaudhry Saab, Mahmood Qureshi Saab, we were all serving in the youth organization of Ahmadiyya Muslim community, and we realized that we were about 7 years behind, and we had to catch up. And after that, yes, I can tell you the basement story, but I wanted to make sure our viewers, listeners understood where it truly started and why it is successful.
Absolutely, and that really connects with the theme of today's telethon, which is responding to the climate crisis of alleviating hunger and extreme suffering through sustainable programs. Now, Dr. Qureshi, what is it about Humanity First that keeps you involved? What is the why for you?
Sure, I think not just Humanity First, most organizations, we all have choices. As they say, we know you have choices, but thank you for flying with Southwest. So, in my mind, why do people fly with Humanity First? I think in my mind, it starts with three P's: the people, process, and project. So that's the hook. In my mind, I know the people of this organization. Going back to that basement where a lot of us were sitting together and we were struggling. We wanted to understand what our priorities are, where the money should go, the very little money that we had. It truly, as they say, all these Silicon Valley projects, this also started in a basement with a bunch of emails and people who are just burning their midnight oil. So number one is those people are still invested in Humanity First. And 20 years later, they have given thousands of hours and they've flown around the world to serve this organization. They'll continue to do that, as Falasab was earlier saying. They're all volunteers. Two is process. Of course, that process, which at least in U.S. started in a basement, is much, much larger today. We could not even fathom a teleconference, a telethon like this, and raising $1 million. You've already raised over 600,000 today. It's unbelievable. And that one organization that, in my mind at least, started in the office of Timothy Rave, today is established in 62 countries and 6 continents. I mean, this does not happen normally. And the third thing is just the projects. Just look at the priorities this organization has. Water for Life in Africa, Nasser Hospital in Guatemala, Gift of Sight, doing cataract surgeries, and then disaster relief all around the world. So it's a huge goal that they have, and I don't think that we will ever be done with this work. This will be a work in perpetuity.
It would behoove us, we have a couple minutes left, to tell us, since you're an expert and a lot of our donors and individuals want to hear, where are we with COVID? Where are we with disaster relief? I mean, since COVID is over, has the need ended? From a medical perspective, do we still need to continue to support people? How do we do that from a medical perspective?
Sure. So COVID has hit the whole world disproportionately. You have to understand, COVID is different in your house, it's different in your county, it's different in your state, and it's different country by country globally. So it's going to continue to be with us in economic and social and political form. The medical waves it may continue to come up with new variants, and in under-vaccinated or immunocompromised populations, you may continue to see infections. And the ramifications, the need is going to be here. Yes, some people are going to be more and better protected than others, but we need to understand that need is going to be here.
Jazakallah, that's really helpful. And as we look forward to humanity, serving humanity, how can people join us? How do you recommend they make a decision to support Humanity First?
I think the easiest thing is donate. There are many other ways, but what happens is, in this fast-paced world, if you didn't donate today, chances are you're not donating. I don't know the number, but I'm sure there's study and research on that. So my request for this call will be donate $1, donate $100, donate 100,000 if you can. Just do not let this day go by without you contributing.
Great.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that is a challenge to everybody who's listening. If you haven't donated yet, this challenge is coming from Dr. Yunus as well as everybody here. If you haven't donated yet, please do so. And if you have, but you haven't invited your friends to donate, please do so as well, because now we're going to hear from a young child named Faris. Assalamu alaikum, Faris, can you hear me? Faris, are you there?
I believe he's 6 years old, and these youth have been giving so much, and out of their own pocket money. Yeah. This is not like the parents saying, here, go give, here's $100, go give it. They're giving out of their individual capacity.
Absolutely, and it's showing us up for sure.
Yeah.
Every time.
And there may be another caller. Maybe we can come back to Faris. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He's probably out there getting more money.
He's probably raising money.
That's right.
By the way, my kids, I'm pushing them to give as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I assume your kids have given, the boys?
Sure thing. They are getting some pocket money, so let's see if he'll get it. Yeah.
Good.
Absolutely.
Do we have Faris? Oh, we have a three-team, a three-person team.
Three Musketeers are
Three
on
Musketeers. Danish, Ginza, Zadeep. Are you there?
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Where are you visiting us from?
We are currently living in Northern Virginia.
That's great.
And I think you're going to need to maybe mute your speakers.
Yes, sorry?
Yeah, go on. So you are all three of you brothers, sisters, and you've come together to raise some funds for Humanity First?
Yeah, we've been very lucky to have volunteered a little bit in the past few years for Humanity First, and this year we've donated about an average of $20 to $25 each.
MashaAllah, excellent. And what is it about Humanity First that makes you want to donate?
I think it's mostly the motivation and the desire to help the poor and needy, to put humanity first, because, I mean, of course, that's what this organization is all about. So I think it's just kind of that spirit.
Excellent. And how about for Kinza?
I'll let you hear from her herself.
Kinza, what keeps you donating your time and your money to Humanity First?
Assalamu alaikum. I really like that it's helping the kids that don't have toys, education, and clothes get like the thing that they desire for.
MashaAllah, excellent. And how about your other brother? What is he able to come on as well?
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. What keeps you donating your time and money to Humanity First?
I just want to be part of that big organization. I want to be part of the big goal that everyone is reaching for.
Nice. And Zaris, to the people who are watching and haven't donated yet, what message do you have for them?
That you should help the people who do not have the luxuries that you have, and you should probably help them. And that it would be meaningful for you, and it is also a big reward for you if you help them.
Excellent. Excellent.
That's
bits of
great.
advice.
Great. You know, we've got another caller. Naima Mahmood is on the call. Naima, are you there?
Ji, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam, Sister Naima.
From Chicago, Illinois.
MashaAllah, Chicago in the house.
Chicago's been a little behind. I was looking at our chart. I'm hoping you can close the loop here.
We're with you guys. I mean, I just wanted to congratulate everybody for today's, for providing this platform. I have been with Humanity First as a donor for almost 20 years, and for the past few years I've been serving as an ambassador. And I really truly believe in the service of mankind, and that is the reason that has kept me going and kept me attached to the Humanity First. And I feel, when I make a call or when I send a message to my contacts, I feel like I need to reach their hearts before I can reach their pockets. Once I make them a believer, then the rest will be, inshallah, in Allah's hands. They will completely become automatically a donor, a volunteer, an ambassador. So I think, with the service that Humanity First is providing worldwide, I think that is an amazing platform for a lot of us who want to do something for humanity but do not have the resources. So this is one way for us to join the organization that is 100% for the people. It's interesting, when back in 2005, when earthquake hit Pakistan, my colleagues started asking me, what can they do to help Pakistani, public, and they go like, there are so many charities, but, we are afraid that sometimes the donations do not reach the rightful people.
Naima, this is really, really, really interesting, and all the work you're doing. We know a bunch of people in the Chicago area, whether it's the former president Yasser Malik, or Iftikhar Ahmed, the oncologist, or Qasim Rashid, Amar Malik. We want you to get them out here, and we want to recognize Lajnai Maila for doing such a, we've been looking at all the auxiliaries, and this is really, really the supporting mechanism that MEMA's really reaching out and encouraging individuals to give. We're looking at the map, and we want Illinois to win. You know, these California types, you know, these left coast types, you want to beat them. And I think, you know, these guys can really help get there.
Chicago believes in the Humanity First work that, you know, not only providing a helping hand, but they are making them self-sufficient. They're giving them ownership, autonomy, you know, and as Naeem Bhai was earlier, Munam Naeem Bhai was earlier talking about how they you know, grow their own crops so that way they can self-sufficient, self-sustain. You know, that is what you do.
That's
you know?
That's great insight. That's really helpful. That's really helpful in terms of the innovation that's happening. Thank you for your time. We want all the Chicago folks to
keep up the good work. Our prayers are with you.
Get engaged.
And, we will keep supporting
as well. So who do we have next?
We got Faris on the line. Assalamu alaikum, Faris. Can you hear us?
Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, walaikum salam, Faris. Are you calling from Virginia?
Yes.
And Faris, what brings you to Humanity First today?
What?
What makes you continue to donate to Humanity First?
I like Humanity First because they help needy people, and I will donate my pocket money.
MashaAllah. And how old are you, Faris?
6 years old.
6 years old. And how many years have you been donating to Humanity First?
3.
3 years. Wow. So again, another person who's been donating for half their life. So what do you want to say to other 6-year-olds who are watching and may have some pocket money?
Yes.
You want them to donate to Humanity First as well?
Please donate.
That is so sweet. That is amazing. We're going to Texas, so be careful, Salam. Nasser Tanoli Saab, you and I worked with him in MKA, so be tough on him, but we don't want them to win. So let's see how you do here.
Listen, Dr. Nasser, Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the telethon. I'm looking at the map, and I see Texas is leading, and I'm not keeping up with the World Series, but I think Houston is also leading in the World Series. So, Assalamu alaikum and welcome.
Alaikum salam. Jazakallah for getting me online.
No, and we appreciate you taking the time. So, Dr. Nasser, what is it about Humanity First it seems to be, really invigorating Texans to donate towards this charity?
I mean, Texans has always been a generous group of people. And we also are recipients of numerous natural disasters. As you know, the floods come and hurricanes come. And every time that happened, Humanity First was right there for us, whether it was like Ike or Rita or any of this, or Harvey, in which, so we have personal experience of having disasters in our houses, in our state. And we personally saw how Humanity First came and helped along, helping out poor neighborhoods, and Khuddam from here and from other cities did come by and try to help the city out. So that's why, we want to be the part of Humanity First and continue the support to carry on this work here in Texas or elsewhere.
Texas, we have a lot of choice words, and we're going to try to be nice to you here. But Nasser Bhai, tell us, you're absolutely right. Humanity First has actually done service in Houston and the surrounding areas as well. And what is the flavor there? Why are people giving over there, and how are they giving of their time as well? We know Dr. Bilal Rana is there, and many other individuals over there that are really engaged, like your son and Rahman and others. Tell us about the flavor of what motivates them to give.
Well, I think the name of Humanity First encompasses that. The word is humanity. And I think that leads to people to take care of each other. And as Islam states that, that the rights of human beings are higher than rights of God Almighty. And I'm happy that Texans and the people from Houston and other surrounding cities have this feeling that helping their own brothers and sisters in need is something which is important to them, and that's how they come up and they do things.
Excellent.
Great. That's, thank you for your time, Nasser Bhai, and we a lot of love to Texas, the Lone Star State, and we hope that you continue to thrive. With that, Salam, we're coming around the bend here. We're more than a few hours into the conversation. We're almost towards our goal. I know we're working hard. I'm fairly confident. I hope no one's been listening to us the entire time, but they've been coming in and out, I'm sure. Yeah. What message do we give them? What do we need to remind them of?
We need to remind everybody that's watching from home to please donate, and please ask your friends and your social networks to donate. And every dollar counts. We're seeing donations from across the spread, from a few dollars to thousands of dollars. And so whatever you are able to give, please do so. So please use the hashtag HFTelethon22 to share your stories about why you donate, and visit us online, usa.humanityfirst.org, and donate, and also make your pledges. So one of the things is maybe you want to give more than you can afford today. That's where the beauty of the pledge comes in. So you'll have up to as long as you want to make that pledge real. So what I did today is I wanted to give a lot, but I just don't have that much to give right now. So I made a pledge. And inshallah, over the next year, I'll be able to make that pledge happen.
Great. And then I think what we should challenge people. Tweet to us, call us. We'll give you a shout out if you're giving. If you're thinking about giving and you need some help, we'll call you if need be. Just join us.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So one of the things that we did learn while talking with Dr. Nasser was that there's a lot of stuff happening here in America where Humanity First is responding to those crises. So we're going to be seeing that a lot more, unfortunately, over the next few years as climate change becomes climate catastrophe. So please do not only donate to help those efforts, but all those efforts that Humanity First is doing all over the world. Your dollar will go a long way with Humanity First.
Great. With that, I think we're gonna transition to another great video, so we keep our people interested.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
मेरा आपसे सवाल है कि अगर एक वक्फे की फील्ड नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी हो तो वो अपनी स्टडीज कंप्लीट करने के बाद किस तरह से जमात की खिदमत कर सकती है?
देखो जी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी तो एक इल्म है ना, और नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो आजकल मेडिसिन में भी इस्तेमाल हो रही है और भी बहुत सारे शोबों में इस्तेमाल हो रही है, रिसर्च में इसमें हो रहा है काम, ठीक है ना। नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी यही है ना, एक छोटे से माइन्यूटेस्ट पार्टिकल के ऊपर तुम बहुत सारे काम ले सकते हो, जिस तरह तुम कंप्यूटर में छोटी सी चीज़ पे बहुत सारी चीज़ें डाल लेते हो। जमात का एक मकसद इंसानियत की खिदमत है ना
जी।
बस फिर तो जब इसका फ़ायदा ये होगा कि इससे इंसानियत की खिदमत होती है। एक डॉक्टर बनता है वक्फे नवा है, उसको कह दिया जाता है कि तुम डॉक्टर बन जाओ और अभी जमात का अस्पताल में लगा नहीं, तो गवर्नमेंट के अस्पताल में काम करो, तो उसका जमात को क्या फ़ायदा होता है? इंसानियत को फ़ायदा होता है ना। ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का जो काम है वो जमात का एक ऑक्सिलरी किस्म का ही इदारा है ना, वो दुनिया में काम कर रहा है, उसको जमात को बराह रास्त तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है ना, इनडायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो रहा है। जमात का तारुफ होता है, जमात का जो खिदमत का अल्लाह ताला ने जो काम दिया हुआ है इंसानियत की खिदमत का, एक हकीकी मुसलमान को वो इंसानियत की खिदमत कर रहे होते हैं। इसी तरह कोई भी काम जिससे इंसानियत को फ़ायदा हो, उसको यही समझें कि वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है और जमात ने वो काम करना है, डायरेक्ट फ़ायदा हो या ना हो। सिर्फ अपनी जेब नहीं भरनी, हमने लोगों को फ़ायदा पहुंचाना है, मखलूक की खिदमत करना, ये इंसानियत का काम है। हम नारा लगाते हैं कि हज़रत मसीह अलैहिस्सलाम आए, दो काम थे उनके, एक ये कि बंदे को खुदा ताला से मिलाना और एक बंदे को बंदे के हक अदा करने वाला बनाना। अब ये तो नहीं लिखा हुआ कि बंदा सिर्फ अहमदी मुसलमान का हक अदा करेगा या फिर उसके बाद फिर मुसलमान का हक अदा करेगा और हिंदू का नहीं करेगा और ईसाई का नहीं करेगा और यहूदी का नहीं करेगा और बुद्धिस्ट का नहीं करेगा या ला मज़हब का नहीं करेगा। हर एक इंसान की खिदमत करना काम है और यही जमात का काम है और यही जमात का फ़ायदा है। इसी से तारुफ होता है। फिर लोग पूछते हैं कि अच्छा भाई तुम क्यों खिदमत कर रहे हो, बताओ भाई हमारा मज़हब ये कहता है। और जब इनडायरेक्टली अब मज़हब की बात होती है फिर उनको तवज्जो पैदा होती है मज़हब पे, और फिर इस तरह इनडायरेक्टली तबलीग के रास्ते खुलते हैं। तो जमात को फ़ायदा, अल्टीमेटली जमात को फ़ायदा होता है, लेकिन अगर बराह रास्त ना भी फ़ायदा हो तो इंसानियत की खिदमत का जो जज्बा है वो अल्लाह ताला का हुक्म है कि इंसानों की खिदमत करो, वो हमने करना है अल्लाह ताला को राज़ी करने के लिए।
Okay, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed about nanotechnology, mashallah. Azur's knowledge and depth in all parts of the world are fascinating and continue to inspire me to learn more and more. Speaking of learning more and more, we're going to be talking about two great programs today. One, my guest here is Dr. Safir Bhatti, who is leading our Knowledge for Life project, which is around education and many other things. And Safir Bhatti is going to talk about that. And we have Dr. Asan Khan, who is an ophthalmologist. I think I said that right. I've been practicing for the last 10 minutes. Who's going to look into my eyes and tell me about the Gift of Sight program. Asan Bhai, are you there? You there?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you look like you're on the go. You look like you're on the go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was in clinic work, camera ready, and then the segment, I guess, got delayed a little bit, so I had to get on the road. So I just pulled over in some random neighborhood.
I see.
I don't get pulled over.
Well, you look like you're in a Tesla, which is good news, and we love you're in uniform. Give us a 30-second overview of Gift of Sight, and we'll go back and forth between Gift of Sight and talking about Knowledge for Life.
First of all, Jazakallah for the opportunity. It's always an honor to be a part of this program. MashaAllah, you guys are doing great. Gift of Sight was started over a decade ago. There are programs all around the world. I've had the honor to help out with Gift of Sight for about a decade now. We take trips to Guatemala, we've gone to Pakistan, and we are now going to be supporting the Masroor Eye Institute in Burkina Faso, which is in sub-Saharan West Africa. And so we take teams from the United States to these locations.
What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Are you guys? What is Gift of Sight? People are blind, or what happened?
Yeah, I mean, there's millions of people in the world who are blind, but also visually impaired. Blindness and visual impairment doesn't just necessarily mean you have glaucoma or cataracts. It could be something as simple as just not having access to glasses, spectacles. And if you haven't already, you'll hear the project by the Student Association about collecting glasses from donors, and we send those to underserved countries. So there's a host of things that we do on these camps to restore eyesight for those that are visually impaired.
And how many operations or procedures have you done? I believe about nearly 40,000 over time.
Yes. And in the last few years, under the leadership of Walid Sahib, hundreds of cataract surgeries, probably thousands, I should say, have been done in Mali and Burkina Faso. We pale in comparison with the work that we do in Guatemala, but we've done close to 1,000 surgeries in Guatemala, and we hope to expand that. We took a little bit of a hiatus with the pandemic, but we do have plans to return there to do some eye camps next year, inshallah.
That's great. Let me switch over to Safir Bhatti, who's in the studio here. Safir Bhatti, tell us a little bit about Knowledge for Life. What are the core focus areas? What problem are you trying to solve?
So Knowledge for Life is a program designed to help children around the world, mainly between the ages who attend school between K to 12. We have vocational training. We help students who are even in their advanced areas. Last year in 2021 alone, we helped over 4,800 students just for giving them their education that they needed. We provide them school books, school book bags, uniforms, stationery, anything. And we go to those areas where it's not possible for a school to be, and we create those areas where those modes of outlets where they can go and attend
school. And this is domestically and abroad?
Yes, we service mostly 12 countries abroad. We have lots of schools, and
where's the biggest presence outside of the U.S.?
Mali. So we have about 9 schools there.
Back to Mali Kurbani, right?
Exactly.
We're sticking to that story, right?
Exactly. So we have about 9 schools there that are in operation, K to 12. We have
How big is a school?
So it depends on what school it is. Most of the schools we have are between grade 6 and grade 12. Some are between K to 5. They're full-fledged institutions, but it's amazing that in Mali alone, especially, the #1 school out of an entire district of 46 schools was Bilal Primary School, and it was located out in the forest with no man's land.
Wow.
You get that school having no ventilation, no AC, just bare desk, and an overflowing population of students just to learn was performed #1. We had the #1 student and the #1 school in the entire region.
Brilliant. That's
and compared
Bilal School in Mali.
Bilal School in Mali, exactly, and it's amazing. And they have such passion. They yearn for learning. Like there was these kids who I met who would walk 3 hours one way just to attend a 2 mud brick school in the middle of this forest where you have to literally go through a forest to go to, and they walk barefoot, 3 hours one way, 3 hours back, and they just want to learn. You had kids there from as young as 3, as old as 28, just learning, just the passion. Wow. And they learn with twigs on the ground. They sit on the dirt floor. They use these twigs to write their stuff. They don't have the pencils and the needs, but they just have the yearning to learn. And Humanity First gave that opportunity to
That's
them.
brilliant. And so, you know, Asimba, you hear this on one side, solving for a remote school that's 3 hours away, for having them walk barefoot to get an education, to if one can't see due to various reasons. Imagine helping the visually impaired. Tell us a little bit about what it takes to do. What's the most common surgery? Is it cataract?
Yeah, we do cataract surgery. A cataract is quite simply when the lens of the eye becomes cloudy. And there are people in these underserved countries who've never seen an eye doctor, and so the cataracts mature to the point where they can't even see their own hand in front of their face. And to do cataract surgery not only restores vision to that impaired person, but it also frees up the family that they can't go to school or they can't live their own lives because they're taking care of a blind person. So we found in Guatemala and these countries that when you do eye surgery and you restore vision, it actually allows the near family and friends to live meaningful and productive lives. And there's countless examples of that. I just want to say it's so inspiring to see what Safirbai is doing in West Africa. Incredible work, Safirbai. Yeah. We're very proud of the work.
But help me, Asimba, help me understand on the cataract surgery. I mean, for those of us that aren't medically inclined, although I do own a couple of scrubs, thanks to you, how much does it cost to do a cataract surgery? If I wanted to help give the gift of sight to one person, what does it cost? How can I help if I'm not a doctor?
$80 US will restore vision to another human being. There's a saying, to the world you may be one person, but to one person you could be the world. And it's really true. I mean, if you save $10 a month and you donate $80 to $100 a year, you can restore sight for another human being. And just imagine what kind of impact that could have. There's this concept of sadqa jariya, where you do a good deed and it just keeps paying itself forward. And restoring eyesight is one of those things. So I encourage the donors to donate for Gift of Sight. It's a separate banner program. You can donate monthly. You guys have been plugging that. You can donate annually, whatever amount you can give, but it does go a very, very long way.
And do we have the capacity to serve? Is there more need than we have the ability to serve still?
Yes. I mean, there's hundreds of millions of people who are visually impaired. There's countless organizations that go on these medical trips and there's never there's always a shortage of manpower. There's always a shortage of funds. So we definitely need those funds. We have a huge contingency of members of Gift of Sight who've gone over the years and decades. There's too many to name right now. But there's always a need, and those donations is what fuels the work that we do.
That's really helpful. Safirbai, coming back to you. You see the health-related issue.
Education, a lot of work,
same the concept of sadqa jariya, right? If you teach someone how to read, and they read for the rest of their life, you're a part of that.
Right, exactly.
And you mentioned the Bilal School, you mentioned all these schools, and I believe we're doing some work right here in our backyard because there's a great need within the U.S. as well.
Right, exactly. And I think they're building a presence here through the HF Education Project here locally as well in America. Hazur has even requested us to build 25 schools more than until 2025. So we're actually looking for individuals who would want to take on that project for us. And these schools could be as small as a basic school in one of these areas, between $1,500 to $3,000. It could be as high as a normal base elementary school for about $15,000. Or if you want to build the entire full-fledged spectrum of a school with the whole campus and everything, then it's a cost of $70,000 plus. But even if you just want to donate very small, just giving tuition, because I think the biggest need right now is that there are kids there who can't even attend to go to school because they can't pay the tuition. It's only $75 and then you cover one child.
It's huge.
And then if you want to pay for their uniform and their books and their supplies, just $200. I mean, it's less than a PS4, and you can at least help one child to go to school and who would thank you for forever, for, you know.
That's great. And we don't have much time left, but I wanted to hear both from Dr. Hassan Khan as well as Dr. Sabir Bhatti. In 30 seconds, tell me of my work, wealth, and wisdom. We're talking about wealth. What about my work? Can I help in any way other than giving money?
Oh, yes, you can volunteer for Knowledge for Life or many other.
How do I do this? Well, who do I call?
There is a form online. You go to the Humanity First volunteer form, and you volunteer, and you can actually help. We need needs in fund development, in operations, actually helping lead
all
these
those
projects.
areas.
All those areas.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. And Hassan Bhai, I'm not volunteering to do surgery, although it doesn't seem that difficult. But how else can I help if I'm not a doctor?
I mean, if you stay away from our canned snack pie, that's giving the gift. Absolutely right. But yeah, I mean, we need volunteers to sign up, and they can contact me. They can contact Humanity First, and we've had students who've, as medical students, joined us, and now they've become ophthalmologists. So I have a bias towards it. Dr. Musa Lukmani, who's in your studio today, he's going into ophthalmology. So our goal is to get more ophthalmologists to serve Humanity.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You know, all kidding aside, we're very grateful to both of you, from the gift of education to the gift of sight. We're really, really making an impact, and I hope our audience is understanding that when we talk about 1.25 million, when we talk about dollars, it's not giving to any of these individuals. It's not giving to me or anyone in this room. It's really giving to humanity. And what these individuals are doing is they're applying that 10x multiplier. Every dollar you give with their time and energy, they're multiplying it exponentially to provide more reach and help more people in need all around the world have things that we may take for granted. So very grateful to both of you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And being on the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great. Now we're going to transition to the Ukraine Unity video. You know, we talked about Dr. Mahmoud Qureshi, who actually, and a few others, I think Rizwan Ahmed and a few others actually physically visited in the Ukraine area. But now we have a great video for you to watch.
With the disaster relief work, we were able to, I would say, touch over 50,000 refugees in Ukraine and Poland. So I think, you know, any of the projects that we do, that Humanity First does, is approved by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. I would actually like to share an inspirational experience that we had from working in Ukraine and Poland. I mean, at the border of Ukraine, Poland, Medica. This was the first time that Humanity First USA and Humanity First UK worked under the guidance of Humanity First Germany. And that could only happen, that combination and unity of the team to work under one leadership could only be through the inspiration that we get through Khilafat. And the chairman of Humanity First Germany, Atal Zubair Saab, was directly getting guidance of how and what to help with the refugees from Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. And the team kind of worked under that one leadership of Germany, which we hadn't done before. So it was really an inspiration and a blessing of Khilafat.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome back to the studio. I'm here with my co-host Sahibzada Walid Ahmed. So Walid Sahib, we have two important guests today.
Yes.
Dr. Ismail Yunus Sahib and Faisal Sohail Sahib. Assalamu alaikum to both of you. Faisal Sahib, can you hear me? Dr. Ismail, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So before I invite them to talk, Sahibzada Sahib, I think both Faisal Sahib and Dr. Sahib have been a long-term supporter of Humanity First.
Yeah, they are part of the Humanity First family.
They're part of the Humanity First team, and with their support, their vision, both of them have a creative way of supporting Humanity First, innovative, and you know, they've been helping us and from their guidance perspective, support perspective. So I think I welcome both of them. Faisal Saab, how are you?
I'm doing very well, Jazakallah. It's enjoying a little cloudy morning in San Francisco, but all good.
All right. I don't know if you had opportunity to watch the telethon, but by the grace of God, telethon is going very well, and seems like we are inching closer to our goal. So we just need your prayers, and your support all the time is very, very appreciated. So I think first question, first I would talk to Dr. Saab, Dr. Ismail Saab, right? He came up with this unique idea of serving people through a charitable clinic, and that has been supporting Humanity First also. So Dr. Saab, just can you share exactly what you have been doing with our donors and what inspired you to do it?
Yeah, so Assalamu alaikum. I congratulate you to running this successful telethon. So as the topic of this session is that alleviating the hunger and suffering through the sustainable program. So the charity clinic which we are running is basically the part of that charity starts at home. So we started this clinic back in 2013. And I think this is one of the longest running projects of Humanity First in collaboration with the Ahmadiyya Muslim Medical Association USA. So in the 10 years, this pilot project, the theme behind is that we will serve the indigent population, and we run this in the same concept of Fazli Umar or the Nasser Hospital Guatemala. Like we will provide the services to those who can afford it, and the income generated from those services, we will treat those patients who are indigent, not able to afford the care through the discounted rate or free clinic. So, alhamdulillah, in the last 10 years, we are not able to sustain this project by the income generated by this clinic, but we are also able to support the Humanity First in their different projects.
Jazakallah. I think, Wali Saab, I think from Dr. Saab's concept, I guess that one, to expand it further, second thing is that we have been very effectively using those funds as well. Any comments you'd like to make?
I think that's, as we've talked about this throughout the day, that Humanity First is focused on sustainable projects. So this is one of those projects where Dr. Saab is not only serving the local community, but that clinic is also supporting some of the projects of
Humanity First. Absolutely.
So that's the model that we want to take Humanity First towards, and that's the emphasis. That was the emphasis of Hazur also. In the past several months, at different occasions, he talked about self-sustaining projects, and this is the best example of self-sustaining project that we have. Nasser Hospital is another. It's a huge project. We are still getting closer to where we want it to be, and we are very close for that hospital to be self-sustained and then generate some income. But these are the concepts that Humanity First is working on right now.
Absolutely. Faisal Saab, I'd just like to talk to you about your inspirations. I know that you have been not only a great friend, great supporter, but a great advisor as well. And I know one of your favorite program is the educational program in schools and all that. Tell me that, what inspires you to do so much work that you have done with us in African countries.
Jazakallah for the opportunity to kind of share my views. I grew up with the fundamental concept our parents instilled in us that education was the biggest gift one could give somebody, because that is the one thing that allows people to then avail opportunities that come their way and essentially stand on their own feet and then give back to the society. So having that background where education was always the critical difference between sort of having the opportunity or not having the opportunity, that's why I've been involved, heavily with Humanity First, and particularly picking African countries where the average person has very little opportunity. The governments are not able to support the education systems of the masses. So where Humanity First can step in and make a difference and educate people who can then go on and actually build society. One person and a family getting educated can actually help the entire family. So that was sort of the driving force for me to focus on education. I know Humanity First does amazing work in medical fields and in agriculture, water. But for me, education was the one that I felt could be a gift that continues to give if somebody gets educated.
Faisal Saab, have you visited any of the project that you have supported in any of the countries?
Yes, by the grace of God, been able to visit this, all the way from Guatemala to actually Mali, spent with Walid Saab and Qasim Saab and a couple other amazing Humanity First people in Mali for almost 10 days, where we would sometimes travel 6 hours on back roads, very bumpy back roads, to get to one school in a village which was, literally hours away from any civilization. And it was amazing to see that Humanity First schools were the only real structures with facilities for students to actually learn and gain the knowledge. And what really dawned on me, one day, Walid Bhai asked me, it's like, why Humanity First versus there's so many other wonderful charitable organizations. The thing that I saw different while visiting, and that you only get that once you actually go and touch and feel, is not only Humanity First has the vision, the drive to build these schools. Building a school is 1/10 of the work. Right. It is getting 6 hours away to make sure that the teachers are showing up. It's going 6 hours away in the wilderness to make sure children are being educated, and following through that conviction all the way to results where the children are actually educated and are performing extremely well in national exams. So to me, the difference that I see is not only are we building, buildings, which, as we all know, is only 1/10 of the work, but the conviction and the drive to follow through, to bring the teachers, to keep the syllabus, to educate the kids, and then make sure that actually the results are there. And that's the entire journey, which is very unique in terms of Humanity First and other organizations.
Absolutely, Walid. I think you can definitely share that experience.
Yes.
Faisal
Bhai talked about the backbreaking journeys that we had, and I think, Faisal Bhai, you would agree that I believe on the very second day that we were in Mali, we went to that one area called Jijini, and the road was so bad that we had to drive off-road to save our backs. And I think that journey may have played some role in Faisal Bhai being influenced to support us in schools in Mali. Right, Faisal Bhai?
Yeah, it did, because it showed me, the passion. And the wonderful thing was, not only did we go that far and see the education being implemented, but I remember the day where I think it was like a second or a third grader from one of Humanity First schools that actually placed first in the entire district. So it just goes to show that if you take somebody that has no education and no opportunity, and you give them that opportunity, they can actually perform extremely well and compete with the rest of the nation or the rest of the district, which is
Faisal Bhai, one thing I think, but by the grace of Allah, we have done so well. Almost 27 schools that we are operating from US out of the 67 total, that at the last conference, Hazur basically gave us a challenge for building 25 schools by 2025. Yeah. So because of the great work that you just mentioned, the sustainability and how efficient the schools are working, their grades and all those children that are benefiting from that. So we have a big goal. But I know that from the time perspective, I just want to ask Dr. Yunus Saab that, Dr. Saab, it inspired you to do this work. You think that is expandable? Do you think there is a more need for that type of program across America? Can we do more of what you do?
Yes, I think it is replicable because this is a project. I think when we started this project back in 2012, we had several meetings with Humanity First and also with Amma, USA. And we were worried that whether this will be a sustainable project or not. But I think the time shows that this is a sustainable project. And when we started that in 2013, we used to see about 50 to 75 patients a month. But after 6 months, this program becomes self-sustained. We are generating enough money to run, to get the overhead of the running this clinic. But after second year, I think we were in profit. Since then, we are donating to Humanity First, and I think every year our donation or whatever the net profit we are donating to Humanity First is increasing. Despite of the pandemic and all goes down, but our graph and donation, because of the blessings of the Khilafat and the work of the Humanity First and the
right. So, Dr. Saab, I think this is wonderful message that you have given. I hope all of our friends and viewers who are listening, they may get inspired from what you did, right? I know you want to say something before we close, but I do want to thank both Faisal Saab and Dr. Saab for your innovative ways of doing it, helping us, guiding us to do all this program. Walid, you want to make a comment?
I think Faisal, we had a conversation, and Faisal Bhai wanted to share something on behalf of his family.
Oh, good.
So,
okay.
Faisal Bhai, would you like to share with us what did you have to say?
Yes, thank you, Walid Bhai. So Hazur has given this directive of 25 new schools. So amazing. That just goes to show that Hazur really trusts in both of you for building much more. So in that effort, I would like to announce that our family, and not just me, but the whole Sohail clan is behind building, inshallah, the next school that is being constructed right now. And I'm happy to say even down to the youngest granddaughter has already contributed towards that school. And so it's a really good way, I find, to take on a project as a family. It brings the whole family together. It gives a common purpose, gives a common cause. So we're building the next school will be, inshallah, named after our father and mother who both passed away. And the entire family is contributing towards that effort. So another way to fundraise.
MashaAllah. Jazakallah, both of you. So I think we are now progressing well, almost if not three-quarter, maybe 60%, 65%.
We are close to 800,000 right now.
800,000. So we'll go to the studio too and listen to the update. But we do want to say thank you to both Dr. Yunus and Faisal Saab. And Faisal Saab, Jazakallah, for another commitment from your family as well. So Assalamu alaikum. Let's go to the studio too.
Jazakallah.
Jazakallah.
Then, as I told you, due to the coldness, they had severe cold effects on the fingers, on their toes. Some of them were really exhausted, tired, and had vomiting and nausea, had pain in the stomach. So of course they had children from 3 to 12 years old. So my task was before they were, before they traveled to Germany and Austria, we had to check them, we had to examine them, and then also treat some of them.
So absolutely. So basically, the strength of Humanity First was that the youth or the volunteers of Humanity First have the ability to cook food in bulk amounts. So we were cooking 900 meals, hot meals a day, which we were giving to refugees every day. That's one. The second piece was that we put together care packs. Care packs are basic necessities of life. Children, women needs, toothbrush, toothpaste, basic needs, also health bars, that we were giving out to each refugee. And the third piece was that we actually had real doctors, MDs, who were qualified and working with the permission of the Polish government at the border providing medical relief. And, biggest challenge was that language was a barrier. Of course, they speak Ukrainian. Some of us speak English, some speak German, some of the doctors. So we had translators, but we also had Google Translate.
Right.
And Google Translate was a wonderful tool. I can tell you that we would take a picture of the medicine and it would translate the medicine and tell me, okay, this patient needs metoprolol. And, that really helped.
Right. So what would you say was the overall response of the people that were receiving this help from you?
I think the response is amazing. I have to share you one story that Atar Zubair Saab, the chairman of Humanity First, shared with me this morning. He told me that Hibbi Iqbal Saab was creating those care packs. So not only were we distributing the care packs to the refugees who had crossed the border, but we were sending boxes and boxes of them to Ukraine, to the most needed cities, the ones that you see here on television and the news. Our care packs reached them. And the one place they reached them, there was a basement. They were in a bunker. There were at least 300 people that were in a bunker that had not had food for 3 days. And when our care pack reached them, that was the first time they got those energy bars. And they said that there's a person who specifically came and crossed the border to tell us to thank Humanity First for those care packs, because they said because of that, it saved their lives. For 3 days, they didn't. Interesting enough, when that guy who came and was thanking us, somebody was overhearing the conversation. And he was just overhearing, and he said this guy was assessing all of the NGOs that were there to see which one he wanted to help in some way, but he wanted to find the right NGO to work with. So he asked Atar Saab, the chairman of Humanity First Germany, what are you doing with these care packs? How do you get supplies? So, there was always a point, we work on donations, there is always a point, it goes up and down in terms of how many funds we have.
Right.
This guy overheard the conversation, said, okay, I want to help in some way. Atar Saab didn't know how he was going to help. He actually had 8,000 euros, and he actually went to the market, got the list from Atar Saab, and purchased supplies for worth 8,000 euros, which is going to help another, 1,000 people with those kind of needs, and brought those supplies to us.
Right.
Assalamualaikum, Asim Bhai, if you can tell us what's happening here today.
Sure. So we were contacted by this lovely old couple who needed help with the cleanup of their yard. So me and Shribai, we came down and we just, clean up their yard. Still a lot more work that is needed, but for the time being, that's all they needed from us. So the grace of God for it.
Great. Can you introduce the neighborhood? What's it like in Fort Myers today?
Yeah, so I think there's you can clearly see there's a lot of patchy areas of a lot of devastation, like where we are right now. This was closer to the beach. So one of the gentlemen told me that this whole car was submerged in water. So we're talking about almost 4 feet of surge here.
Wow.
So as you can see, the neighborhood looks pretty battered.
Hello everyone, I'm standing right next to Miss Willis. We're here in Fort Myers, and her home was very badly damaged by Hurricane Ian. Miss Willis, can you tell us about how your experience was today with the Humanity First workers who are here?
It was the most pleasant experience. I'm blessed that they stopped by to help me, because this is something I could not have done on my own.
We started our morning by providing food to the needy, and then afterwards we turned our attention towards helping out neighbors to see what they need help with the cleanup. So we're here helping out, and you can introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Kathy Anderson.
Yes, can you tell us about your experience so far with Humanity First being here today?
Perfect. It was never better timing. I had all that mess and I couldn't get it out here by myself. So this was such a blessing. You guys just showed up in time.
Yes.
I just was running out of energy. I could not get it all to the road.
What do they help you with today?
They helped me carry all the stuff that I've been throwing out of the front of the house because I couldn't get it to the road by myself.
Okay, good. Thank you.
असां ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट तंज़ीम जा शुक्रगुज़ार आहियूं जंहिं हिन मुसीबत जी घड़ीअ में असांखे टेंट हणी असांजे बचनि खे अजो करे ॾिनो.
A true Muslim is one
who shoulders the burden of others and feels their pain and sorrow as though it was their own. So it is with this spirit of sympathy for all mankind and an understanding that Allah the Almighty's grace and mercy is universal that we build mosques. Based on the command of Allah the Almighty, we deem it essential to not just worship Him, but to strive to fulfill the rights of all humanity, regardless of a person's caste, creed, or color. Inspired by our faith, apart from building mosques, our community constructs hospitals and medical clinics in some of the most impoverished nations and regions that provide healthcare services to those people who otherwise could not never afford or access it. Similarly, we build and administer schools in some of the poorest regions of the world so that the local children have the opportunity to be educated. It is our prayer and ambition that the children educated in our schools can use their education to escape the shackles of poverty in which their families have been mired for generations, and that they then serve their nations and help their communities grow and develop. We have also established a Water for Life programs to provide clean drinking water in some of the most remote parts of the world. Having the means to pour a glass of clean water is something we take for granted. But for millions of people in the developing world, it is life-changing and a revolutionary experience. In a similar vein, we are running a multitude of other humanitarian projects through which we seek to serve humanity on a constant basis. Furthermore, we send humanitarian relief teams to those places afflicted by natural disasters who provide humanitarian aid, supplies, and medical treatment to assist those suffering. All such services and help are rendered irrespective of nationality, ethnicity, religion, or belief. We seek no reward, as our only objective and heartfelt desire is to alleviate the suffering of mankind. Serving humanity is our mission and purpose because Islam has taught us that we must not only fulfill the rights of God Almighty, but also the rights of His creation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Mujib Ijaz, and it's good to be with everyone today. I'm joined with my colleague in New Jersey, Professor of Economics and Public Policy and Finance at Princeton University, Dr. Atif Mia. And I'm really excited to have this opportunity with Professor Mia on many subjects, but specifically we're going to go after a dialogue around the current situation with climate change and how that's affecting the global economic outlook. And, you know, if you think about Humanity First as an organization where it's focused on prevention of natural disaster affecting people, where we go in on natural disasters and provide aid, but also the development of clean water sources through our Water for Life and access to education and healthcare. Those topics are really to mitigate some of what's going on with the ever-changing world that we live in on the climate crisis that we're in. And welcome to Dr. Atif Mia, and really good to see you, Atif Bhai. Why don't we kick off with a little bit of a global situation summary of the world economic situation that we're facing right now, where we've seen some turbulence in the markets. There's some economic unrest that's sort of rippling through the various countries in the world that affect each other. Why don't you give us an overview, and then we can really talk about how Humanity First work and the work of all the donors that are listening is helping to mitigate some of these effects on the people that we're trying to help.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, first of all. The main punchline is that the scientists were right. We have been warned about what was happening in terms of carbon dioxide emissions and what was the likely impact of that in terms of this gradual and then quicker rise in global temperatures. It's something that we have seen happen as the scientific models largely predicted. And we are already now starting to see a real impact of these major changes on not just the climate, but then the global economy as well. And just to give one very recent example that everybody is familiar with, the floods in Pakistan, which came about as a result of unprecedented monsoons, really. Many standard deviations, higher rainfall, and the systems typically are just not designed to deal with that kind of a situation. And just to put, and this is just one event, and one can see these kind of multiple events happening over time in different areas and different locations. And the important thing to understand about extreme events, we talk about extreme events as a result of climate change, but I think one important economic consequence of such extreme events is that the destruction they leave behind is a lot more permanent than you might perceive from news media. For example, there's a lot of work that shows that if you take away someone's livelihood in 1 year, it doesn't just impact them in that particular year, but it actually affects the trajectory of their future income potential, especially the children that are left malnourished during that one season. It has multiple long run effects on their ability to think, on their ability to stay in school and things of that sort. But the broader lesson to take away from this is that economic lives of millions and tens of millions of people around the world, they are highly fragile already. And if you put these kind of events in the middle of that fragility, it just changes the ball game in a very distinct manner. And just to come back to the Pakistani example, just that one event has put 8 to 9 million people in poverty who were not actually in poverty before. These are scales that I think are hard to kind of fathom in a typical kind of conversation, but it's really a serious issue.
Yeah, I think that is great context for the work that Humanity First does on, first of all, as we think about fundraising is all about giving Humanity First the assets necessary to where it can start to deploy resources in a region to help and affect change in the lives of those people. But we're going to need to think longer term and more broadly about what Humanity First invests in as we are facing probably a new normal where the frequency of natural disasters are going to increase, and we're going to have to mitigate the effect of those natural disasters by assisting people with possible relocations, possible support on refugees that are having to leave regions that were previously safe. As they're getting into economic poverty, their need for assistance to get back on their feet is going to grow. I think clean water is another really important factor in the future of these developing economies that are trying to figure out how people will get access to just the simplest of most important basic life forms is clean water. And so I think Humanity First work on water for life, the gift of health and gift of sight programs, but then specifically the disaster relief efforts, all of that ties in with what we're trying to work on. Maybe in your front, you're working on policy and the economic advice to governments and how they can affect change. On my side, I work on sustainability and energy security and bringing about technologies. So let's talk a little bit about what we can do professionally, as there are people listening and thinking about what do we do to avert this disaster. What do you think the right areas of focus are for professional development and those that are thinking about their careers and what they get involved in to really help mitigate this from another angle, which is our professional lives, helping to mitigate climate disaster?
Yeah, starting from the professional question, what seems very clear, at least in my mind, is that due to climate change, which is, as I said, is here, it's big, and it's going to stay with us for a long time, there are major transitions taking place. There are major dislocations taking place. And some of those are in a very good direction. In particular, the energy transition. Already, I think we are on the kind of beyond the turning point in terms of the demise of the internal combustion engine, and the electrification of the transport sector and everything else associated with it is already happening. So when you talk about people deciding on their careers and thinking about professions going forward, again, it's a safe bet to make that this is going to be a huge area going forward. But when you start thinking about what this means, it's not just electrification. That's actually kind of tip of the iceberg. There are so many other sectors and professions that are linked to what that transition means. And first and foremost, in all of those transitions is the role of technology. And so I think that's sort of the first order thing, is to go into sciences, to go into technology, to be in areas where it's about the transfer of those technologies in areas that really need these technologies. You talked about the big impact that climate change is making, and one of the sad realities is that people who suffer the most, like again going back to the example that I gave, are often the least responsible for the events that are impacting them, because they never consumed the carbon that results in all of these major changes. So in a sense, we do have a moral responsibility, whether we are willing to accept it or not. But part of that moral responsibility is financial, and another part of that moral responsibility is technology, in my view, that we must quicken the process for those areas to adopt the technologies that are really needed to adapt to the new environment that they are in. And this means not just electrification with renewables, but it also means technologies to make agriculture more resilient to the change in climate and to the rising temperatures that many areas are experiencing. It also means better systems to conserve water, to manage the sort of the volatility in water resources that's naturally resulting as a result of climate change. So I think those are just, again, at a broader level, the focus on technology and transfer of science should really be front and center.
I agree with that. If I look back 20 years, and let's pick two countries, India and China. 20 years ago, if you added both of those countries together, they would have been in the neighborhood of 5 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide production. Today, if you add both of those countries together, you're at around 14. So they've both nearly tripled in 20 years their production of carbon dioxide. And in the same 20-year period, the United States and Western Europe has declined its output of CO2. So even though the population has grown, we're declining the total output of CO2. And so what you'll start to see in terms of the needs of humanity first and the way that we're thinking about affecting change is it's really the advent of strategy, technology, and the deployment of our assistance in thinking about holistic solutions that are going to be in the developing parts of the world. And I think it's South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa. China's already on a very strong movement towards electrification. So I would say that China's already leveled off and is now starting to, even though their economy grew and kind of is bursting at the seams with output, they've also started adopting at a much faster rate the technologies that need to be employed to really curb that. I think there is a need for deployment, and then we should be thinking about the sustainability theme in Humanity First and investing in that. And that's bringing about a holistic strategy of policy and advice to governments, as well as technology, and then as introduction to different corporation strategies that might be moving towards electrification and microgrids, as well as renewable energy onboarding, and then thinking about how we deploy that to people that are affected on a regular basis. So I'm kind of excited about that future where we can play a role in the development of strategy The question now is, as Humanity First is really a global network, how do we do that? What is the right way for us to use our collective network and influence in the regions that are affected the most, and thinking about public policy? As you are in a very important academic institution and you think about policy, how important is it to formulate a policy and then figure out how to deploy that, and how much change can we expect to see happen if we were to approach it from that lens?
Yeah, on the policy dimension, there are a lot of different angles that I think are very important. First is, you're talking about transitioning to a new way of life, right? It's not easy. Human beings get used to doing things that have been traditionally done, but we need to do it differently. That's very much connected to the question of climate change, that we need to change behavior of human beings. And that's a public policy question, that's a political question as well. But part of what that means is that we need to provide incentives through the policy direction to nudge behavior in that direction. And there are some very important examples of that. So take, for example, the question of pricing, peak energy in ways that incentivizes commercial entities and residential homeowners to conserve more energy in certain times of the day, so that the use of energy is more amenable to the volatility on the supply side. For example, if you're now relying on the sun to generate electricity as opposed to coal-fired power plants or gas-fired plants. So it's that kind of change in behavior that partly policy has to incentivize. It also means, for example, that as economies transition through electrification to more renewable sources, that policy steps in and it keeps a wedge between the price of fossil fuel generated electricity versus renewables by, for example, having some kind of a carbon tax imposed in between the two, so that there remains an advantage to going towards renewables. That's already built in. People are already seeing that already happening. But what policy can do is it can nudge things to make it faster. Similarly, we are seeing things in the US. Government has taken some very real action in a way that they did not take before, by directly coming in and co-investing with the private sector in this space of renewables to generate kind of a new industry that is needed. That's an area that's very much sort of ripe for involvement in developing countries as well. So there's this very active discussion on the policy side of industrial policy. Countries such as China have done some of that in the past, and so the question is that as you talk about developing new industries around renewables, around sort of the new climate resistance agriculture practices and so on, the governments need to actually actively promote and co-invest with the private sector to create the critical mass that is often needed to bring in the entrepreneurship, to bring in the level of investment that just a single firm by itself cannot, unless it knows that, look, it's actually the whole public behind it. So that coordinating role of policy in general is really needed when you're talking about building new systems, which really is the key to kind of solving this problem in the long run.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. If I look back at Humanity First being founded in the mid-90s, 1994 wasn't that long ago. And as we think about the purpose of the organization, it's really spanning now the right topics. It thinks about disaster relief, and really as climate change has taken root, that becomes very clearly related to hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters that are really born out of mankind's activities and carbon dioxide and the effect on the climate. It also is thinking about water security, and water security is related to climate as well. We're seeing a shift in temperature. We're seeing a shift in where populations were residing and where they need to reside. And even the contamination of clean water sources has been a big problem in South Asia and finding clean drinking water is one of the missions of Humanity First. And then you think about the other securities like health and food security that are related to agriculture. Really, Humanity First as an umbrella organization has done a lot to kind of get the right topics in front and center stage. And now what I think the policy angle that we were just talking about could do is establish strategy for governments to invest in. And really where Humanity First can move the needle on its own access to funds and the development of the organization's influence in the region is policies with the strategy of technology that we can deploy at a sort of more macro scale could be something that I believe the organization should work on, and something that I've been talking with Munam Sahib and others about, which is maybe next year our gala that is going on an annual basis in DC should focus on sustainability and energy security, and energy as a mechanism to move the right strategies forward that would start curbing production of CO2 and switching from fossil fuels to electric sources that are more renewable and sustainable. So it's really been kind of an interesting time to sort of share with you. We only have a couple of minutes left, and in the couple of minutes, I think about, you know, where this discussion has talked at sort of a macro scale. Let's boil it down to what individuals that are listening to this might think about their contribution, how they can get involved, and what they should be doing. If you were to pick three topics or three ways that the individual could jump in and help, I'll turn it to you, and then I'll give my thoughts on three ways that people can help.
Well, I think the first two, the obvious ones, the first is financial. You know, whatever resources one have and whatever one can give is to support such efforts led by Humanity First financially, to get their children involved, to get their friends and neighbors involved, and that's something that's an ongoing thing. And I think it's always a feeling of sort of goodwill that gets generated as a result of that when one does that. Number two is investing your own time in addition to this, and time can be served in many ways. I mean, you know, we are doing it partly to just talk to people and talk about these issues, but there are many other ways that people volunteer and go to these disaster relief efforts. That's something that Humanity First is a great platform to give you an opportunity to do that. So I think people should seriously consider doing that whenever they have the opportunity. And the third thing I'll say is, you know, we touched upon that, is, you know, how you can do things within your professional life to make a change. I think we all have connections and relationships that we can leverage to uplift these conversations, to bring them to the forefront, to connect people like yourself, you know, who are involved in this space, to say, okay, you know what, maybe we can collectively come together and help country XYZ come up with an energy solution, you know, come up with sort of some microgrid solution like we were discussing before this telethon for places in Africa. So I think there's a need for kind of helping each other in that, you know, nuanced way where it's these little actions that can really turn into big advantages down the road.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm going to leave that as the last word because I agreed with each one of your 3 points, 100%. I think those are the right 3 points. And so I'll say, first of all, thank you very much for your time and thoughtful comments. And we've learned a lot from you today. And I hope the audience is engaged, inspired, and energized about the future that we can participate in to help as Humanity First is a very needed organization, and that we support that organization wholly. With that, I'll turn it back over to the studio, and thank you very much, Professor Mia, for your time today.
Thank you.
So they're at a distance of about 20 feet, and this is the vision chart right over here. And this is where we're able to assess what their visual acuity is in each eye. Once we've determined their visual acuity, then we bring the patients over here to the exam chair, and we have what's called a slit lamp, where patients are examined, and they put their head over here, and we use the lamp to evaluate the disease. And this is where we determine which patients might be candidates for surgery. This is topical anesthetic.
How can we remove the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? Children and adults around the world are left behind on this journey to success. Education is, at most times, the farthest from the minds of people who are struggling to survive daily with a roof over their head and food on the table. Generations have gone without the introduction of schooling and do not comprehend what it may do for them to break the chains of poverty. Providing the youth and adults with skills and education so they can surface from the economic hardships is the goal of the Knowledge for Life program. Humanity First USA has been building and running schools and skill centers across South America, Africa, and Asia to help children and adults become empowered and succeed in the community they are living in. Communities have rallied behind these schools and are sending their children who walk miles to take advantage of what is provided by Humanity First USA. These facilities are run by amazing, hard-working teachers and staff who give these children the essential tools to succeed. Kids who graduate into the next level are recognized as Humanity First children by the first-class level of education they have received. Our skill centers provide adults with skills for them to get their jobs and open their own businesses. Humanity First USA helps these partner countries open skill centers in sewing, car mechanics, basic computer skills, driving, electricians. Many have opened their own businesses at home after graduating from our skill centers and have entered the path to success and sustainability.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Amnada Meya. Je suis au centre de formation Mantifis Mali. J'ai fait 3 ans de formation. Après, je vais devenir une styliste, créer mon propre atelier et prendre des ouvriers. Et j'invite tous mes sœurs à venir faire la couture parce que c'est le travail qui libère l'homme.
In America, we have also taken on the educational divide in underserved and struggling communities. The Education Project is a free tutoring program under Humanity First USA that provides children who are struggling between K-12 to close the gap in their education and succeed towards higher education.
For the Education Project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
So many children have been impacted by economic and COVID-related educational hurdles that we are striving to assist. How can we do more and keep removing the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? We can do this by understanding that children are the future. Not just some children, but all the world's children. Humanity must rise to support the pathways for success and well-being of these children stuck in deep poverty and suffering. You can do this by supporting our future endeavors of building more school skill centers and help support all the children and adults currently in the Humanity First USA Knowledge for Life program.
Martin Luther King once said, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence."
I'm back on the air. Let's just get started to talk about the Education Project, our one-on-one online tutoring platform providing free tutoring services to students in need. And I welcome Asim Ahmed, the Director of Operations at the Education Project and also the founder. He can give us a few words about the story of the founding of this organization, and he can kind of guide us into how this was founded and what its main purpose is. So let's have it, Asim.
Yeah, thank you, Herwin. Appreciate the introduction. So basically, the Education Project is part of the Knowledge for Life program under Humanity First, and we initially started it right when COVID hit. Children were struggling with the transition to online learning, and there was this huge gap that we still see today of educational results not being the same. So that's where we come in. We provided virtual tutoring, primarily focused on serving under-resourced communities across America. And essentially, the main goal of this 10-minute session with me and Haroon is just to raise awareness about the education project. We just want to share everything we've been working on for the past 2.5 years, share our challenges, our accomplishments, and yeah, I'll turn it back over to Haroon, and he can introduce himself and his role in the education project, as well as share some of the partnerships that we've developed.
Yeah, hello everybody. So as my work in the education project mainly just relates to, partnering with different schools across the country. And it's been a really rewarding experience for me just to see how much direct impact we can have just by creating a movement among all these universities across the nation, getting tutors who are really able to give back to these underserved students from all over the country. And it's really a powerful movement. So I've seen with the schools I've worked with, three actually schools in Toledo, Ohio, where I currently am, we've partnered with this year. And then going into this year, we're also partnering with schools in California and also in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest, specifically in Washington and Oregon. We're working on a lot of different partnerships. It's so exciting to see. Over the past, 2 or so years, we've served over 400 students. And in these partnerships, the main thing that I'm seeing is a lot of these schools are telling me, where do you get your pay from? How are you doing this for free? It literally shocks them. And the work that Humanity First does is so unique that I think is so powerful, because most organizations charge hefty fines. They require multi-million dollars for this type of work that we're doing. But we, as a powerful movement, have developed so many humble volunteers that it's honestly inspiring. And over the course of time I've spent with the education project, we've had a huge amount of support from the Humanity First student division as well. They've really given their all to help us out. At the University of Central Florida, University of Texas at Austin. And no bias. I'm from Toledo, so University of Toledo, it's great. So we've also been given back. So we've had a huge movement of recruiting tutors from there, giving them to the schools, and just even hearing from the parents. It's just an amazing experience when they literally tell you that I've never seen my child this interested and excited about education. So let's turn it back to Asim. What feedback have you really been hearing from the parents?
Yeah, of course, Haroon. Thanks for the question. So we do a lot of feedback from parent side as well as tutor side. We mainly do surveys with the parents, and within 3 months of starting tutoring, 100% of parents who filled out the survey noticed a significant improvement in the educational confidence of the child or the student that we were tutoring. So a lot of parents really appreciated this. I've received a few phone calls from parents who shared their stories with me about how during COVID, their kid kind of got lost with online learning, but once they had a one-on-one tutor who met with them a few times a week for about 2 to 3 hours, they saw significant improvements in confidence, their educational ability, their time on task, their ability to do homework confidently as well. So all of these factors kind of play into the overall experience that parents have. And then from the tutor side, there's been a lot of positive outcomes as well. We've helped them with graduate applications through letters of recommendation, filling out different forms for them. Also with jobs as well. A few of our tutors recently applied to jobs and had me as a reference. So we've done a lot of work on both sides with tutors and parents to make sure that they really enjoyed this opportunity. And even though it's free, that it's really high quality, and it's something that we're proud to really serve and provide them. So in order to get a lot of these high quality tutors, we actually do partner with a lot of the schools and universities that Haroon mentioned earlier. So I'll turn it back over to him, and I'll have him explain our outreach models in a little bit more detail to show kind of our relationship with the Humanity First Student Organization and how that really blossomed in the past 2 years.
Yeah, thank you so much, Asim. I would just like to say that, the core of the education project is really mobilizing university students, untapped power that I don't think any tutoring organization has ever done so far. That makes the education project so unique. Like no other tutoring organization has ever tapped this niche. So we found that, by connecting to universities across the country, as like the Humanity First student organizations, we have an ambassador system, per se, across the whole country with different outreach teams reaching out to pre-health students, reaching out to different student orgs on campus, as well as HFSOs coming together. And this huge network that we're creating, a nationwide network that is constantly reaching out and recruiting tutors. And this is how we really are able to, get in those 200 or so tutors every year. And that also helps with, ties into the school partnerships, because, a lot of these school partnerships, when you talk to these principals, they're telling you like, hey, we have a tutoring service, but, they only can like help 5 or so students a semester, which is not putting nearly any dent. It's barely scratching the surface of the needs. Barely scratching the surface of the needs of the communities. And a lot of these underserved communities, they really cannot afford the $30 an hour tutoring services that are currently provided. So the education project bridges that gap and really helps motivate, more than just providing educational resources, it motivates and inspires students to pursue higher education. So I think it's just an amazing, powerful platform, and I would really, really love to see people around the country who are watching this telethon to, if they really want to support this, they can come and contact us, see if they have any schools, connections, or if they would like to donate or anything to really help, make this project accelerate.
Right. And earlier in the telethon, there was a lot of touching on disaster relief. And that was a pretty important section of it. And it's one of the core things about Humanity First. And we've seen across the country how big of a disaster COVID was. And kind of the long-term consequence that it's created. Scores now are lower than they were for decades because of what the effect of COVID was and students not receiving education. And Haroon and I have kind of seen this firsthand where a lot of students actually need this service. And without it, they will not be able to go to college. So we're doing a lot to kind of put all the tools in place for our tutors to make sure that it's a safe and reliable experience throughout the tutoring process. So even before they get matched with a student, we do a document check, we interview them, we do a reference interview as well to make sure that they're a safe and reliable tutor in our program. And then once they clear that process, then they go through an orientation led by our orientation manager, Zoha. And we walk them through the basics of tutoring as well as our legal policies, what to do, what not to do, stuff like that. And then after that, we match them. And then we've also recently started using a service called IXL, which helps diagnose areas that students are weak in. Okay. And then our tutors really focus in on those areas. And then the two other things I just wanted to point out before we close out is that we're also working on college admissions as well. That's a new fold that we're bringing into the education project, where we're going to help parents and students with their college admissions, starting from 8th grade, making them college bound and college ready, and putting the guides in place to really support that.
Thank you so much, Asim. I mean, I think the last thing I would like to say is everyone who is on this telethon, come out, support the education project through your donations, and if you want to help out, we would love and accept all volunteers who have the same passion for serving and uplifting underserved communities. We apologize for the technical difficulties in the Zoom call. Thank you so much. I'll turn it back over to the studio.
I would love for you if you could expand on the Tanzania project as well.
So the Tanzania project was a collaborative effort with Majlis Khuddam al-Ahmadiyya. The request came from Tanzania if they could fundraise in the United States for a hospital project that they were working on. And this hospital is very unique. It's it was supporting, it was a women's clinic, and Majlis Ulama Ahmadiyya undertook that effort with under the guidance and instruction of Hazrat Qibla al-Masih to raise $200,000 for this purpose.
Wow.
So as part of this effort, we did some fundraising through our Khudam, primarily through Khudam, through various initiatives, walks, charity fundraisers, and to raise that $200,000. And alhamdulillah, in a couple of months ago, we were able to raise that $200,000 in a quick enough time span so the project could undergo its construction and completion, inshallah ta'ala, by the end of this year, early next year.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. And so,
welcome back to the studio. Right now I'm joined with two very unique guests. On my right side is Bilal Raja Sahib. Bilal Sahib is blessed with a melodious voice, and we have invited him for a special reason. On my left side is Farhan Jalil Sahib. He has a unique talent. He's very passionate. He's our disaster response expert. So we'll talk to both of these gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, Bilal Sahib. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Great.
So I think first I will go to my left side. Normally I go to my right side, but I just like to start with Farhan Sahib. Farhan Sahib, I think you've been very passionate and from Puerto Rico perspective as well as Dominican Republic, right?
Yeah.
You took the ball and you start to run with the hurricane, and not only this current hurricane that you've worked recently, but you've worked in past.
Correct.
Can you just share that? How did you start out with Puerto Rico, and then we'll go and talk briefly about your Dominican Republic, what you have done.
So there was this one Hurricane Fiona, that hit recently Dominican and Puerto Rico at the same time. So as soon as the hurricane hit Puerto Rico, it just moved towards Dominican Republic. So we had humanity first in both countries. So we were like, hey, we need to respond to disaster. We need to be as quick as possible. So within 48 hours, our teams were on ground responding to disasters. There was flooding everywhere. People's houses were destroyed. So our teams going in, and we started providing food supplies to people in Puerto Rico. Starting Puerto Rico was the first response. We gave about 1,000 bags of food with about 15,000 pounds of food that was distributed within 2 days.
Amazing how you were able to coordinate all of that, right?
That was just Puerto Rico, and then
Dominican was even Dominican, which hurricane was that?
It was Fiona as well.
Fiona,
yes, same hurricane.
Sorry,
So it was just the same hurricane that hit Puerto Rico and Dominican as well.
Right.
So after that, I went personally to Dominican because the people in Dominican were not trained to respond to disasters, and I've been to a lot of disaster zones.
Right.
So that's where I kicked in and essentially went to Dominican Republic.
Well, Farhan is our country director now for islands. So, he's been going out there, and now, with his support, with his commitment, we have kind of given him the responsibility to do the next step, which is kind of the Human Development Program, right?
Yes.
So what are you thinking about next to do in the Dominican Republic?
So Dominican, we gave about a lot of food. We gave about 50,000 pounds of food in like 9 days with the help of military and civil defense. So the local government was really involved with the project we were doing. So with that response, we were able to make a lot of connections on the ground. And because of that, we thought it was a great idea to expand, sustain those projects over time. So obviously putting time and effort, you have to make sure that that has a longevity to it.
Yeah, we talked about what, school project that you want to do?
Exactly. So school projects, water projects, potential. I think there's a big potential of school projects, and on ground today, our team is putting roofs on schools so the schools can start again, because the schools were not able to start because of the hurricane.
Before I go to our other guest, tell me what number of people that you benefited in the Dominican Republic.
In Dominican, it was 6,000 people that we provided food to, meals for about a week.
Thank you, Brian. I think, I'm sure other people will be inspired with what you've been able to do from time perspective and all the resources that you pulled together. We're hoping to find more like Farhan there, and we need them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I encourage our donors to donate more to Humanity First, so we can have more effects.
Okay. All right. Now, Bilal Sahib, I'll come to you, right? Again, you've been a great supporter. But I think the special reason that we invited you, that a poem that has been written, I wrote it, but I think it's people like you who have really put a color in it, right? So we really like the audience to hear it from you directly, right? I'm sure they have heard you before, but if you can share this poem, and then I'd like to kind of hear your sentiments about that.
Jazakallah, Madam Saab, and it's an honor to be here. Jazakallah for inviting, and I'll be honored to present this, inshallah ta'ala. It's a very inspirational tarana, and my hope and prayer is that it motivates all of us and brings us all come serve humanity in the best possible manner.
Inshallah.
سارے عالم میں تم خدمت خلق کے کام کرتے رہو، کام آتے رہو. سارے عالم میں تم خدمت خلق کے کام کرتے رہو، کام آتے رہو. تم مسیحا بنو ہر دکھی کے لیے، غم بٹاتے رہو، دل لبھاتے رہو. تم مسیحا بنو ہر دکھی کے لیے، غم بٹاتے رہو، دل لبھاتے رہو. چاہے سیلاب ہو یا قحط آ پڑے، کوئی کھانا نہ ہو اور نہ پانی ملے. چاہے سیلاب ہو یا قحط آ پڑے، کوئی کھانا نہ ہو اور نہ پانی ملے. انہیں پانی پلاؤ کنویں کھود کے، بھوک خالی شکم کی مٹاتے رہو. انہیں پانی پلاؤ کنویں کھود کے، بھوک خالی شکم کی مٹاتے رہو. سارے عالم میں تم خدمت خلق کے کام کرتے رہو، کام آتے رہو. آئے طوفان کہیں یا کہیں زلزلے، تم پہنچ جاؤ فوراً مدد کے لیے. آئے طوفان کہیں یا کہیں زلزلے، تم پہنچ جاؤ فوراً مدد کے لیے. تم سنبھالو انہیں جو کہ ہوں گر پڑے، ٹوٹے پھوٹے گھروں کو بناتے رہو. تم سنبھالو انہیں جو کہ ہوں گر پڑے، ٹوٹے پھوٹے گھروں کو بناتے رہو. تم ہو خدام لجنا یا انصار ہو، تم ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے مددگار ہو. تم ہو خدام لجنا یا انصار ہو، تم ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے مددگار ہو. ہیں خلافت کی برکات حاصل تمہیں، اور خداوند کی رحمت بھی پاتے رہو. ہیں خلافت کی برکات حاصل تمہیں، اور خداوند کی رحمت بھی پاتے رہو. سارے عالم میں تم خدمت خلق کے کام کرتے رہو، کام آتے رہو. تم مسیحا بنو ہر دکھی کے لیے، غم بٹاتے رہو، دل لبھاتے رہو. تم مسیحا بنو ہر دکھی کے لیے، غم بٹاتے رہو، دل لبھاتے رہو.
Beautiful, beautiful, mashallah. Can you quickly, you have a translation if you don't mind?
Ji. So I can just quickly share.
Yeah, that's good.
Just a summary, right? What is the overall theme of the Tarana?
Right.
So the Tarana is basically for the volunteers of humanity first, and it's inspiring all of us that, across the globe, wherever there is a need to serve humanity, we should come forward, and we should look at it as an opportunity, and should really become a messiah for those who are in pain. And it's whether it's famine, earthquakes, we need to be ready to go serve, irrespective if we are part of the Lajna Tanzim or Ansar or Khuddam. We are all the workers of humanity first, and the prayers and the blessings of Khilafat are with us, are backing us, and we just have to come forward and take part in it. Manso, I have a question actually for you. That how did you come up with this plan? Because you wrote it, right? So why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think these words of inspiration just come from your heart, from your passion to serve, right? I mean, we have all grown up, and we in an environment that from our elders, from our khulafa, we are told, from our religion, we are told that our first and foremost duty is to help those who need the help, right? So from my young age, we've been, whether that was Khuddam work or community work, for the last 20, 30 years doing that. So I think if I'm not a kind of a big poet, just every once in a while I get a couplet. This was, I think, one of the conference that was happening in UK. And I think Azur had addressed there. And at that point, a couplet came in my mind, those were some of the words that were inspired from Azur's statements there. So I wrote that, and after that, the whole poem just came out. So first time, if you remember, we used this poem back in 2015. And then I think you have sung it beautifully.
Those words are precious.
Right, but the first time it was done in UK, right? And then I think but anyways, I think you have done a beautiful job with it, and I think translation is done. Anything else you'd like to share?
I just actually want to say to everyone, including myself, that we need to back these words with actions, right? And we should. If we cannot be physically present in those disastrous areas where there's suffering, we need to at least come forward with our donations so that we help those who are on the foot on ground, right? We help them with our donations. Absolutely. So I appeal to everyone who's listening to me right now to please come forward, take part in the blessings, and donate generously.
All right. You said it, Bell. I think we're going to wrap up this session. Farhan, thank you to you, Jazakallah, and Jazakallah to you for driving over and joining us in the studio. You have given the message. I think hopefully some words of inspiration will help you to continue to contribute, and we'd like to go to our studio and see how we're doing with our donations and the next program. Jazakallah, and thank you from the studio.
On air. Ji, on it. 3, 2, 1, on air.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I am Sister Sakina. A warm welcome to our viewers on behalf of the Kids for Humanity team. We will empowerment, and coming up, I have a very special co-host with me who will do a Slido game. You can find the QR code on top of the screen to start joining now. Are you passionate about helping others, giving back to humanity, and have a strong desire to make a positive impact? If so, you have come to the right place. I would like to introduce to you our Kids for Humanity program. Woohoo! The ultimate goal of the Kids for Humanity program is to teach youth the importance of humanitarian work and to help them develop the spirit of volunteering their time and advocating for changes that make the world a better place. In this slideshow, you can see a pilot program that was launched in Miami, Florida. Kids are packing food bags for food drives, serving the homeless, planting a butterfly garden at a Title I school, and taking part in a beach cleanup. Depending on the youth coordinator in the area you live in, projects and opportunities may vary. Stay tuned for more updates coming in the near future. Now, let's turn over to my co-host, Mr. Ahmed Zamyar Butt, to lead the Slido game.
Assalamu alaikum. I am your host, Ahmed Zamyar Butt from Northern Virginia, Jamaat. Let's meet our live participants. Our first guest today is Hasib. Hasib, please introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hasib. I'm 6 years old. Then I'm from the Boston Jamaat.
Thank you. Our next guest today is Muhammad. Muhammad, please introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Ahmad Minhas and I am 12 years old and I am from the Detroit Majlis.
Our third guest today is Safir. Safir, can you please introduce yourself?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Safir Ahmad Chaudhry and I'm 12 years old and I'm from the Philadelphia Jamaat.
Our fourth and final guest today is Arusha. Arusha, please introduce yourself.
My name is Arusha. I'm 9 years old. My Jamaat is Miami, Florida.
Now let's go over to our Slido and check its participation rate. So I want you all to get out your phones, your tablets, and everything, any device, and scan the QR code or go to slido.com and type in the code 529641. I repeat, 529641. Yeah. So far, we have 8 participants. We need a few more. Please join the Slido by going to slido.com and typing in the code 529641 or scan the QR code. Okay, log in ASAP, boys and girls. We will soon start. Remember, go to slido.com and type in the code 529641 or scan the QR code. We have 17 participants. Can we just get a few more? Go to slido.com and type in the code 529641, or you can scan the QR code as it is on the computer. We have 26 participants. Can we just get a few more? Come on, guys. Get out those devices and log in. We have 30 participants. Can we just get a few more? Okay, log in ASAP, boys and girls, for we are about to start right now. Now let's get to our first question. What important event took place in 2018? A school in Mali was built, Nasser Hospital was inaugurated, a third medical center was built. 15 seconds remaining. I know you can do it, boys and girls. Okay, so now let's see the correct answer. The correct answer is Nasser Hospital was inaugurated. So now let's go over to our next question. The next question is, who did the inauguration of Nasser Hospital in Guatemala? His Holiness Mirza Masroor Ahmad, the 5th head of the worldwide Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Mirza Makfour Ahmad, Amir Sahib, Monim Naim Sahib, Chairman and Executive Director of Humanity First USA, or President Joe Biden? 5 seconds remaining. And the answer is His Holiness Mirza Masroor Ahmad. Now let's go over to the leaderboard. In the lead, we have Ane Seher Arusha Bhatti, who's in the lead. Now let's go over to our live participants. So Hasib, my first question is for you. How can seeking an education impact our lives positively?
Education helps us become a better person, being a good citizen. With education, we learn skills that we can use to help other people, like a doctor or a fireman.
Jazakallah. Now let's get back to our Slido game. Our next question is, a child's yearly tuition at Humanity First K-12 school will cost $200, $75, $150, $10 seconds remaining. I wonder how many of you can get this one right. And the correct answer is $75. Now let's go on to our next question. A donor can sponsor a full classroom with up to 50 students in any of the humanities schools in this way. $15,000, $10,000, $5,000, or $8,000. Five seconds remaining. All right, and the answer is $5,000. Now let's go back to our leaderboard and check who's in the lead. We have Ane Seher, who's still in the lead with who has 10 out of 10 questions correct. Now let's get back to our live participants. So, Muhammad, have you ever experienced a natural disaster? Please share how it impacted you.
5 years ago, when Hurricane Irma was headed towards South Florida, my family and I had to evacuate since our home was in the flood zone. We decided to drive to our uncle's home in north of Georgia. The normal drive was 12 hours, but it took us 2 days since the roads were jammed due to thousands of people evacuating. We came back after a few days and we didn't have electricity. And there are a lot of trees and power lines that were broken. And we were out of power even though the hurricane lost its steam.
Thank you. So now let's get back to our Slido. Our next question is, as of 2021, how many gifts of sight have been given? 12,000, 14,225, 12,233, or 17,635. Five seconds remaining. And the correct answer is 17,635. Now let's move on. To the next question. How many people were helped under the Gift of Sight Humanity First Global Initiative? 20,000 people, 30,000 people, 40,000 people, or 50,000 people? 10 seconds remaining. I wonder how many of you will get this one right. Okay, so now the correct answer is 40,000 people. Now let's go on to our leaderboard. In the lead, Anisair is still leading. Now let's get back to our live participants. Safir, my next question is for you. Water is a luxury for those of us living in the Western countries. I want you to think about those who do not have that luxury. Why is it important to preserve water?
Allah created water for humans. Every person on earth needs clean water to survive. And we should check our daily habits when it comes to using water. Here are some of the many ways we can reduce our uses of water. 1. Take shorter showers. 2. Repair leaky taps or toilets immediately. 3. Don't let the faucet run while brushing teeth or shaving. 4. Turn on the laundry or dishwashing machines only when they're full. These are just some of the many ways we can reduce our uses of water.
Jazakallah. Now let's get back to our Slido game and go to the next question. This question asks, humanity first sent a disaster relief team to this place after Hurricane Ian destroyed neighborhoods. Manhattan, New York, Atlanta, Georgia, Fort Myers, Florida. Lock in your answers, boys and girls. Okay, now let's go to the correct answer. And the correct answer is Fort Myers, Florida. Now let's go to our final question. Our next question. Humanity First helps with natural disaster relief projects all around the world. Is it true or false? 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The answer is true. Now let's go to the next question. Leaderboard. In the lead, Anisair is still there. I wonder if anyone can surpass her. Now let's get back to our final live participant. Arusha, can you tell us how you have helped in the Humanity First food drive and food banks that we have all around the country?
I went to Fort Myers to help with the food drive. After Hurricane A, there was a lot of needy people. I also helped out with our local Humanity First food drive in Miami, Florida, by packing food bags and passing them out to the needy. The food includes spaghetti, tuna fish, cookies, mac and cheese, and rice.
Thank you. Now let's get back to our Slido game and go to the next question. Humanity First aims to spend approximately blank percent of all donations directly on its projects. 65%, 70%, 80%, or 90%. 10 seconds remaining. And the correct answer is 90%. Now let's move on to our final question. What is Humanity First's slogan? Serving mankind, always be kind, or love for all, hatred for none? "15 seconds remaining. If you don't know the answer, Just choose one. And the answer is serving mankind. Okay, so now let's go and see who the winner is. And the winner is Arusha. Good job, Arusha. So, I will end this segment with a couplet of the promised Messiah alayhi salatu wasalam. Mera maqsudo matlubo tamanna khidmat khalq us. Translation: my yearning, purpose, and heartfelt desire is to serve humanity. This is my job. This is my fate. This is my habit. And this is my way of life. Thanks for joining me. Always remember to serve mankind.
All the telethon viewers, we have reached a momentous occasion on this campaign. We have raised over $1 million, $1.04 million. This is an amazing achievement by all of our supporters. And it's just so humbling for us to see how many people from across the country have really sacrificed and spent out of their own pockets and hard-earned money for this. But it's not over yet. Let's just start looking at the top 5 states who have donated the most. By far, Virginia is just running away with it. I mean, they have $221,000 and $257 in pledges and $19,000 already donated. So they're just flying away with it at first place. And then we have Texas, always consistently in the leaderboard with $44,000 in donations and $39,000 in pledges. And then we have Alabama with $40,000 in pledges and $30,000 in donations already. And then following that, we have New Jersey, $34,000 in pledges and $25,000 in donations, followed by New York, followed by New Jersey, $34,000 and $25,000. And last but not least on this top 5 list is New York with $19,000 in donations and $10,500 in pledges. I know this seems like a huge amount of money, and it's a huge amount, $1.04 million. We still have to reach our target of $1.25 million. But that being said, we might be kind of like scared to donate if we don't have that much money or resources, but every child, everyone, every student should at least give anything out of their allowance, maybe $5, maybe $10, maybe even like $15. But this, every penny, every dollar puts a drop in this river that can change lives and change and make the world for a person. So I really urge everybody to kind of push forward and even donate a little bit if they have a little bit of allowance remaining or anything of that sort. So thank you so much for your time. We've reached a momentous occasion. Let's get back to the studio.
Arun, that was phenomenal, and you know, your name sounds very close to the Urdu word of haran, of being surprised and amazed at what we have come across over the past few hours, and of course over the past few months as we've been gearing up for today. So alhamdulillah, mashallah, this is amazing, but really this is just the starting point, because we have a little bit more to go, but even more to attain to over the coming months and years. Now, what I want to talk about before we get into some more donor calls is a really cool part of the Humanity First donation platform, which is called Gifts for Humanity. So when you go to that donation page and you see one of the drop downs says for Gifts for Humanity, there's a lot of different gifts you can donate towards. So there's a lot of projects you can put your gift towards. There's Knowledge for Life. And it says very clearly right there, this is something that costs $200 to sponsor a child's education. So if you were pledging or donating $50 or $75, you can have that money earmarked to that program. You don't have to give $200. You can say, I want my money to fund this program. Of course, you can always go over and fund that program multiple times as well. So we have Knowledge for Life. We have Disaster Relief, which is $100 to feed a family in need. Water for Life, $100 for clean water for a family. And this is something that I was able to do on behalf of my children in honor of them. So you can even do donations in honor and also in memory of your deceased loved ones. So lots of different ways, lots of different projects to donate towards on this auspicious day as we are commemorating HF Telethon 22. Again, the hashtag, and we love reading your stories and why you're donating towards humanity first. So, Mac, really a momentous day that we're getting
this is fascinating because while I think the organization would like general donations, but also it's fascinating how different things appeal to different people, whether it's gift of sight to gift of life to many, many, many things. And it's a great way to double down. You know, we learned about the $2,000 for a water well that can provide nourishment for 1,200 people. Right. It's amazing. How do you think this happens? I mean, this is fascinating. Over $1 million in one day of members around the country participating.
You know, it's a part of winning hearts. And it's not just members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, but their friends, their social network, their work people. It's everybody's in this for the right reasons, and they want their dollar going the furthest they can. And they can do that with Humanity First. So one of the donors is on the line, Nasreen from New York. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah for asking me. It's an honor to speak.
Oh, it is a pleasure to speak with you. And what keeps you donating towards Humanity First?
Well, very quickly, when I was elected official and when I was also running, my speechwriter would always put one line in my every speech, and it would be, I'm giving back to the community. I'm giving back to the country. I want to give back to the country. And whenever I read that, I would think to myself, yes, America did give me opportunities, but was it really America, or was it the Almighty? Because every religion teaches you, and it's the Almighty that gives or brings these opportunities. So thinking on that basis, every faith tells you, how do you give back to the Almighty, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? By feeding and taking care of His creation and His people. So therefore, I hope that my humble donation, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts it for all the blessings that He has blessed me, the opportunities to come to this country, raise 3 phenomenal children, run for the public office, and, you know, health and happiness, and be an Ahmadi.
MashaAllah, excellent. And Ms. Nasreen, is there a specific project you're donating towards?
You know, this time I just gave the donation for wherever they need, but I have a number of members of my family, including ourselves. We have erected the water pumps in different, you know, Kenya, because, listen, I was born in Africa. So, you know, Tanzania, Kenya, Gambia, we have done that in memory of our past loved ones. And I think that is a great way of doing it, not only for the people who have passed away, but I know certain people, they buy a star, name a star when their child is born. Well, how about, you know, have a pump, a water pump in a developing country, and
this
have
is
your
much
name,
more
child's
powerful.
name.
That's a great idea.
This is very powerful. How, as opposed to having a star in Hollywood, have a pump in Ghana is a great way to do it. Thank you for your time. We really, yeah, exactly. We really appreciate that. Thank you for your time, and we good luck. I mean, Long Island is if it's not Long Island, it's the wrong island.
That's right.
So thank you.
But I love how you said a star in Hollywood. You have to do some other things to get a star in Hollywood. Yeah. I think Nasir was talking about a star in the
yes. Let's,
Can I give a shout out? Is it appropriate to give a shout out?
really quickly.
Yep.
Rabia Aladdin Chaudhary, happy birthday. You're a phenomenal woman. May Allah bless you. May Allah bless you. The hardest working Ahmadi I know.
Wow, wow, that's a great shout out. I'm glad you got the Aladdin in there as well. That's awesome. Thank you for your time, Nasreen Baji. We love all the work you're doing in Long Island. Next, we're going to go to Fahim Ahmed, who is visiting us from. Where is Fahim Ahmed joining us from?
Assalamu alaikum. I'm southwest suburbs of Chicago.
Oh, you're from Chicago. We're really focusing on Illinois. Fahim Saab, tell us how you got engaged with Humanity First.
Well, the first thing obviously was when Hazrat Khalifa Rabi announced the movement. You know, everybody got involved at that stage, but you know, I was involved then just with donations and my parents in us. But then when I started visiting as a gift of health, visits to Guatemala and saw the work on ground, that's what really it went into top gear. And
how are things going in the Chicago area? Tell us. You know, we spoke to some of the Lajna members earlier. We've been pushing, you know, Yasser Maliks of the world and everyone else to give. Is Chicago really getting engaged? You know, we just crossed $1 million a few minutes ago.
You know, I'm sure folks are listening, and I think everybody is motivated, and you know, I'm pretty sure that at the end of the day, Chicago will pay dues. Yeah.
We're excited, and thank you for your personal engagement and involvement. We really appreciate your time for calling in.
Jazakallah for talking to me. Thank you.
All right, and next up, Mac, we have Salim Rafiq, who is calling. Salim Saab, can you hear us? Assalamu alaikum, Salim Saab. Salim, where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, Arizona, mashallah. I don't think we've had an Arizona call.
Yeah, we've had Latif.
Latif Saab, okay, very good,
yes,
very good. So, mashallah, good company from Arizona.
Please leave your message for 5
Salman Sheikh Saab is there now as Murabi, who was in Puerto Rico, did a lot of great work there as well. So Phoenix has a lot of good work going on.
Salman is shaking things up, clearly.
Salim
Saab, I see here that you've pledged $5,000. Mashallah, this is amazing. What drew you to pledging this amount?
Yeah, no, I've been doing this every year. And I'm very grateful that I've been blessed that I can contribute. I'm very thankful to all the volunteers that are working so hard to make this successful. And I just want to say that it's when I donate to Humanity First, I know that all the amount is going to go to the people who need it the most. I think that's the biggest motivation I have, and I donated to the Humanity First.
Salim Saab, what was there a specific project you were donating towards?
No, I just put it in just general donation.
We love general donations.
When you look at the drop-down list, I mean, you look at everything and you say, okay, each and every item in this list needs donation. Which one should I put? It's just very difficult to pick one thing. So I just said, okay, I'm just going to put it as a general donation.
MashaAllah.
That's great. That's great. Thank you for your time and really appreciate the support from nice and warm Phoenix. Next, we have Saud Iqbal joining us from, I believe, Virginia. Saud Bhai, are you...
You're exactly right.
Perfect. So tell us. We know you well. We know your contribution to humanity in various areas, including Majlis Khudam al-Ahmadiyya. But tell us how you engage with Humanity First.
So, alhamdulillah, I had a couple of opportunities to help with Humanity First. Most recent being for Hurricane Irma. Humanity First was able to send me down to Florida, where we were doing a lot of work for the hurricane relief. So, it was a great experience. We were able to hit a lot of areas which, a lot of the different organizations weren't focusing on. So it was a lot of, grassroots level and individual help that we were giving to the affected victims of that hurricane. as well as the hurricane in New York in 2012, and we were helping there. So I've been fortunate that Allah has given me the opportunity to help with the media force in a couple of different areas.
And I'm glad that Hibi Iqbal is not stealing the stage here as well. And it's actually you that's here. We really appreciate your support. And why do you choose Humanity First? I know you volunteer your work, your wisdom, your wealth. I know you have lots of choices to give to. Why Humanity First?
The main reason I pick Humanity First is because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it, how the organization operates, how they appropriate funds, and I know that this is a purely volunteer or organized organization, and that really kind of motivates me because I see it with my own eyes. I see how they're doing the work. Like I said, on it to very underutilized areas and a lot of different areas that a lot of different organizations aren't working on. And the way that is organized is very, very well structured, very well organized, very well led, and that just kind of puts that extra motivation and extra trust in that organization when you're volunteering for it, and it really helps.
That's great. Thank you for your time. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for all your hard work, wealth, and wisdom. Before we wrap this up and go look at Water for Life, I just got a text earlier. Faisal Sohail Saib was on. His actual last name is Chaudhry, by the way.
Oh, really?
And he has 3 other brothers whose actual last name is Chaudhry as well.
Have they been knighted Chaudhrys today? Or?
No. They were born Chaudhrys. I don't know what happened. We'll have to talk to him as well. But the great news, Faisal Sohail Chaudhry, Sajid Sohail Chaudhry, Shahid Sohail Chaudhry, they all came together to take on a project in Mali, and their family is contributing $50,000 towards the schools in Mali, which is an incredible gift towards the gift of education to a community that's well-deserving. I know Faisal Sohail Chaudhry Saab has been to Mali as well with a few others and seen the great work with Saibzada Walid Ahmed Khan Saib. I think I got all his names right in that. And so we really appreciate that as well. We'll have more conversations with donors in a little bit. But before we do that, let's go back and take a look at a great video on Water for Life, I believe.
Clean drinking water is one of the most fundamental human rights. Yet access to clean water is at crisis levels. According to the World Health Organization, over 2 billion people worldwide only have access to contaminated water, which is estimated to cause 485,000 deaths each year.
आज इस ज़माने में जहाँ जमात अहमदिया रूहानी मायदार पानी दुनिया को मुहैया कर रही है और उनकी रूहानी सेहरी का सामान कर रही है, वहाँ माती पानी मुहैया करती है। अफ्रीका में लोग तालाबों का पानी पीते हैं या फिर ऐसे कुओं का पानी, कुएं तो हम सीजन में मुहैया होते हैं, अमूमन तालाबों का पानी होता है जहाँ बारिशों का पानी इकट्ठा हो जाता है, जो इस कदर गंदा होता है कि सिवाय इंसान प्यास से मर रहा हो और वरना कोई उस पानी को पीने का यहाँ बैठे होंगे से कोई तस्वीर भी नहीं कर सकता। उस जगह से इंसान पानी ले रहे होते हैं और उस जगह में जानवर भी पानी पी रहे होते हैं, बल्कि जानवरों का गंद वगैरह भी उसमें शामिल होता है। वहाँ उन इलाकों में जब हम कुएं खोद कर देते हैं और नलके लगाते हैं तो लोगों की खुशी देखने वाली होती है। यहाँ शायद आपको हजारों पाउंड निकलने पर भी मिलने पर भी खुशी ना हो जो नलके में से पहली दफा साफ पानी देखकर उन लोगों को हो रही होती है। हमारे नौजवान वॉलंटियर जो वहाँ इस काम के लिए यहाँ से भी जाते हैं, इसका तजुर्बा उन्हें होता है। वो बयान करते हैं कि किस तरह के तजुर्बात से उनको गुजरना पड़ा, और तस्वीरें भी दिखाते हैं कि किस तरह पर बड़े भी, बच्चे भी, औरतें भी खुशी से उछल रहे होते हैं कि उन्हें साफ पानी मुहैया हो गया। गोया वो दिन उनके लिए ईद का दिन होता है।
Humanity First USA aims to help the poor and underserved communities get access to clean drinking water. We believe that safe and clean drinking water is a fundamental human right. Our Water for Life program delivers sustainable solutions to combat water scarcity in impoverished communities in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Asia. Humanity First USA not only ensures the efficient delivery of projects, but also invests in building capacity by training local engineers and technicians with modern tools and technologies. Our expertise include drilling new hand pumps, refurbishing and rehabilitating existing hand pumps, digging water wells, and installing industrial-grade water filtration plants in cities. More recently, Humanity First USA partnered with the International Association of Ahmadi Architects and Engineers, who have adopted the latest green and sustainable technology solutions, which utilize renewable energy to provide clean drinking water to villagers at their doorsteps. Humanity First USA and the International Association of Ahmadi Architects and Engineers offer a range of solutions depending upon the local geography, availability of materials, and cultural acceptability. Through the Water for Life program, Humanity First USA has been able to serve over 210,000 people. Please donate now. You can make a difference.
Assalamu alaikum, dear viewers, and welcome to the first segment of Women for Humanity. My name is Nudrat Salek, and I am the VP Finance for Humanity First USA. Joining me today are members of our Humanity First USA team. In the studio, we have Ismet Mahmood, our Director of Marketing. And online, we have Naila Humayun, our Director of the Humanity First Student Division. Also, we have a very special guest today, respected Dia Bakr Saiba, who serves as the National President of the Women's Auxiliary of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community, Lajna Mala. In addition, she serves on the board of Humanity First USA, so provides support and guidance to Humanity First throughout the year. Thank you all for being here. Respected Sadr Saiba, again, it is an honor for you to be with us here today. Would you please start our segment by discussing the importance of serving humanity as members of Lajna Mala? Dear Sadr Saiba, could you please start off our segment by discussing the importance of serving humanity as members of Lajna Mala? Ismet, let's turn it over to you. Tell us about your role as the Director of Marketing. What does it entail?
So I am the Marketing Director for Humanity First, and my main mission and my main purpose is to create awareness about Humanity First and its various human development programs and the disaster relief efforts. So the awareness process is there specifically for the benefit of our beneficiaries, so that we can collect funds and create awareness of what their needs are and provide their needs to our donors, and let them know that what is needed, and how best we can facilitate those needs. And therefore, my role is using the various social media platforms, our website, different programs that we have through Amazon Smile and Double Donation, and various other means of which you see today, like all of this artwork and banner work that we see here, the videos that you saw today. This is all done through our marketing team, and they do this so that we are able to see the work on the ground. And this work is done through the marketing department. So I would really hope that everybody watching today will follow us on all of our social media platforms on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Follow us on the YouTube channel that you guys are watching this on, and be a part of the Humanity First family. And most of all, use these platforms to create further awareness of all of the hard work that is being done. All of the funds that we raise today go towards all of these programs, and it is so essential to realize that so much work is being done with this minimum amount of donations that we actually collect, but the amount of work being done is so much more that it's unimaginable. So every dollar that we raise, it's as though we've raised $10 worth of spending that we've done. So that is the main goal of our department.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Dear Sadr Sahiba, I hope you can hear us now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, it is so wonderful to hear your voice. Thank you so much for joining us today.
No problem.
Well, we would love it if you could discuss the importance of serving humanity as members of Lajna Malla.
Sure. It's my pleasure to be here with you today, and I very much appreciate the work that Humanity First has been doing for so many years. This is very important and to the heart of what Lajna Imaila, the Maid Servants of God, are about. Our pledge exemplifies the essence of what Humanity First is about when we affirm that we will always be ready to sacrifice our life, property, time, and children for the cause of our faith and nation. So the work of Humanity First, as it's been mentioned, is not just for the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, but it's for the world at large. And to that point, it is a gratitude to our Allah or God that He has enabled us to volunteer to do work, to share what resources we have personally or collectively, to be able to use the God gifts of our knowledge and our skills with our hands to help mankind. So, it's kind of the foundation of our Muslim women organization within the Ahmadiyya Muslim community to serve. And Humanity First gives us a great platform to do that.
Thank you. That was wonderful. So this year's telethon theme is responding to the climate crisis, alleviating hunger and extreme suffering. What guidance can you give to us as Lajna to help address this issue?
Sure. Because we're women, I'm going to step out on a limb and say that, we're very conscientious of not only taking care of our families, but taking care of the environment around us. So that positions us very well with trying to protect the climate. And some of the things that I think are basic to that is, one, educating ourselves and our children and our households about the importance to sustain a healthy environment. And then, how do you do that? One of the popular things that's now in the midst of society is recycling. But the other point to that is understanding what they call that carbon footprint. Mm-hmm. What has been our responsibility to ensure that we are maintaining a healthy environment. So, how we tend to accumulate things over the years, and those things may not be recyclable, or they go into landfills, or we use a lot of plastic that's, not recyclable, not good for the earth. We have to be conscientious of those types of things. So Lejna and Maila works under our Kit Multicoat program, our social service program, and our handicraft program to help educate our members about that. The other thing on the flip side is, besides doing things to reduce the harm of this precious earth, what can we do to help promote and nurture it? So we're working towards establishing community gardens and planting trees, which was the goal for our beloved Khalifatul Masih Khamis, to plant these trees. And not giving any idea of how old I am, but I remember many, many, many years ago in high school, I think it was, when I learned about photosynthesis. It really stuck in my mind. And now that our precious Hazur has asked us to plant the trees, it just brings home to these lessons that we learn as children. How can we safeguard our earth? And I think we need to continue to educate our members about the effect of green plants, how they can absorb the carbon, and how they can produce the oxygen. So the more we plant green trees, keep our lawns healthy and farms without a lot of pesticides, that's our contribution to, safeguarding the earth.
Thank you for that wonderful guidance and those reminders. Naila, turning it over to you. Would you please tell us about our younger Lejna and the ways that they're serving humanity, including our Humanity First student organizations? Naila, can you hear us? All right, looks like we're having some technical issues. So Ismith, I'm turning it back over to you.
I'm here.
So can you tell us, how has working for HF been rewarding for you? And for those out there that want to get involved with Humanity First, what advice can you give them?
I would highly recommend more people to come on board. A main part of marketing is also the volunteers, to try to get more volunteers to be a part of this organization. And my experience has been wonderful. I've been working with Humanity First for about 5 years now, and what has been most emotional for me is to see the beneficiaries, to see how the children in different countries around the world have been impacted with the education that they're getting from the Humanity First schools, or from the hospitals that are being built, and the global health program. So for me, these have been essential. These have touched my heart, and I feel that anybody who becomes a part of this organization will reap the benefits of it. So I really feel that it would be a great way for people to get, especially the youth, to get internships with Humanity First, or start working with them and join the student organization, especially with Naila, that we were supposed to talk about the student organizations. There are so many universities that have HFSO organization in them, and so many who don't. So we encourage, if you have the youth, to come in, if they've joined a new university, to open an HFSO in their university and start the organization. And there is great information on our website, on the HFSO website. So it is very important that we try to encourage the youth to be a part of it.
Thank you so much. And thank you for touching on our Humanity First student organization, since Naila couldn't be here. So thank you, Ismith, for joining us today. Respected Sadr Saiba, we look forward to you joining us during our second segment of Women for Humanity. For our viewers, the second segment will feature our female or women Humanity First ambassadors across the country and all the amazing work they've been doing. Please stay tuned. I also wanted to take this time to thank the countless women volunteers that help us in all kinds of capacities. be it on our board members, our program directors, those that help with missions, fundraising, food pantries, those helping with today's telethon. Even our producer today is our female, so we're proud of her. Thank you for all of your efforts, and may God bless you.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Maya Sonori. I am 16 years old, and we're here at the Willingboro Mosque where we conduct our monthly Humanity First food pantry. 2 days before the pantry, we receive pellets of canned food from the Food Bank of South Jersey, where we store them in our storage building. The day of, our volunteers go to the food bank to receive dairy products and fresh vegetables that are also stored in the storage room. Starting from 10 a.m., our volunteers arrive to help package the goods. Our goods contain 2 different bags that include fresh goods and dry goods that can feed up to 4 members of a family. These bags include bread, cheese, fresh meat, lentils, milk, and kids' meals. Beginning from 11 a.m., we start our distribution process where we ask the community member how many members are in their family. And depending on that, without contact, we bring the goods and put them in their car.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Munawar Saqib from Willingboro Humanity First Food Pantry. We have been serving since 2010. Usually it's less than 100 families that come to our pantry every month, but when pandemic started last year, the demand went up a lot. So last year we actually got to serve 234,000 pounds of food to roughly 3,500 families.
Hi, my name is Allison. I'm one of the part-time employees at the Food Bank of South Jersey. I'm part of the summer meals program. So basically what we do is throughout the summer we deliver boxes and milk to different locations to give out for families for their kids. So each box that we give out has 5 meals, 5 breakfasts and 5 lunches. So they're frozen and they just have to be taken apart and microwave some of it, and some of it is already ready to go. And then we give out milk. So today I'm at the mosque here and I'm working with Humanity First. This is my first time at this location, so we kind of work together to, they give out the stuff that they have, and then I give out the children's stuff that we bring.
So this year we have been doing 2 pantries a month, serving up to 100 families each time. Volunteers, we get many Khuddam, Ansar, Lajna, Nasrat, Atfal, they're all involved. Because of pandemic, we had modified our distribution procedure. Previously, people used to come into the masjid and select whatever they needed, but nowadays, because of the social distancing requirements, we don't let the drivers come out of the car and we just load the stuff in the trunk. We plan to continue as long as we need, inshallah.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining our second Women for Humanity segment, focusing on our Humanity First Women Ambassadors. We are honored again to have respected Sadr Lajna Dia Bakr Saiba be with us, and also are joined by new guests, Zara Qamar, Director of Women's Outreach for Humanity First USA, Shala Ahmed, who serves as our Women's Ambassador for the Virginia South area, and Thaida Wakar, who serves as our Women's Ambassador for the Houston, Texas area. Thank you all for being here. Zara, let's start off with you. Would you please tell us about what a Humanity First Ambassador does? Tell us a little bit about the program.
Well, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the Ambassador program and specifically Women Ambassador program. So in general, ambassadors play a very vital role to connect Humanity First with their donors, volunteers, or in general the community. So they are basically the face of Humanity First in their community. They are the first go-to person for local community as well as for us, for Humanity First to talk to, connect with them. So they play multiple roles. There are Humanity First ambassadors, and specifically women ambassadors, who are having very active pantries, food pantries. They are working with education programs. They're working with local schools. They're working with fundraising specifically. So, they are wearing multiple hats. So right now we have about over 50 women ambassadors. And most of them are doing a very excellent job in connecting the local community with the ambassador program. So they, in various ways, they educate their local community about what Humanity First projects are, and in general, let Humanity First know what the needs are at the local level. So, we know where we should be having food pantries. We should know where we should be promoting education program. So this is pretty much what they're doing.
That's perfect. That's a great summary. So, dear Shelley, let's turn over to you. You've been an ambassador and volunteer for Humanity First for over 10 years. I know you've been instrumental in many areas, Water for Life, fundraising. But today, can you tell us about your food pantry assistance that you provided? Tell us, how did you determine there was a need in your area for food pantry? How did you get it up and running? And tell us how the pantry is running today.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Sister Nudrat, for your very kind words and for inviting me today to the Humanity First Annual Telethon. During the pandemic, when the pandemic started, it was all very uncertain, and I still remember that day when Sister Zara reached out to me and she shared the idea that we should start our first Humanity First new pantry during the COVID in our Masroor Mosque. So at that time, there was so much uncertainty and fear, and especially with reference to availability of stock or availability of groceries, because as you will remember that stores were getting emptied, the shelves were emptied, and it was very hard to buy food items in large quantities. So we were very concerned, how will we stock up our food pantries? But in anyways, mashallah, with the help of the local chapter, the local Jamaat, the help of local President Saab and local volunteers, especially the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association volunteers, everyone came up and they were willing that we will inshallah do it. So we started our food pantry initially every week. And when we announced it, we wanted to make sure that everyone in the area who is in need is aware. So we did announcements in the local newspapers, and we reached out to the local public officials as well, so that they are aware, they can inform their constituents that this service is available at the mosque. So and there was a tremendous need. When we announced, we realized that people are in need, and at that time, as you know, there were many people who were afraid to go out, and very genuinely, some were sick, some were elderly, some were like just because of their health conditions, they were not able to go out to the stores and or to any place. So some of them were requesting home deliveries. So this has been a very unique feature of our food pantry ever since we started. We were not only offering pickups, we were also offering home deliveries. So if anyone said that they are, for their health reasons or any other disability or any other special needs, they are not able to come pick up. So we were at every food distributions, ever since we started, we are offering the service of free home delivery. So our volunteers on the distribution day, there are two teams. One team does the on-site distribution, and there's another team who go out and deliver at the addresses provided. And the deliveries are basically contactless. Ever since the COVID started, we were doing it in the parking area. People will come, bring their car, drive their cars, and we'll just put their food bags in their car trunks. And similarly, at the doors, we will bring to their doors, so that everyone is staying safe and we are able to provide the help. So we started with once a week, and then as the things have been changing, right now we are continuing with twice a month. So every time we announce the distribution and there's a link, people sign up. And there have been different situations. Initially, we were doing there have been times when people were submitting their specific needs, and we've been trying to meet them as well. But now, with things are a little bit changed. So now we allow people, if, for example, we have a distribution on a given day and that person wants to come and pick up, but that time doesn't work for them, they don't have a ride or anything. So our team is, mashallah, very cooperative and willing to serve any need as much as they can. So people request us for for other days or for other timings, and we try to allow them to come pick up whenever they want. Or we try to schedule their deliveries, even if we don't have a scheduled food distribution. So, mashallah, alhamdulillah, with the support of the local volunteers, it's going very well. And we were also able to partner with the local food bank, Prince William Food Rescue. So with their help, now they are providing us the food boxes, which are ready to go. So we are able to distribute them.
That's perfect. Yes, I think that was the other thing that I wanted to make sure got highlighted is that they've been able to secure free food to donate, to give out. So thank you so much, Shella, for that beautiful summary.
Ambassador, you know,
Yes.
it's a lot of work.
Yes.
That women ambassadors, you know, it's a
Perfect.
big show.
Yes. Dear Thaida, I just wanted to turn over to you. So you joined more recently as a Humanity First ambassador just last year. So we've been hearing about how successful you've been in fundraising, both inside and outside of the community. Tell us what motivates you to tell others about Humanity First, especially those outside the community. Tell us about some of the techniques you've used that have been successful.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Alhamdulillah. First of all, I must say that all Allah's blessings and all the generous contributors that have been part of my team, I honestly cannot take any credit for it. But since you asked what I've done, Zara had asked me to start doing this last year, and honestly, I was skeptical for this year, but alhamdulillah, Houston not only made the target, but above our target, alhamdulillah. The outside community, when I go to seek out, I go face to face, talk to them, tell them about how great Humanity First organization is. I encourage them to look at their website, the work that is being done. Then I also tell them I have been part of Humanity First for a long time. I've been a monthly contributor for a few years. So they should rest assured that whatever they're going to be generously donating is not going to get wasted at all. Plus, I also tell them that Humanity First spends very little on administrative stuff, and most of it goes to the organization's welfare programs all over the world. And sometimes I compare them with Red Cross or any other organization that people hear stories, the CEO and everybody's getting so and so much money and very less is going to the organization. I tell them that's not the case with Humanity First, alhamdulillah. Yes. But then you asked what motivated me. The motivation is Humanity First itself, all the organizers, all the people are on ground working, and also the community it serves. The happy faces that I see when the water pump is installed or the happy faces in school, that motivated me a lot.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And she does a very good job too. You know, she will go back and write thank you notes to the donors.
That's
so she does go above and beyond thanking them.
That's a great suggestion. That's wonderful. Respected Sadr Saiba, so as part of our COVID relief efforts, Lajna Mala USA and Humanity First USA were able to collaborate so beautifully on the Make a Mask campaign, where over 400 women across the U.S. made over 30,000 masks by the grace of God. What are other ways that you see our two organizations collaborating together to serve humanity?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. So, first I need to start off with our teaching from the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him. And that is, we all are familiar with within the Ahmadiyya Muslim community that hadith that says we want for our brothers and sisters what we want for ourselves. And then the other one is Allah has no mercy for him who has no mercy for others. So with the Making a Mask campaign and, the ill effects that pandemic brought, we all were hustling to protect ourselves. But at the same time, we can't forget our neighbors and our co-workers and, the others within our society. So these two sayings from our prophet really resonated during that time. So in regards to your question, how can we continue to partner with one another? I think one of the things we are doing extremely well is our resources of, I'm going to call it woman power and girl power, because most of the volunteers for Humanity First are coming from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Women's Auxiliary, Lajna Ima'ila USA. So alhamdulillah, the women and the girls are stepping up to help Humanity First. But in particular, some things that we could do together, which I would highly recommend that you contact our National Khidmati Health Secretary. But, some of the things that come to my mind immediately would be things that we are already doing, the clothing distributions, particularly in some of our areas. We're hitting the cold season, so there's coats and sweaters and hats and scarves that individuals in these areas are in need. And our foreign countries, the same thing. We could distribute clothing across the borders of the USA. Working together with our community gardens an Earth Day where we do neighborhood cleanup. And also I'm really keen on educating people. I believe that we should empower individuals instead of making them dependent on others. So teaching them things of how to purify water, or how to, as I mentioned before, recycle, how to plant vegetable gardens and things to make individuals independent. Some other things that we are doing, and we can expand on that, is we have a wealth of talent within our auxiliary. Members are doctors and nurses and teachers and engineers and architects and things of that sort. So to pool our talents together to help with some of the USA projects like Habitat for Humanity, but also to, again, go across the borders and help build model villages as Lajna Imaila is doing in Africa. And also I'd like to say that this is the year that we celebrate 100 years of Lajna Imaila worldwide. So our members across the globe are organizing themselves to help humanity and also to educate ourselves to be good citizens and good keepers of our dear precious earth. Jazakallah.
That was wonderful. Inshallah, we look forward to our two entities continuing to work together. So thank you, Zara, Shella, Thaida, and especially our dear respected Dia Bakr Saiba for joining us today. We can see all the ways that women in Lajna Imaila serve as the backbone of Humanity First USA. May God enable us to continue to serve humanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Young people like me and my fellow colleagues at the Education Project were able to create an innovative platform that can really better serve underserved communities and uplift them educationally in a way that you can't do in other organizations. And that's such a blessing that we have in Humanity First.
Humanity First has given me so many fond memories and powerful experiences in serving with the organization. When we started the Humanity First student organization at the University of Texas at Austin, this was a particularly transformative experience because of the fact that we got to see just how compelling and how powerful the message of Humanity First and its mission was for folks who had never even heard of the organization until that time. And what stood out to these folks and for us as officers and serving members was the fact that we were not just a local organization serving some local needs. We were in fact part of a larger international community and even more a family that was working to serve humanity together. And this was something that distinguished us, and this is something I feel that distinguishes Humanity First as a whole anywhere around the world.
Hello, my name is Aaron, and I enjoyed organizing Afternoon of Art events to help raise money for the Gift of Health. Congratulations to Humanity First on their 25th anniversary.
In the Education Project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
And my favorite memory with HFSO was our 2019 Gift of Health Guatemala trip. We served underprivileged areas and worked in hospitals directly with doctors, and I think it has prepared me for my future in the healthcare.
Hello, my name is Bashir, and I'm the HFSO president at Foothill High School. One of my favorite HFSO memories is advertising our club every year at our school's club fair. It's always really exciting to see new members and new students interested in joining this amazing team. Over the summer, we wanted to make sure that we were still helping Humanity First efforts even though we were in quarantine. So we created a fundraising page for HF's We Care campaign for COVID-19 relief, and all of our members created social media posts and actively encouraged their friends and families to donate, and we were able to raise over $1,000. To get our entire school involved with our projects, we created a women's shelter clothing drive. We set up a donation bin in our school's main office, and a lot of students donated items. And we all got together and packed up those items and delivered them to a women's shelter. We managed to collect over 200 items. Being an HFSO is an incredible way to not only help the people of your own community, but also help on a more global scale. All of our group members find it to be a really rewarding experience that allows them to help people and create a better world. We're hoping we can continue to do just as many amazing projects in the future.
And my favorite memory during my time at HFSO UCF
was be able to participate in the Gift of Health program and travel to Guatemala, be able to learn about new culture, learn about different culture and help those in need, while also being able to travel with my best friend and just be able to learn about valuable experiences in life and being able to transfer all that into my professional degree.
First at OSU. My favorite part of HF is our annual basketball tournament fundraiser.
And my favorite memory of HF was our Bob Ross fundraiser.
Our mission is to focus on disaster relief
and local food testing.
Hi, my name is Sam Rosenberg. I'm president of HF at UMD. Some of my favorite memories working with my HFSO here have been mostly our fundraisers that we are having for our Gift of Health trip, in which we plan on going to Guatemala in June to help out at one of the pop-up medical clinics, as well as being able to get to know those who I'm working with. It's truly a beautiful thing to be able to get to meet new people, but what's even better is being able to bring them all together to help out others for great causes.
Hi, my name is Emma Willow. I am the president of HFSO at the University of Pikeville, and one of my favorite things about our chapter is that we've still had the opportunity to go to the soup kitchen and make hot meals for people in our community, even through COVID. So at the beginning of the semester, a lot of our clubs at the university weren't able to go out and actually directly help some of the people in the community. So for us, we've been able to get back to the soup kitchen, which is one of our most popular events that we had, and we are able to make those meals, and we usually make about 160 meals each Saturday for people in the community, and I know it means a lot to them. So thank you guys so much for this great opportunity and organization that we have. Thank you.
I joined Humanity First because I really liked what their mission statement stood for, and I wanted an opportunity to give back to the community in Philadelphia.
I wanted to join HFSO because I wanted to be a part of the community outreach and join and help the community around and do service activities with them and get to know our community a little bit.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I am a part of UCF HFSO. One of my favorite experiences with HFSO has been the summit we went to this past summer. It genuinely was so eye-opening, and we got to see Washington, D.C. We had fun. I got to meet so many new people, and also just the take-home that I brought with me about HFSO in general, about what the club stands for, our morals, values, is just the passion that I could relate to all the other presidents and all the other board members of HFSO, and I could bring that back to UCF.
Hi, my name is Ramin Khan, and I'm the president of Humanity First Student Organization, Temple University Chapter. Last spring, I asked the student division how our club can help the Gift of Sight program. Immediately, I was put into contact with the director of Gift of Sight, Dr. Asim Khan, and he expressed a need for used eyeglasses. So we set up donation boxes in eye clinics in Philadelphia, and we've already collected over 150 eyeglasses that will be provided to underserved communities in Guatemala, Guyana, and more. Also, an additional 7 schools have started collecting eyeglasses. Starting an HFSO at your school is super easy and a great way to develop a passion for serving humanity. So if you're interested in starting one, please visit humanityrststudents.org/get-involved to get started.
Hello everyone, my name is Musa Lugmani, and I'm here to present to you yet again another incredible and exceptional program by Humanity First USA, the Humanity First USA Student Division. Now, after hearing all the different programs today, you might be thinking, how can it get better? And it does, that we have a program in place for students to get involved in their local communities and abroad to make a change and make an impact. Now over here, I'm going to show you some pictures of what Humanity First student organizations do. It is a platform that you as a student at your university, at your high school, at your medical school, can start an organization at your institution, register it, and start doing projects based on creativity and the projects that we have at Humanity First, locally and abroad. Now just to show you a few pictures, we have some local service events. And actually, the actual theme of this telethon is alleviating hunger and human suffering through sustainable projects. And what is more sustainable than having the future leaders of the world, students getting involved in their local communities and helping battle problems like hunger and other things internationally. We have students from universities in 29 HFSOs at high schools and universities that are involved in Humanity First, that are registered or in the process of being registered. And just this year, we have already gotten $600 in donations, and that is going to Gift of Health, Gift of Sight, food security, and Water for Life as well. And this is just in one semester. And last year, we actually collected $22,000 in donations, going towards mostly the Gift of Health medical missions. You know, on these Gift of Health medical missions, I'll show you a few pictures of that. It is a flagship program for Humanity First student organizations to really get involved and get an experience that is not only helpful to the locals, but also helpful for these students to get an experience that'll help them in their professional endeavors. And on these week-long missions, what students do is they each pay $1,500, go internationally to Guatemala and gain an impactful experience and serve these patients. So it can go from, you know, visiting the Nasser Hospital in Guatemala, you know, taking vitals in these patients, interacting with these patients, practicing your Spanish. I mean, this is an incredible experience that people have, and it's only through the platform of HFSOs that we are able to sustain these programs and have them in the long term. So just to pitch it to you, that the Humanity First student organizations and the student division is here to help you and promote you in being involved not only in your local community, but abroad. And I actually have a few callers, two HFSOs representatives from Temple University and a high school as well, Syosset High School. And we'll have those callers come online and give their little experience. So do we have the first caller? Ramin Khan, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So Ramin, you have done an exceptional job at Temple University. So if you could tell me a little bit about the history behind how you started the projects that you have at Temple University.
Sure. So the beginning of our eyeglass drive basically started with me just reaching out to the HFSO group chat on Telegram, and I asked other clubs if they had supported the Gift of Sight program and how. Right away, the student division team set up a call with me to speak with the director of Gift of Sight, Dr. Asim Khan. And I'm not going to lie, I was super nervous. I was like, I'm going to have to talk to a bigwig of Humanity First USA. I have to bring my A game. But luckily, student division representatives were there to make sure the call went smoothly. So we bounced around some cool ideas, but ultimately, Dr. Asim expressed a need for used eyeglasses. So we came up with the idea of having an ongoing glasses drive. And the idea there is that each HFSO at their school would act as a center where people can donate used eyeglasses in their community. The glasses would be sent to underserved communities where Humanity First operates, like Guatemala, Guyana, Burkina Faso, and more. So at Temple, when we were starting this, we didn't really know what to do. We were kind of, it was a very grassroots effort, but we figured we would just get started. So we ended up buying some plastic boxes from Target. We slapped some note cards on it, kind of writing where the glasses would go. And we contacted eye clinics in Philadelphia. We were able to secure about 7 locations to set up the donation boxes at. And several places had said they already had so many used glasses collected over the years and they didn't know where to put them. So just from visiting these eye clinics the first time around, we were able to collect over 150 eyeglasses. And since then, since Temple started the program, 7 additional schools have also started eyeglasses at their HFSOs. So what I've learned from this experience is that Humanity First USA really invests in their students. If you have an idea, they want to hear it. If you have the motivation to help, they want to capitalize on that motivation. They really gave us the creative freedom to decide how to operate this initiative. And based on what we learned at Temple, we were able to streamline the process and get other schools involved in starting their own eyeglass drives. So I definitely think Humanity First USA has created a culture where they want to uplift the youth and help them become better leaders in the pursuit of serving mankind.
Thank you so much, Ramin. I remember that call, and I promise to you, you did not sound nervous at all. In fact, you were enthusiastic to get this going, and the results from that really translated through. And now to see that we have 7 HFSOs involved in this is just incredible to hear. So how many members do you have at your HFSO at this moment, Ramin?
I would say we have around 10 to 15 members right now.
Right. And I think you just started getting membership just at the beginning of the semester last year. Is that correct?
Yeah, at the beginning of last year. Exactly.
Last year, right? And it just goes to show you don't need that many people to really get something going. And that's just incredible that with 15 people, you're able to not only launch a local level project that's grassroots, but take it nationally and share this with other people and really contribute to that community that we have in the Humanity First Student Division. So thank you so much, Ramin, for that information.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. So now we have Isha Aladdin as well. She started the Syosset Humanity First Student Organization at her high school. It's the Syosset High School. So Isha, are you online?
Yeah, assalamualaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Tell us a little bit about your HFSO experience in high school.
Yeah, so basically I started an HFSO with my cousin Farhan Aladdin. Together we worked through the pandemic. We worked in a high school that had over 100 clubs. So with that, there's a lot of difficulty in coming up with a unique club. And as a result, we had to continuously do the forms over and over again. A couple of times we got rejected in the beginning because our idea wasn't unique because of the variety of clubs. However, with effort and with the HFSD for support, we were able to come up with the Syosset Water for Life Club, which held so much uniqueness because this club wasn't really something that was brought in our school. We have a lot of pre-med clubs. We have a lot of the American Red Cross. So they already have that. But Water for Life was really unique. And as a result, we were able to start that within 3 months of the first quarter. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Isha. So how did you really engage your membership in high school? It might be difficult to really engage, especially with 100 clubs at your school. So what did you do to engage people?
So one of the things that we did was that we would hold virtual meetings, and towards the end, we did a little bit more in person with events and things like that. But I think with the virtual meetings, a lot of people were able to join with more ease since it was during the pandemic and we were in a hybrid system. So virtual meetings, fundraiser events, little bingo events online at night was really fun. We had guest speaker events, which really helped a lot to get people engaged.
That's really nice to hear, Isha, and thank you so much for your input. I think your story really communicates that resilience is another characteristic of our Humanity First student leaders. I mean, you had to go through so many levels of registering this organization, especially at a high school that has 100 clubs. So it's not that you can't do it, because Humanity First offers so much breadth to its projects, and that there's so much that you can do and can offer to your university, offer to your high school, offer to your medical school through the platform of Humanity First. And it is through Humanity First that you are able to make an impact and eventually serve your local population as well as abroad. So if you have not already, we have this barcode up here. Scan it, and even if you're not fully committed to starting an HFSO, just scan this, reach out to us, fill out that form, and we will have a whole team ready to guide you step by step throughout the process. I know Ramin was just on the call. She'll be the one to email you, as the first point of contact. So just fill out that form, reach out to us. It's not hard at all. I think if there's one thing you can take away, it's all about taking that initial step. And then, as you can hear from both these stories, the student division is here to help you and to guide you and to connect you with the right people so you can be a force for change and alleviate hunger and human suffering through sustainable projects at your institution. So thank you so much.
A true Muslim is one who shoulders the burden of others and feels their pain and sorrow as though it was their own. So it is with this spirit of sympathy for all mankind and an understanding that Allah the Almighty's grace and mercy is universal that we build mosques. Based on the command of Allah the Almighty, we deem it essential to not just worship Him, but to strive to fulfill the rights of all humanity, regardless of a person's caste, creed, or color. Inspired by our faith, apart from building mosques, our community constructs hospitals and medical clinics in some of the most impoverished nations and regions that provide healthcare services to those people who otherwise could not never afford or access it. Similarly, we build and administer schools in some of the poorest regions of the world so that the local children have the opportunity to be educated. It is our prayer and ambition that the children educated in our schools can use their education to escape the shackles of poverty in which their families have been mired for generations, and that they then serve their nations and help their communities grow and develop. We have also established the Water for Life programs to provide clean drinking water in some of the most remote parts of the world. Having the means to pour a glass of clean water is something we take for granted. But for millions of people in the developing world, it is life-changing and a revolutionary experience. In a similar vein, we are running a multitude of other humanitarian projects through which we seek to serve humanity on a constant basis. Furthermore, we send humanitarian relief teams to those places afflicted by natural disasters who provide humanitarian aid, supplies, and medical treatment to assist those suffering. All such services and help are rendered irrespective of nationality, ethnicity, religion, or belief. We seek no reward, as our only objective and heartfelt desire is to alleviate the suffering of mankind. Serving humanity is our mission and purpose because Islam has taught us that we must not only fulfill the rights of God Almighty, but also the rights of His creation.
Telethon viewers, we're nearing the end of this night, and we have raised $1.06 million, but we still need your donations to reach the finish line of $1.25 million. Everyone who's listening right now, please pitch in. We really would appreciate your support. The 23 schools that we're running, the water pumps that are serving hundreds of thousands of people, all of this depends on your donation. So please, please, please sacrifice as much as you can, gain the blessings you can from these efforts. And once again, to look at the updates, Virginia is still leading the way with $221,000 in pledges and $20,000 in donations, followed by Texas, Alabama, New Jersey, and New York. So please, I urge you all, you've heard some amazing things about Humanity for Student organizations and the Education Project, the Water for Life, so many great programs going on. So I really, really urge you to donate and help us reach this finish line that we've been working towards the whole night and the whole day. So thank you so much for your time. Let's go to Studio 1 and Sanan Bhatti.
All right, Jazakallah Haroon. Now, you said we've been working all day. I hope we don't have to work all night to close just this small window that's left. Thank you so much to all the donors. Over 1,000 transactions have taken place today. So we are so close to finishing. Please make sure we can close that gap before we close the telethon so that everybody here can go home while the sun is still out. Next up, we have a segment where we get to talk with our donors. And first up is Dr. Fizan Abdullah. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Saab. Can you hear us? Dr. Fizan Abdullah, are you with us?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, I can hear you.
Wa alaikum assalam. And Dr. Saab, you are calling from the great state of Illinois. We've been working to resuscitate Illinois as Texas has been taking the lead here. So what is it about Humanity First that inspires you to donate? And how can you inspire your fellow Illinoisans to donate as well?
First, I want to congratulate you and the entire Humanity First team that's doing an outstanding job with this telethon. Watching it with my kids, it's been inspiring to see so many of the great works that Humanity First is doing. I think our inspiration, you covered it so beautifully, or Azur covered it beautifully, our beloved Imam, when he said that it's about sympathy for our fellow mankind And he gave that beautiful example of water and the fact that if you don't have fresh water, and that's something we take for granted every day, and that spirit of really, as he said, giving service without concern for nationality and ethnicity or religious belief really is what all of us are really inspired by, and that's what inspires me as well.
You know, it's fascinating. Fazan Bhai, we've seen all the great work you've done. We appreciate you being on the board of Humanity First and the president of and the Muslim Medical Association with hundreds of members and the growth during Hazur's trip. Tell us, how is AMMA in particular helping towards particularly the work and the wisdom, not just the wealth part of allowing Humanity First to grow?
I think having served in Humanity First for the last 15 years myself, I think the MD Muslim Medical Association, we've got an incredibly large task in front of us to really help be the resource need in terms of healthcare and infrastructure and medical knowledge to really help support Humanity First activities around the world. And I think that's Hazur's expectations of us as well. In our very blessed meeting that we had with him at the Beth Al-Ikram Mosque, just that same clip where Hazur was speaking just a few moments ago, Hazur outlined that his expectation for Ahmadi Muslim physicians in the United States is that they should really be involved directly in service beyond, as you mentioned, financial service, but we need to be involved in direct humanitarian service using the knowledge and skills that Allah has blessed us with to really serve humanity.
One thing I'd like to comment was that Fazan, from day one when Hurricane Katrina came, if you remember, years ago, 2005, he was volunteer then, and ever since he's been serving in various capacity building, trips to Ghana and Liberia and all that. And AMMA has done a beautiful job also.
He worked with you in Qadam al-Ahmadiyya, in Cheney University. I mean, you guys go way back, and mashallah, continues to serve.
So I want to really compliment AMMA for their services, since our inception here in USA. They've been very, very supportive. So now Fazan is coming in, and he will further improve and further, take it to the next level.
That's great.
I want to say thank you to Fazan.
Fazan Bhai, Jazakallah for your time, and I understand that even Salam Bhai and I can join AMMA, and we'll look into doing that as well.
Well, I have a JD, so Jared's doctor. I am a doctor.
And I have scrubs.
That's right. We can make this work. So Jazakallah, Dr. Fazan, for your time and for all your work. I truly appreciate you.
Jazakallah for having me on the program, and yes, it's official that Salam and Makbai are both honorary doctors.
You heard it, viewers. We have been knighted. So when the pilot calls for a doctor, we can raise our hands. We can't do anything, but we can do something. So next up, we have Dr. Waqar Chaudhry. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Chaudhry. Can you hear us?
Ji, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Saab. So, Dr. Saab, I see the initials after your name, DDS. What does that mean?
Doctor of dental surgery.
MashaAllah. So we have a dentist on staff here, and you're talking with two new anointed doctors. So what is it about Humanity First that makes you want to pledge your pledges?
It is, it is always just wonderful, and it's so much blessings. And always, if we make a trip to like Guatemala or like a financial contribution, we get so much rewarded. We get so many blessings. And since, the Humanity First has the blessing and prayers of Khalifatul Masih, so it is just a, like a wonderful experience always.
MashaAllah.
Dr. Waqar is a very humble person. He's given us a good donation, and I think we will get him to go to Marshall Islands with us also on a visit. Right, Dr. Waqar?
Inshallah, definitely.
It's not even like pulling teeth.
I'm seeing that Dr. Waqar has pledged $15,000.
Wow, wow, that's great. That's amazing.
I would like to up it to 20,000, and also I pledge to donate a mobile, like a portable dental clinic for Nasser Hospital, inshallah, in next couple of months.
MashaAllah, that's fascinating. That's great. I know Majid Khan Saab and the team at HFSO will be proud, and we really, really appreciate the dental community stepping up as well.
I love dentists. In fact, whenever I book an appointment for my dentist, I always make sure it's at 2:30.
2:30?
2:30. So, Jazakallah, Dr. Chaudhry, truly appreciate it. Can't wait to see what happens with the mobile dental unit.
I'm very happy that Chaudhry's getting involved now.
Chaudhry's Zindabad.
Definitely. Jazakallah.
Next, we have another caller. Before we bring him on, I also wanted to call out Bahid Khan, who donated from Chicago.
Family, the Imam Bashir Rafiq's family there.
Yes.
You know, his wife is the daughter of Imam Bashir Rafiq.
Right.
Very good, great family. You know, they just made a good contribution to us. Just want to say thank you to them as well.
And also Mubashir Ahmed from Brooklyn, New York. New York's coming back in the game.
Yeah, let's do it.
Right. Thank you for texting us. Right.
Appreciate you. That's what they say in Brooklyn. But so who's next?
Who is next? Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear us? Nadia Rahman Sahiba, can you hear us?
Ji. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. And where are you calling from today?
I'm calling from South Virginia, Jamaat.
Yeah, South Virginia is in the bar. You know, we've seen Virginia climbing the ranks on the scoreboard today. So what makes you continue to donate your time and money to Humanity First?
I really like the program Knowledge for Life. For example, by just giving like $200, you can cover the expenses of one child for 1 year. And I also like the food security program to help the needy.
Nadia, how old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
MashaAllah, that's great. That is impressive. The youth have really stepped up. I mean, mashallah.
Yeah. Very proud of them, mashallah.
And Nadia, are you able to get your friends involved with Humanity First as well?
I don't work for Humanity First yet, but I will, inshallah. My mom is a fundraiser.
There we go.
All right. You got an employee ready to go, 11-year-old. This ain't no sweatshop.
Yeah, we took her name down now. Thank you.
Excellent, Nadia. Jazakallah, really appreciate your time.
Next we've got
Jazakallah Hafiz.
Hafiz Atiq is coming on. Hafiz, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam. Where are you joining us from?
South Virginia, Jamaat.
South Virginia is just taking over this big Jamaat. I'm still so large, and 3 kids they came up ahead as well. Tell us why you give to Humanity First.
So I strongly believe in Sadaqah Jariyah. So that's one of the things, and also when I go back home, Pakistan, and I see so much poverty, and I literally cry every time that I wish that I could do a lot more for them. And when I come back here, not only every month I send money for different families back there too, but also I start to participate in Humanity First, because I think that they're doing really well, and for the people who are unfortunate, and continuously doing a lot of things. And also recently, the reason why I gave $500 also that Rabbi Shamshad Sahib, he said to make covenant with God, and that one sentence gets stuck, and it's really, I have experienced so many times before that as well. But as soon as I was next day I went to work, and I had this is my own personal experience. I had a large amount of check. It was a cashier's check, which I lost, and I was very upset, and I was like, I don't know what to do. So I called the bank, and they said, well, it's kind of difficult. But at that time, that sentence came to my mind. I'm going to make covenant with God. So I said, God, if I find that check, I will give $100 to Tehreek-e-Jadid. But before that, I already gave $100, so I wanted to give another 100. But when I came home, my wife mentioned about Humanity First. So I said, okay. I came home and I found the check. So instead of giving 100, I gave 500.
We're so grateful. Yeah, that's great. These are great examples of Sadaqah Jariyah, of people finding, Allah.
Sadaqah Jariyah is one of my favorite concepts. It's the charity that keeps on giving. right?
Right.
So whatever dollars, whatever amount you give towards the good work that Humanity First is doing, you get to reap the rewards of the goodness that comes from those donations.
Right. So just like if you invested in a school, right? You invested one time, but school will continue to educate. That's a sadqa jari that continue to benefit.
And it's going to be around
it goes on for a long time.
Inshallah.
Hand pump will continue to serve for years and years, right? So
it's amazing.
Next, we're gonna bring on Usman Chaudhry, another Chaudhry. I think the Chaudhrys are ahead of the Buttis clearly, and the Khans, by the way, the two Khans.
Butty won that quiz show, so that was important.
That's true. That's true. The Buttis are very good at
They're
answers.
winners too. Yeah.
Usman Chaudhry Sahab, are you on the line?
You
know, there's been all these doctors and dentists and ophthalmologists and all this stuff I don't understand. Finally, an engineer. Thank you for joining us, and a Chaudhry. Thank you, Jazakallah, for joining us. And tell us what inspires you to give to Humanity First.
Well, I think that, first, Jazakallah for having me on. I want to just mention that my first experience with Humanity First was actually in Katrina, where I had a chance to volunteer, and that's why I got involved with Humanity First. And ever since then, of course, serving in Humanity First, but also, donating in different Water for Life and different programs, wells and so on. It's just been hugely fulfilling, and very rewarding. I think the work Humanity First is doing, it's just, I wish I could not only donate, but continue to participate as a volunteer as well. And I think the fact that you can not only donate and, be hands-on and be volunteering, it's just an amazing opportunity. Humanity First is just doing great work. One thing I wanted to mention is that, recently, I've been very deeply involved with various Tabligh projects, and we had an event at the masjid, and we showed a Humanity First video. And I tell you, one of my Tabligh contacts, the thing that he was the most impressed by, he still can't believe, and he actually wants to be a donor and, become active in volunteering in either Latin America or in Africa and go with us. So I think it's just a huge opportunity in every way. People are just so blown away that a small community can really make such a large impact. And, it's one of the things I have to now go ahead and get him introduced and get him, in the pipeline to go volunteer. So I think it's just such an amazing opportunity all around, personally, but also to involve others.
This is fascinating. All these stories that come together, how we are able to inspire others, how we're able to use this as a platform for many, many things. Jazakallah for your time, Usman Chaudhry Sahab.
Usman mentioned something that a lot of people have mentioned, which is how Katrina was their start. Yeah. Now, what we knew with Katrina was that was like a once-in-a-lifetime hurricane. Right. But now we're having more of those once-in-a-lifetime hurricanes in a year. Yeah. So it's really, we're seeing the climate catastrophe is creating more of these disasters all over the world. America is no longer spared. So every single dollar that goes towards Humanity First is going to be helping people, not just our neighbors here, but neighbors all around the world.
Absolutely. Totally agree.
We still have about $250,000 to collect. We're on our path. I think we're down to about $200,000. We're going to continue to do that as Usman Chaudhry Sahab comes off. Let's talk about different ways to give, your wisdom as well as joining Humanity First.
I think none other than Zishan Ahmed, who's up next, who's an ambassador from Philadelphia, can answer that question.
That's a great question.
So Zishan Ahmed from Philadelphia, are you here with us?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Zishan, welcome, and assalamu alaikum. So as an ambassador, how are you inspiring people to donate towards this wonderful cause?
Well, first of all, I believe in leading by example. So anytime I go out to asking people, I first, set my own example, either making a pledge or making a donation, and then I go out. So alhamdulillah, this year also, in past 2 years, we had exceeded our target that was given to us. This year, it was a little bit tough because there's a lot of uncertainty outside, and people are kind of, concerned about the economy and stuff like that. But still, our $17,000 goal, we are only $600 away from it. We're almost there. Alhamdulillah.
Now, according to the map, Texas is beating pretty much the whole country, and locally, Texas is also beating the Phillies. So, how are you going to use that to, close this deal?
Well, Texas is a big state, of course, and the mosque is also pretty big. And I think I will let them beat Philadelphia. That's fine.
That's great. Philadelphia's coming. We also, Jazakallah for your time, Zishan Saab, and for all the great work in exceeding targets. These ambassadors do great work in rallying a community behind Humanity First.
Thank you, Zishan. Thank you. Okay.
Also, there's over 200 ambassadors working around the clock for the past 3-4 weeks to get to where we are today.
Qamar Saab has done a very impressive job in rallying these individuals around the country. Next, we have a major donor gift announcement from Maqbool Babar Saab. Are you on the line?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, I am.
Assalamu alaikum, Maqbool Saab. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you for coming online. I know that I have spoken to Maqbool Saab many times, and he's not only a supporter, donor, but he is physically rolling up the sleeves and getting involved. His and his family, as Maqbool Saab, if you don't mind, I'd like to tell the our viewers that he's helping us to build a school.
Mm-hmm.
And not only just building the school, but just getting involved in everything. So, Maqbool Saab, can you share a couple of minutes with that?
Yes, sure. I made this as a family project, so where I want to take my kids, especially my youngest kids, he's available. So that way he can keep going. He's very aggressive. He wants to, actually he's trying his best to get into the high school Humanity First project and try to collect the money. He was not able to get this year, but hopefully next year, so he needs some help in that process. So I just wanted to make this project and then keep it going and involve my other family members into this project as well and keep going, inshallah.
This is one of those innovative ideas that if you not only build the school, but adopt it for the future and keep taking care of it, it goes a long way.
That's amazing. Yeah. It's fascinating.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Maqbool Saab, for joining us and all the hard work you're doing. We have one another young person, and then we have one more treat for you after that. Taimur Aleem, are you on?
Assalamu alaikum, yes.
Taimur, how old are you?
10 years old.
Wow. And can you share how do you convince people to give to Humanity First?
Well,
how did you convince yourself, Taimur?
I tell a lot of people that Humanity First work to help unfortunate people all over the world, and they also help people affected by disasters.
MashaAllah. And Taimur, where are you calling from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta's on the map.
Georgia's competitive. We got to look at the map real quick, but I know California's got its work cut out.
Yeah. ATL. Make sure that you get to that all-time lead.
It just comes to you. It just comes to you, right? Great. Thank you, Taimur, for your time. We have one more special treat. Salam Bhai.
Kulfis. Are the Kulfis here?
Kulfis are coming.
Okay,
Kulfis are coming.
Okay.
But guess what? I'm going to teach you something.
Okay.
By inviting Sajid Khan Saab, who actually wrote a book. We may have read a few books. He actually wrote a book. It's called Business Transformation, Reinvent to Succeed. We want to succeed. Tell us why you wrote this book, Sajid Saab.
First of all, it's my honor to be here and thank you, Munasab, for the great work that Humanity First is doing. Business transformation is a very, this topic is dear to my heart. I've been almost 2 decades working with various organizations as myself also running various businesses and helping clients reinventing themselves to succeed so that they have better way of doing and more profitable, because if every few years or so often things change, new technology comes, and if they don't reinvent themselves, they're going to fade away. So that's, how did it come about is over 14 years ago, actually, I wrote a paper on this topic. And then I've been busy, didn't have a chance to write a book. But during the pandemic time, actually, I thought I have enough time. So decided to write a book. I thought it was going to take a few months, but ended up taking 2 years because particularly this book is not only written by myself. It has 12 chapters. In each chapter, a colleague of mine from the industry who has specific expertise in that particular topic. they have also collaborated with me, and they've written, and it's a great insight.
And why should Salam read this book and then read it to me?
Well, this book is, anyone, like whether it's someone is student or a practitioner or executive in an organization who would like to, transform their organization, whether it's for-profit or non-profit. I think this book is for you. Salam, you and I would talk earlier. And perhaps, that might be, good for your organization. I don't know whether it's going to help you to teach MAG, but for certainly
one
your
can try. One can try.
Sure.
Let's talk about it. I know, Sajid, you made another announcement about this book, about your contributions. Can you talk about that?
Right. So are you talking about the matching one? Yeah.
Of course, of course.
All right. Yeah. So anyone actually at this, since I also volunteer for the corporate relationship for Humanity First. So anyone who would, any corporation or the small business owner will be making a donation. So up to $10,000, I will be doubling it.
Wait. This is new. So if I have a corporation, I gift from my corporation, like many companies that are out there, you will match that donation up to $10 million. That's fascinating. $10,000.
So I could create an LLC right after this and donate from that?
Yeah. You can,
All right, cool.
You can do that. Yeah.
So,
but you have to donate 10,000, right?
Also, why should people buy this book?
Yeah, so I think, as I mentioned, right, this is really something, it's educational, with a lot of practical experience, and for those people who have interest in this topic, I think it's great for those people.
But also...
So this book is available on Amazon, Amazon.com, and the proceed will be going directly to Humanity First.
That was the point I was trying to
It works.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we'll separately talk about I thought, yes. Yeah, but...
So Sajid Saab is doing a lot. I mean, he's going above and beyond. Now, your company is called Micro Agility.
That's right.
If Mac gives $50,000, will you change your company to Macro Agility?
That's very tempting. That's business transformation.
That's where you need maybe a few more zeros, right?
In all seriousness, one, I know you're giving all the proceeds from this book to Humanity First, which is great, and beyond. But also, I think people should go to Amazon and buy the book, because whether you're transforming, you have a business and you're transforming it, you work at a company that you're trying to transform, like a little thing called the Navy, or you're trying to transform yourself. It talks about processes. It's got a pretty detailed formula for it, and it's worth the read in and of itself. And guess what? If you buy it, you get to help Humanity First as well.
And on top of that, when you buy it from... There's more. If you buy it from Amazon, don't buy it from Amazon. Buy it from smile.amazon.com, and make sure your charity of choice is Humanity First. Half a percentage of your shopping cart ends up going to Humanity First. So there's double ways.
We've got all kinds of... So read the book. We've got the book. Read the book. Buy the book. Give generously. And follow Saab's example. I hope there's not another COVID, but if you have time, write a book. With that, thank you for your time. I mean, we're on our path to $1.25 million.
We're there. What was that? 1.08.
We're at 1.08.
Yes.
We're itching along.
So
we may lose our job if we don't get there. So I'm feeling the hook. So we've got to keep moving. What do we got next?
So we went from talking to Philadelphia, which is the city of brotherly love. Now we're going to go over to Willingboro. Kind of sounds like Willing Bros. No, did it work? No. Okay.
Willing, yeah.
All right. So Willingboro, we're going to look at video about their food pantry.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Maya Sonori. I am 16 years old, and we're here at the Willingboro Mosque, where we conduct our monthly Humanity First food pantry. 2 days before the pantry, we receive pellets of canned food from the Food Bank of South Jersey, where we store them in our storage building. The day of, our volunteers go to the food bank to receive dairy products and fresh vegetables that are also stored in the storage room. Starting from 10 a.m., our volunteers arrive to help package the goods. Our goods contain 2 different bags, that include fresh goods and dry goods that can feed up to 4 members of a family. These bags include bread, cheese, fresh meat, lentils, milk, and kids' meals. Beginning from 11 a.m., we start our distribution process where we ask the community member how many members are in their family. And depending on that, without contact, we bring the goods and put them in their car.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Munawar Saqib from Willingboro Humanity First Food Pantry. We have been serving since 2010. Usually it's less than 100 families that come to our pantry every month. But when pandemic started last year, the demand went up a lot. So last year we actually got to serve 234,000 pounds of food to roughly 3,500 families.
Hi, my name is Allison. I'm one of the part-time employees at the Food Bank of South Jersey. I'm part of the summer meals program. So basically what we do is throughout the summer we deliver boxes and milk to different locations to give out for families for their kids. So each box that we give out has 5 meals, 5 breakfasts and 5 lunches. So they're frozen and they just have to be taken apart and microwave some of it, and some of it's already ready to go. And then we give out milk. So today I'm at the mosque here and I'm working with Humanity First. This is my first time at this location, so we kind of work together they give out the stuff that they have, and then I give out the children's stuff that we bring.
So this year we have been doing 2 pantries a month, serving up to 100 families each time. Volunteers, we get many Khuddam, Ansar, Lajna, Nasrat, Atfal, they're all involved. Because of pandemic, we had modified our distribution procedure. Previously, people used to come into the masjid and select whatever they needed. But nowadays, because of the social distancing requirements, we don't let the drivers come out of the car and we just load the stuff in the trunk. We plan to continue as long as needed, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tahir Ahmed Sufi. I am actually living in the Zion area, and I'm the program director for food security. So today we wanted to talk about the food security, and then the next screen you'll see the definition of food security. Food security is a measure of 2 things: availability of food and the individual's ability to access it. It's a very simple definition. So you can have the food available, but then you need someone to come out there. How do they get there? Then United Nations gives a very complex definition of food security. So tying into that would be with the food security, then we're going into our Humanity First strategy for the next 5 years. Our food goals, our food security goals for the next 5 years is 3-pronged. One is to reach 1 million beneficiaries through our Qurbani program. The next one is the 100,000 sustained beneficiaries a year through our food banks and food pantries, in addition to the disaster response. And then the third thing is very important. It's a new thing. It's agriculture or agribusiness, which is mostly helping out with our local farmers and create some food, very creative food producing ideas. So we got our goals, we got the definition, then what are we doing? What have we done? So in 2021, you can see the food pantries and distribution that on the individual side, we served well over 100, close to 110,000 individuals. And that includes Qurbani. Now, Qurbani is a Muslim festival following a Muslim sacrifice following Eid, and we give donations to the poor countries, and we help distribute the meats and food to the poor people, mostly in the African nations. So that is the Qurbani that we've served is close to 65,000 people, and then in the USA, Guyana, and Mexico, we've served about 45,000. That was just for 2021, and then you can see that in 2021 we had 17 food pantries operational. So total in terms of meals was 886,000 meals were served in 2021. Through 2022, we've got 6 months data, and again, we've been very successful, very active. In USA, we have 8 active food pantries, and we served over 20, actually it's 5,400 people. I'm including Mexico in there. Mexico has been active. Mexico has had 2 active hot meals distribution, and they're doing it every month. And then Guyana has what they call a food hampers program and hot meals distribution, very active. They've got 6, and in the next, just recently they've added more, and a lot more exposure has happened over there. So Guyana is just exploding in terms of serving the needy over there. And then the Kurbani program has been implemented in 7 countries, and we've raised $108,000. And in that, you can see that we've done some animal sacrifices, cows, goats, and lambs, which has been sacrificed. And that meat has been distributed to close to 96,000 people just in 6 months. Now, the next slides are pictures. It's very difficult to select a few pictures, but you can see the food pantry that is going on around the USA. On the top left of my screen, you'll see that we'll do it in the winter, we'll do it in indoors, we'll do it outdoors, we'll do it in the hot summer months, as you can see on the lower right, with someone wearing a t-shirt, but if you see on the far left, we're wearing winter coats. Anything, no weather will dissuade us from serving the people. We're always serving the people, and you'll see such great attitudes from our members serving. And one of the things that I've known many people have commented is the smiling faces. It's hard to see behind the mask, but they see us always smiling, always serving, and giving the people what they want and what they need. The next slide is the Kurbani campaign that you can see all the meats distribution, the animals that have been sacrificed, and the children enjoying that meat distribution. And this is mostly, as I said, mostly in the African nations. And this is one of our new, recent new program in Humanity First that we've started. The last slide I wanted to share with you is some excellent, very exciting news, and you're going to hear it first here, that alhamdulillah, with God's grace, that we have signed a lease for a 2,200 square feet food pantry to be under Humanity First USA's management in Atlanta, in Duluth, Georgia. And I went there 2 weeks ago and went and saw the facility. It's a beautiful facility, very practical facility. In the front end, you'll see it's in a business complex, and we have enough room for a food pantry distribution. In the back, you can see the nice trees out there. There's a nice loading dock, easy access in and out. The front has a nice entrance for some privacy. Then you've got some offices for some privacy. And then where you see on the left side where some people is actually where we're going to store the food. This is really exciting news. This is where we are putting the donation that we have received to practical use. We signed a 3-year lease with this, and we're going to start this December 1st this year, and then it's just going to grow. So again, your donations is being put to use. We're using it. We're applying it. We are having our first office, or first, not office, but our first food pantry, independent location that's going to be managed by us. We're very excited, and we wanted to share this news first, right off the press with you. That's all that I had. Thank you very much. And please continue to donate. And we're having such a great buzz around. I'm in Illinois, and we are a little bit behind, but we'll catch up. Not a worry on our end. Jazakallah. Thank you.
I personally lived in Africa for a number of years. And so I have seen this with my own eyes. At an age when young children should be in school, and should be free, they are forced by dire circumstances beyond their control to endure daily routine that are unimaginable to those of us living in the comfort of the West. Here, in the developed world, the daily concerns of people are trivial by comparison. The most we have to worry about is ensuring that our children get to school on time each morning, or other similar minor issues. Such insignificant problems are a distant dream for the people living in deprived parts of the world. Those children would give everything for the opportunities that our children have here. What they would give to be able to go to school each day, rather than having to walk great distance to fetch water for their families' daily domestic use. Thus, in an effort to bring comfort to such people and in order to literally quench their thirst, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community is providing access to clean drinking water through the installation of hand or solar-powered water pumps.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to the studio, and this session is going to be another beautiful session. This is, I call it the ambassador session. So we have Tahir Kanwar Saab. Tahir Kanwar Saab has been the director of ambassador program, but recently he took on some more responsibilities. And we have really kind of redesigned the infrastructure of ambassadors, and you've been hearing a lot about what ambassadors have been doing out on the field. And we'll talk to Tahir Kanwar Saab, and he has one of his ambassadors, Waqas Saab, sitting here. Also, we'll talk to him. To my left side is Jawad Saab. I think you have seen him before on our broadcast. Jawad Saab is now new role is the donor relations, and so he'll be working with the ambassadors team that how we can serve our donors better, that all the donors who are continuously supporting us, but how do we make sure that we give them the right feedback and continue to do a better communication. Let me just start with you, Tahir Kanwar Saab. So just share with us, how your infrastructure of ambassadors work, how many ambassadors you have, how many people are working there. Just tell us a little bit about it.
Jazakallah Munasa for that introduction. As we all know, that ambassadors are the backbone of the Humanity First. Without that, we cannot do all the work which we are doing. Over the years, we improved the structure, and right now we have around 150 men and women across USA as ambassadors. But if you consider the sub-teams of that, that will be way over 200 people right now working today just to reach out to all the donors across the USA. And as you mentioned, that we have tried to expand now because we're trying to expand the ambassador's role. From that perspective, in a different chapters, we started to do 4 different categories, you can say. One is organic fund development. Then we have a food pantry or food operations leads. Then we have a disaster relief, and then we are going to be social and marketing ambassadors. So we're trying to expand the role in different ways. And that will, in our opinion, that will improve the overall structure to improve the different projects and different programs.
It was so great to see many of your ambassadors at our development conference back early this year in Houston. And I want to compliment all of the ambassadors who are out there today. And as you see, a goal is coming together, and there's a lot of hard work that whole team has been doing. But I think we have one of your ambassadors sitting here, so why don't we talk to him?
Waqas Bhai is one of the instrumentals in all kinds, because a hands-on kind of ambassador, I will say that, because he is doing fundraising to food pantry, to you name it. Everywhere you need him, he is there. So I want to just present him.
And he happens to be here, but you are representing
all the
200 people out there. You have a lot of burden on your shoulders now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, as an ambassador, the main job, or one of the main job I think we will do ambassadors
to, to introduce the great work Humanity First is doing. We need to spread the word, name the programs, food security, knowledge for life, water for life, all these programs. This is the main job of ambassador. When you give the awareness out, the people will donate, because this is such a great work Humanity First doing. And this is the main, one of the jobs as ambassador we have to do, to get the people to know about all the great projects we're doing, and the funds will donate.
How do you find all these donors? I mean, how do you get in touch?
Yeah, this is again another, when with this great work, we spread the word, and we have a relationship with the donors. You have to keep in contact with them, just keep getting updates what Humanity was doing, and the donors will change their heart, they'll change their mind, they'll donate.
Great work. So I think that's a big segue to Jawad Saab, right?
Right. That's
because what you mentioned about the relationship, right? And I think Jawad Saab, let's talk about it. What you think that you're going to do to develop this relationship or with our donors?
Jazakallah, Munim Saab. Let me first also start out by giving a shout out to all the ambassadors. Today was a successful day. I'm hoping we are almost to our goal.
1.1 million now.
Yeah. So with a great effort, with a very concentrated, dedicated team that Tahir Saab has, we are able to achieve what we set out to do. Having said that, in donor relations, or in the work that we do, we always say people give to people, right? So it is why ambassadors are so important. But on the other hand, just as Waqas said, that our main job needs to be educating people. So we as we discussed in our conference, educate, motivate, engage, and then celebrate, right? So that is indeed what the mission that I am hoping to take into donor relations. If we think that if we can somehow better educate our donors, we better communicate our progress, we are able to get the feedback loop from them, to be able to have that continuous improvement, because we need to be able to have that feedback loop as to understanding as to what motivates our donors and volunteers for that matter. And when it's all said and done, we need to be able to showcasing our relationship with our donors, right? So that is the celebration part of our donors. So how can we bring them front and center? So in our organization, one of the goals that I have spoken to you is to somehow bring donors and volunteers front and center to our organization. And that is what this department, inshallah, will be able to deliver.
Okay, so with that, Tahir Saab, I know that you have a lot of ladies ambassadors, a lot of men ambassadors. Tell me about, how big is your ladies ambassador school, and how's that working out, and how's that set up?
Of course, Zara is managing the ladies side, but we have around 60 plus ladies ambassadors right now in USA. And of course, they're really doing a great job. Almost a lot of chapters, they are the main organizational force, in my opinion. And the men's side, we are around 80 to 90 right now, and then if you, as I mentioned, if you spread them in a different it's more than 200 people right now.
So in each chapter, how many? You have 2 ambassadors, 3 ambassadors?
Different chapters we have multiple, like minimum we have 2 in multiple chapters. Right. Like Virginia, we have at least 1 men's side ambassador. We call him a lead ambassador, and then we have multiple ambassadors in their chapter. And similarly, we have a Lajna ambassador, the lead one, and then we have multiple ladies also working on that.
So you always have need of more ambassadors in larger cities, right? Because there's a lot of work there, but you are developing an infrastructure to support them, right?
Right, definitely. The way we try to do is to even engage more ambassadors and the way already Jawad mentioned, we have experimented that in the chapters where we have a relationship with the donors, we were able to get collection or donation very easily. That's the bottom line we're trying to do. If we expand our structure in a way that the multiple layers can happen from a Lajna side, senior members, young Khudam kind of kids, that will, and even the young kids which you mentioned, like Knowledge for Life and kids for Programmability. If we go to different layers, that will engage our it will broaden our infrastructure. So that's the next level which we're trying to achieve. And just to give Jawaz's point, we have experimented in just Virginia this year. If you look at that, we have able to just generate like 8 schools just in one day from our personal relationships. That's what Jawaz is mentioning. So if we build that, we will be able to improve our whole different projects, different programs. We can do better than that.
So I think, Tahir, what I want to do is I want to take this opportunity. We have our donors, our viewers, our ambassadors, everybody's online right now. I think we want to take this opportunity that we are open to hear from you as well, you know, so to let us know what do you need from us, especially our donors. What do you want from us? I know that you understand the cause and that's why you're donating us, but is there anything we can do better for you to you know, continue to stay engaged with us and also to continue to engage others? I think our needs are ever growing, right? So from that perspective, I'm opening the, you know, again, so I think that's up, you know, I know you have a lot of ambassadors even came here to help us. Anyone you would like to introduce right now while we have the opportunity and the floor?
Actually, there are a lot of right here who helped us in the last 1 month, at least 3 after Zoom.
Can they stand up? We can see or
they
something?
Can stand up right there, 4 behind. You can guys come back and right behind.
Okay, so we want to show you some of the ambassadors, but believe me, I think there are 200 working out there. Although there are a lot more volunteers we'll talk about at the end.
And we have, I don't know where the other ones are. You guys can come here, they're saying. Yeah. There are a lot of, they are still making calls. They're all over that. They're not all over here.
Tahir Sahab, you know, top priority right now is to meet the goal of 1.2 million.
Inshallah,
we recognize them. They're all standing up, and I think there's some more coming.
Come on, you can come back.
Just show your faces, but right. I think
you guys can come here.
Unfortunately, we will not be able to show all of the ambassadors that are working out there. So here are some ambassadors to help. Okay. All right, here we go. So just take a photograph of them as well. But again, not to, you know, undermine all of the other work that's going on today. But since Tahir Qamar Sahib is on the stage, we want to make sure that we recognize his ambassadors also. So Jazakallah, I think with that, Jawaz, have any last minute comments before we close this session?
No, I want to once again thank you. Thank you to all the ambassadors and to the donors. It took a lot of it. You know, what people don't realize, I think there's well over 1,000 hours that is put together, combining everything to put this thing in front of you. So once again, thank you. You know, we cannot be without the ambassadors, and we cannot be without the donors. So
thank you. Thank you to all 3 gentlemen. I think your ambassadors across the state, across the country. We would appreciate everyone. Now we're going to watch a quick video of Hazur Courts. Those are our inspirations, you know, your ambassadors and inspirations. So let's go watch the video. And then we are at the last, I think, whatever number of minutes that are left now to reach our goal. So please continue with your generous donations. Ambassadors, you got the message. Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Allah the Almighty has granted each person many abilities or capabilities. And so it is their duty to use those God-given gifts to help others, and particularly those in need. In terms of financial sacrifice, I am pleased to say that with the grace of Allah, the Almighty, there are many Ahmadis who spend in the way of Allah for the benefit of mankind, and who also sacrifice their time and effort in this cause. This is the case with both office bearers and volunteers. Non-Ahmadis are often left astounded when they hear that Ahmadi professionals have gone to the most deprived parts of the world only out of a desire to gain the prayer and love of God Almighty. They are even more astonished when they hear that Ahmadis do not allow for a single penny to be wasted. And so, even some of them pay for their own travel and consider it an honor to offer their services, time and skills, completely free of charge. This is all due to the spirit which has been inculcated into the Jamaat by the Prophet Muhammad al-Islam.
Assalamu alaikum, dear viewers, and welcome back to the concluding segment of the telethon that we've had today. Now, this segment is going to last as long as it needs to, as we have reached $1.1 million, and we're so close to closing the gap in our effort to $1.25 million. So for all you math whizzes out there, you can do the math of how much more we have to go. But let's keep those donations coming. But also, more importantly, let's also keep those pledges coming. Because remember, if you are unable to donate that big amount that you, in your heart, want to donate, you can always put it down as a pledge. And then you can also put down the pledge completion date. So you can give yourself a course of a year to make that pledge a reality. You can donate monthly or quarterly, as you wish to make that pledge happen. So make sure when you're going to usa.humanityfirst.org, you have the option of either donating now or also clicking pledge now. And I've done pledge now and donate now today on behalf of my children. So they are on the board as well. Alhamdulillah. Now we have a wonderful panel here with us today.
Right. So I think, first of all, both of you, Mac, and you have done a beautiful job today. I think we always enjoy listening to you as well. And this is the final session. So we have Missionary Salman Tariq Sahib here. We have invited him. So, but we will not use him till the very end. And believe me, at that end, we'll continue till we get to our goal, like you said, right? Right. So we need to do that. But
But we need people's help to make sure that happens. Otherwise, my wife is going to call in and put in the rest of that amount. So please, everybody, help us.
Right. I'm sure we have, just some more calls, in the last two minutes or so. So, Lisa, what is in your mind right now in this final session? What do you want to say?
Before, if you ask anyone to donate money, you need to do something yourself, right? So it wouldn't be fair to others that I push them and I don't do it myself. So I have two pledges to make. Okay. And the first one is from my parents. My mother and my father, they really wanted to do something for the Tanzania hospital project because they heard about it and they were very motivated. So, and they were here for almost 5 months, and they left a couple of weeks ago. And before they left, they gave me their pledge of $5,000 for the Tanzania clinic project. And then on behalf of my family, my wife, Nadra, Nabil, my son, and Amna, I pledged $2,000. So it's $7,000 pledge from our household. And so now I can ask you, so as Salam mentioned, we have a target to achieve, and we need your support. Anyone who's watching, please donate yourself or pledge yourself, but call your parents, call your friends, call your family, and please help us push to cross that finish line, which is 1.2. We wouldn't mind 1.5 as well.
When we started out, 2 weeks ago, if you would have asked me, I was extremely worried. You asked me 1 week ago, I was extremely worried about that we may not be able to meet that goal. So I am very happy, very thankful to Almighty God, and the prayers of Huzur as well, that we have come this far. So this last few stretches, we have a donor online.
Yes, let's go to our calls. Assalamu alaikum. Yasser Ahmed Sahib, can you hear us?
Yasser Sahib?
Assalamu alaikum.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Madam Sahib.
Yeah, Yasser Sahib, assalamu alaikum. I know you have donated earlier. Can you talk about, your inspiration, and if you can share the amount, that's great. If not, we understand. We know the numbers are moving.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm calling on behalf of my mother, Shamaila Amir, who made the generous donation of $10,420 towards Nasser Hospital, Guatemala. Alhamdulillah, I just wanted to get on here and share a very beautiful example of my mother and what she did this morning. So there's four of us, and we were doing our own things. You know, one was playing video games, one was on TV, and she pretty much gathered everybody before she made the donation, which really just shows the importance of teaching our children and the future generation about making sacrifices. And I also wanted to say what a lively and faith-reviving event this is. It really shows the true practice of Islam, and it really makes me feel special and happy to be a part of such a great Jamaat.
And Yasser, where are you calling from?
Houston Jamaat.
Houston, mashallah.
Another
Okay,
Texan.
wow.
That's great.
All right, well done. So,
Yasser,
now, Yasser, is there a possibility that you can get your friends involved in this last stretch?
Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and throw on some hashtags, and I'm going to make a few posts on my Instagram page, and we'll get it going.
Let's go.
My phone is buzzing too, so I'm just trying to text message. I know we have another call.
We are not being rude. This is a time when we are collecting pledges and messages and reading them out. So
it's an update. We've hit 1.14 million, so that's 0.11 million left.
So
110,000.
1.14.
Yeah, 1.14.
So exactly. So
we have 0.11 to go. That's 110,000 if my math is correct.
That's not a lot, right?
Yeah, I haven't done the full Khan Academy course, but
I'm sure the phone will be ringing shortly. Here we go.
Yeah. So we have Zahid Malik, 7 years old. Zahid, assalamu alaikum. Can you hear us?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. I can hear you.
MashaAllah. Zahid, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from the USA Jamaat. I'm actually like a minute away from the masjid.
A minute away. If you speak loud enough, we can hear you. So what makes you, what inspires you to donate to Humanity First?
I like to donate to I donate to Humanity because I know that there's so many people who need protection, and some people don't even have homes. There's just a lot of people who need the money, especially some people don't have goods, like they have water, but they don't have the good water, and like they have food, it's raw. So I just like to donate because Humanity First always.
And Zahid, where are you getting the money to donate?
Sometimes I get it from my, sometimes I use my own money, and we have a sadqa jar, so our family will take some money, and we've donated.
Zahid, we're losing you a little bit there, but what we really liked is that the charity jar, or the sadqa jar that you have at your home, and so many families have that jar in their homes across the country. Using that as a way to collect a pledge or collect donations for Humanity First is a wonderful way to get the whole family involved. So a reminder to all the families watching, look at your sadqa jar right now, count it up, and go ahead and make that donation today so we can get to a little bit closer to 1.25 million.
Excellent. I just want to shout out for Yasser Saab from Chicago. You know, he's texted me. He's a wonderful supporter. And, we have Dr. Irfan Aladin on call.
He is, but what did Yasser do?
Yeah, he's a supporter. I'm not going to,
Okay, great.
Yeah,
great. So Chicago is on the map again?
Of course, yes.
Very good. And viewers, you can also go to usa.humanityfirst.org, scroll all the way down, and you can see how each state is doing. And more importantly, how your state is doing. So make sure you get your neighbors on this map.
Absolutely. So what is that, 1.14? It's still there?
Yeah. So we have Dr. Irfan Aladin. He can get us closer.
Of course. He is one of our board members as well.
Yeah.
And he is a generous donor as well.
Yes, sir.
So Dr. Saab, assalamu alaikum. See the energy there? MashaAllah. So, all right. So Dr. Saab, we want to give you a couple of minutes to, talk about what your inspirations are, and if there is anything you'd like to share, what you have contributed, we'll be very happy to announce that.
I think that the Humanity First gives me the opportunity, and all of us the opportunity, to reach Idayaz al-Qurba, the service of humanity at the highest level. Because if you have a patient and you treat the patient as adult, and then if you do some extra treatment, even though the insurance isn't covered, that's ihsan. But when you do Humanity First, it's Idayaz al-Qurba, it's the highest level, it's to serve
we got to hear from Isha, your daughter, earlier, who was a former president of the student organization. How are you able to inculcate the love and passion for humanity first in your family?
Actually, mashallah, they inculcated me. They had the source and they put it in the me.
There we go, right?
Mashallah.
Okay.
And what, Dr. Saab, ever since you've been on the call, we've gone from 1.14 million to 1.17 million.
1.7.
So this is, you've been an inspiration to many people.
Jazakallah. So maybe I can put another 10 in that to try to get us closer.
Another 10,000.
There you go. So if somebody's listening out there, please add that number there, because I'm sure team in the background, yeah.
Irfan bhai, Jazakallah so much.
Irfan bhai, this is good news, yes.
Mashallah.
Thank you.
And
and the whole family.
And you know what? That's going to get us home sooner as well. So I appreciate that.
Okay, so as long as team in the back there is adding that 10K from Irfan Saab. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, confirmation has come.
Who's next now?
All right.
Oh, mashallah, Sahibzada Usman Latif Saab, Dr. Sahibzada Usman Latif Saab is another our very caring, loving donor and supporter, and the family belongs to Sahibzada Abdul Shaheed Latif, Saab, and from Chicago area. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Saab.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, Munim bhai. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to the entire team. First and foremost, I would like to say Assalamu alaikum on behalf of my Walid Saab, Saibada Jameel Latif, and my entire family. And I would like to say Jazakallah for this wonderful opportunity, and Barakallahu lakum for this amazing opportunity and the great, wonderful telethon that you have hosted. So may Allah Ta'ala reward you abundantly for that. So I am actually using this opportunity, Munim bhai and the entire team, to dedicate in the loving memory of my brother, Saibzada Farhan Latif, who very unfortunately left us at a very young age of 45. Mashallah, he was a true Ahmadi at heart. He was a Musi and a very active and dedicated member of Jamaat. Hudur Ayatullah Talib bin Nasir Aziz very kindly remembered him in the Jummah prayers and offered Namaz Janaza Ghaib. So I wanted to use this opportunity to dedicate in his name what in the scheme of Water for Life as a Sadqa Jariyah. So I've made a donation in that regard. So please accept that, and may Allah Ta'ala reward us abundantly and elevate his status, particularly in Jannah, and give you all Ajr Azim.
We really appreciate it. We pray for you and the family, and of course, your brother as well, very dear friend of ours. Definitely, please convey our thanks to Sahibzada Jameel Latif Saab as well and the family. And I think this is a noble work, Sadqa Jariyah that you're doing, Water for Life. What else you can do better, to provide water to people there?
And something's happening in the water in Chicago. All these callers are coming now from there.
Well, I would like to make a correction. I'm from Milwaukee, Jamaat, so I want the credit to go to Wisconsin.
Oh, man.
Okay. But, of course, we'll record that. No, that's good.
Okay.
Jazakallah. Okay, so you had another call?
Oh, okay. Yes, who's up next? Caller. Oh, Muneeb Zadik is on the phone. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear us?
Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you, sir? Where are you calling from?
So this is Dr. Muneeb Zadik. I am one of the ambassadors from Orlando. And I've been working with Tahir Kamar Saab. He's been very generous for the last couple of years. And this has been, of course, a blessed opportunity for me.
And Dr. Muneeb, what is it about Humanity First that inspires you to be a part of it? I think we may have some technical difficulties, but some great update for you, dear viewers, is that we've hit 1.1 million.
Sorry.
Oh, Dr. Muneeb, yes,
yeah, go ahead.
Yes. What is it about Humanity First that inspires you to be a part of it?
Yes. So basically, I'm so sorry. I think I got a double call from your volunteers by mistake.
It means you should donate twice.
I actually, initially was, of course, doing donation myself. I again have done myself. But being an investor is such a blessed opportunity. My family, actually, my father is a president in one of the halqas in Brampton, Underwick. And my wife's grandfather was Maulvi Zahur Hussain Bukhara Sahib, who was a missionary in Russia. So I do come from a family which has been serving Jamaat. I myself, I would say, was kind of a bit slack on that end. But Humanity First is definitely putting me back in the service of Jamaat as well, very importantly. And in addition to donating myself, it has been such a blessed opportunity to, although Orlando Jamaat is a small one, the number of donors it can be seen is not that huge. And I even talked to Tahir Kamar Saab because I thought sometimes he might not be in target. But he always kept telling me, just pray, send an extra fax to Hazur. And by miracles, I've seen literally people who otherwise won't be very actively participating, literally giving me a check on Jummah. And then I called him saying that, by blessings of Allah, we have gotten like a surprise here. So since I have been, working as an ambassador, I really feel blessed. Because in addition to doing yourself, I think collecting is such a blessing that actually kind of, keeps me motivated and connected to, of course, the cause of Jamaat and cause of humanity, and gives definitely more purpose.
And
because
you said you're calling from Florida, where Humanity First has a presence as a result of the hurricanes that have come through. So how has that been affecting the team down there?
So basically, one of our I would say, who was leading the Central Florida, Dr. Ehsan, he's moved to Fort Myers, and I think that's where the main hurricane center was. So that area was affected. I think recently Humanity First also did some activity there. There was a group from Chicago, if I'm not mistaken, and Midwest who had come there as volunteers. And some of us ourselves were also affected, like all of the Central Florida was affected. But even then, I would say that, although our target was more than last time, and as I mentioned, I did tell initially Tahir Kamar Saab because I'm a bit worried we might not reach it. But literally by miracles of Allah, we were able to reach goal even sooner, and today we have crossed what the target was.
That's great.
This is without doubt just blessings of Allah.
Jazakumullah. Excellent teamwork that's happening in Florida to raise funds for Humanity First and also do the work for Humanity First as well. Next up, we have a caller. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear us? Minal? Assalamu alaikum. Where are you calling from?
Gainesville.
Gainesville, Florida?
No, Gainesville, Virginia.
Oh, Virginia, mashallah. Excellent, great. So, Manal, what is it about, why are you donating towards Humanity First?
Because I really like Humanity First and what it does, and I'm looking forward to being part of Humanity First, inshallah.
Oh, nice. And when you say you're looking forward to being a part of Humanity First, in what way would you like to be a part of it?
Would you like to volunteer? Would you like to come and help us out?
Yeah.
Excellent,
yes.
excellent.
Yes.
That's
fundraising and volunteer work. Everything,
I would love to see more lemonade stands.
Yeah.
Lemonade stands are great. So, Manal, Jazakallah, and are you...
a cookie sale you can do.
Cookie sales too, that's a great idea. Manal, where are you getting the money from to donate to Humanity First?
My parents.
Oh, very good. So good family values being taught there. Jazakallah, Manal. And moving on to the next caller. We have a lot of callers coming in, mashallah.
That's good. We need to meet the number, right? What is the status right now?
I think last I heard was 1.19.
1.19, okay.
So we're close.
Good.
We're close. Now we have Ayan Malik. Ayan, can you hear us?
Ayan?
Ayan, assalamu alaikum. Wow. Ayan, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Dallas, Jamaat.
Dallas, Texas, mashallah. All right, Texas strong. So, Ayan, how old are you?
I'm 12 years old.
12 years old, mashallah. And what is it about Humanity First that you like so much that you're donating to it?
Yeah, so I would like to share a quick story which correlates of why I want to donate.
Let's hear it.
With Humanity First. So during Hazur's recent visit to Dallas, I was blessed with an opportunity
of getting my shirt autographed by Hazur,
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
which had a profound impact on me. I got more closer to God and humanity. Through God's grace and Hazur's prayers, I was able to get selected in my school basketball team that had around 200 concussions.
Wow. Now, rewind, Ayan. How were you able to have get Hazur or ask Hazur to sign your shirt?
So my parents, the Qafla, the Hazur's Qafla, they stayed at our house, and Hazur said that they wanted to meet the people that were looking after the Qafla.
Acha, very good. So now, what is happening with the shirt? Did you frame it? Is it sealed? What's going on?
So, yeah, my parents, we're going to be getting it framed.
MashaAllah.
Very nice.
That's
Very
awesome.
nice. Okay.
And what shirt was it? Was it a basketball jersey or something else?
No. So my dad had like a spare white shirt, and so I just brought it, and luckily he got to sign it.
Yeah, that's really cool, man.
It must be a tall uniform, right?
That's intuitive, ingenious. Inshallah, can't wait to use that ingenuity here at Humanity First as well as you grow up.
Yes.
Jazakallah, Ayan.
Thank you, Ayan. I think donation, we just hear another update. We are at 1.21 million now.
1.21.
So very, very close. So I think, we just need to.
I'm sure, I think I'm looking at.
Okay, we
I'm
have.
actually looking at one.
Let's see what they say from
Okay.
your piece here. Yeah. Sayyida Jaffri is on the call. Assalamu alaikum, Sayyida. Can you hear us?
Yes.
And wa alaikum assalam. Sayyida, where are you calling from?
Chicago, very good.
Right,
Yeah, very nice.
Chicago.
Okay.
Let's make sure she's not from Milwaukee.
Chicago. Sayyida, what is it about Humanity First that made you decide to donate?
Men and women to get education.
Good education.
Very nice. How old are you?
5.
5.
Wow.
Wow, man.
I would love to speak like that.
Yeah. This is great. Say that Jazakallah. Say that Jazakallah to your parents for everything.
I just heard. I know that website may be showing a number, but the confirmed number is 1.25.
MashaAllah.
So by the grace of God, I think with the help of everyone, prayers of Hazur, and hard work from everyone, ambassadors to all of the other teams that have been working, we have been able to reach to $1.25 million goal. So this is beautiful. I think it was kind of seemingly impossible task when we started out, but every year it happens and we meet.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is also going to be in the years to come, this will just be the benchmark, the beginning.
Right.
Because, Humanity First, mashallah, is 18 years now. 18 years ago when
there was 2004,
when there was a meeting in a basement. I don't think even $1 million was a
No.
dream.
What was the first year budget?
60,000. When I registered Humanity First, I went and filed for 501(c), and I wrote first year budget was $60,000. So, but this is not the budget. This is just a telethon.
This is
and we are inching away 2.6 million. But if we add Nasser Hospital, we are up to almost $5 million.
MashaAllah.
So, and now the school project itself is like $2.5 million.
The one,
25
25
schools that we're
schools.
talking about.
So I think this is all the people putting the trust in Humanity First. People understand the need and the cause, and people are, donating.
So to the dear viewers, this does not mean that you don't have to donate anymore. The donations still need to continue to come as climate change wreaks havoc on the world and disrupts supply chains, making food more difficult to get, especially in remote parts of the world. These donations are going to be crucial so that Humanity First has the infrastructure to get there when the disaster happens, as opposed to having to wait a couple days to raise emergency funds. So once we have that infrastructure in place, we can truly serve humanity much, much better, because when it comes to humanity first, we don't have a second to lose. So make sure you continue to visit usa.humanityfirst.org. Encourage your friends, your family, your coworkers to donate, make pledges, make monthly donations. And then also, if you want to improve your business, go to smile.amazon.com, buy Sajid Khan Saab's book, and transform your business, especially in this post-pandemic world, because proceeds from that book are going to Humanity First, and proceeds from smile.amazon.com will go to Humanity First as well. So there's so many ways to donate to Humanity First. We want to make sure you're using all of those ways.
Excellent. So now I think we want to bring this session to close, but before we do that, I just got the verified news that we are now at 1.34 million. So, alhamdulillah, I think that's all, that this is all the grace and blessing of Allah and hard work. We have exceeded our goal, 1.34. But before we close the session, as I mentioned that we have Missionary Salman Tariq Saab here, we want him to say a few words and close us. But I want to bring Mac back here, one of our hosts. If somebody can find Mac out there, if he can come and join us, sit here before we close the session. After we close the session, I'm going to bring all of our volunteers in the back. I'm going to show everyone who's watching that there are a lot of people that are working on the cameras and all of the ambassadors, so I'd like them to come there. So, Salman Tariq Saab, I'll come to you. I think we are about ready to close the session. Any words of wisdom that you can share? Mac, can you join us? You worked very hard with us. We'll scoot over a little bit, Waleed Saab. We will close the session with dua, but just you have any words of wisdom that you'd like to share?
Jazakallah for having me here. So I think the Humanity First has done a fabulous job here with this organizing this telethon. And I remember, how they they were working till late night to organize this event. So there were very beautiful verses that were recited in the first session. So I would like to come back to those verses that, we should always remember, as Murabbi Azam Akram Sahib said, that there are two parts of our faith. One is to worship God Almighty, and the second is to serve humanity. And Allah Ta'ala says in the Holy Quran that do not forget to do good to one another. So we should always keep this in mind. And as Prophet Musa have said, that if a person displays good moral and serve humanity, Allah Ta'ala never causes his faith to go waste. And he says that by doing this, our faith becomes more stronger. So when Sahibzada Usman Latif Sahib donated towards Water for Life, I recall my time when I was in Ghana. And I remember Hazur's instructions were that now send these 5 Jamia graduates to the rural areas. So I remember spending 4 months in those rural areas. We went to village, and I remember the first village when I went to, they presented the water, they brought the water, they only had one well in that village, and that was the yellowish color water with the insects. And they all had this, they were fulfilling all their needs with that. And I remember going to another village where they recently had hand pump installed. And I could see that how they were lining up to get that water, and then, I could see the impact the Humanity First left on those people. So this is why we have gathered here. This is the good cause, and this is the best platform that we have initiated by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Rabi' Rahimahullah Ta'ala. So as Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, that, today shortly this telethon will end, but this should not end, this sacrifice should not end. So the Holy Prophet ﷺ said that the true virtue is in which a believer has continuity, consistency. So we should always keep this continuity and consistency in donating towards this good cause. And we have different programs through Humanity First in which we serve humanity in different ways.
Very nice. Also very profound. Before I close the session, I'd like to again recognize the team. I will not have the name, list name, but I know Aisha Malik Saba has been the floor director. Our producer, and Jawad Saab has been our chief coordinator. He was working in the background. With him, there were so many people that if I start to name all of those people, I know I will forget somebody, but there's so many people. Yeah, absolutely. So, Aisha, if you can start giving me the name, but all the men, I know that ladies will not come here in the photograph, but I like to come, everybody to come stand behind, and I really like to recognize our MTA team.
That's right. And then once we've lined up, we can end with dua.
We can do?
We can end with silent prayer?
Yes, of course. I'll let them all come together, and okay, we are bringing everybody together. And
nervous, it seems.
We also want to thank National Lajna Sadr Sahiba for the Lajna participation that truly helped make this event a success.
Absolutely. Everybody, I really like the MTA. I know you're on the camera. If you can just zoom at one place, I don't know. If you can come, fine. If you cannot, then we understand that. Okay. But really, Ghali Saab is not here. Ghali Saab is here somewhere, I know. But wonderful support from the whole team. Hamid Malik Saab's team, Sabah in the back, and Tahir Saab, Sister Zara, Shala Saab has been doing inbound and outbound team.
Aisha, there we go, nice. See, look at this.
Aisha, keep giving me the name, please. I know that I will forget. The rest you can see here, right? So they're all here. Just wonderful job. Mac, thank you. And so I think, Imam Saab, first we like you to, what is the number, final number, Aisha? 1.34 million. We are closing today's telethon by joining our hands, by praying together to Almighty Allah who has enabled us to raise all this money. Thank you to the donors who have helped us to get here. Thank you to the workers who go work hard out there. But I think this is our way of thanking Almighty God and thanking all of these wonderful people in the back. Imam Saab, I'll turn it over to you to lead us in the silent prayer so we can close this program.
May Allah Ta'ala bless all of you, and may Allah Ta'ala bless all those who serve throughout the year in the United States and globally. May Allah Ta'ala accept all of our efforts. So please join hands together for prayer. Allahumma ameen.
Jazakallah to our marketing team as well. MashaAllah, done a great job. Throughout the day, you've been tweeting and you've been sending messages out. So, Jazakallah, let's close the session.
Okay. You are on my team now. काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind.
काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए. दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो.
We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.
चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े, कोई खाना न हो ना ही पानी मिले. चाहे
As floods overwhelm and starvation closes in, and parched mouths question if it will ever end.
तुम पिलाओ उन्हें खोद कर भी कुएं, भूख भूख खाली शिकम की मिटाते रहो.
Bring water forth like Zamzam from wells dug from dust. When we fill the empty stomachs, we fulfill our sacred trusts.
बनो हर दुखी के लिए दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो. आए तूफान कहीं या कहीं ज़लज़ले, तुम पहुंच जाओ फौरन मदद के लिए. आए
Disasters strike from here to there, leaving nowhere for peace. Our honor, our joy, is to restore the lives of all that we can reach.
गिर पड़े टूटे फूटे घरों को बनाते रहो तुम सब.
We stand with the fallen until they can stand on their own. Keep restoring these broken houses, like each one is your home.
मते खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम हो खुदाम लजना या अंसार हो, तुम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के मददगार हो. तुम
You are Kudam. You are Lajna. You are the helpers called Ansar. You help humanity first and seek the blessings of Allah.
कात हासिल तुम्हें और खुदावन की रहमत भी पाते रहो. हैं खिला
The blessings of Caliphate radiate and help your good works shine. May Allah's mercy be upon you as you serve all of mankind.
खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो. तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए.
We must never tire, though our mission is to serve all of mankind. We must be the Messiah of the afflicted, and let our good works be our signs.